Sigurdrifumol, the Ballad of the Victory Bringer. Introductory note. The so-called Sigurdrifumol, which immediately follows the Fafnismol in the Codex Regius without any indication of a break, and without separate title, is unquestionably the most chaotic of all the poems in the Eddic collection. The end of it has been entirely lost, for the fifth folio of 8 sheets is missing from Regius, the gap coming after the first line of stanza 29 of this poem. That stanza has been completed, and 8 more have been added, from much later paper manuscripts, but even so the conclusion of the poem is in obscurity. Properly speaking, however, the strange conglomeration of stanzas which the compiler of the collection has left for us, and which, in much the same general form, seems to have lain before the authors of the Valsengasaga, in which 18 of its stanzas are quoted, is not a poem at all. Even its customary title is an absurd error. The mistake made by the annotator in thinking that the epithet, Sigurdrifa, rightly applied to Brynhild as a bringer of victory, was a proper name has already been explained and commented on, note on Fafnismol, 44. Even if the collection of stanzas were in any real sense a poem, which it emphatically is not, it is certainly not the Ballad of Sigurdrifa which it is commonly called. Ballad of Brynhild would be a sufficiently suitable title, and I have here brought the established name, Sigurdrifumol, into accord with this by translating the epithet instead of treating it as a proper name. Even apart from the title, however, the Sigurdrifumol has little claim to be regarded as a distinct poem, nor is there any indication that the compiler did so regard it. Handicapped as we are by the loss of the concluding section, and of the material which followed it on those missing pages, we can yet see that the process which began with the prose Fradotha Sinfjadla, and which, interrupted by the insertion of the Grapispo, went on through the Region Small and the Fafnismol, continued through as much of the Sigurdrifumol as is left to us. In other words, the compiler told the story of Sigurth in mixed prose and verse, using whatever verse he could find without much questioning as to its origin, and filling in the gaps with high-own prose. Fradotha Sinfjadla, Region Small, Fafnismol, and Sigurdrifumol are essentially a coherent unit, but one of the compilers making only. They represent neither one poem nor 3 distinct poems, and the divisions and titles which have been almost universally adopted by editors are both arbitrary and misleading. The Sigurdrifumol section as we now have it is an extraordinary piece of patchwork. It is most unlikely that the compiler himself brought all these fragments together for the first time. Little by little, through a process of accretion and also, unluckily, through one of elimination, the material grew into its present shape. Certainly the basis of it is a poem dealing with the finding of Brynhild by Sigurth, but of this original poem only 5 stanzas, 2 to 4 and 20 to 21, can be identified with any degree of confidence. To these 5 stanzas should probably, however, be added some, if not all, of the passage, stanzas 6 to 12, in which Brynhild teaches Sigurth the magic runes. These stanzas of rune lore attracted sundry similar passages from other sources, including stanza 5, in which a magic draught is administered, not necessarily by Brynhild or to Sigurth, the curious rune chant in stanzas 15 to 17. And stanzas 13 to 14 and 18 to 19. Beginning with stanza 22, and running to the end of the fragment, stanza 37, is a set of numbered counsels closely resembling the Lodfafnismal, Havamal, stanzas 111 to 138, which manifestly has nothing whatever to do with Brynhild. Even in this passage there are probably interpolations, stanzas 25, 27, 30, 54, and 36. Finally, and bespeaking the existence at some earlier time of another Sigurth Brynhild poem, is stanza 1, sharply distinguished by its metrical form from stanzas 2 to 4 and 20 to 21. Many critics argue that stanzas 6 to 10 of Helreith Brynhildar belonged originally to the same poem as stanza 1 of the Sigurdrifumol. The Sigurdrifumol, then, must be regarded simply as a collection of fragments, most of them originally having no relation to the main subject. All of the story, the dialogue and the characterization are embodied in stanzas 1 to 4 and 20 to 21 and in the prose notes accompanying the first 4 stanzas. All of the rest might equally well, or better, be transferred to the Havamal, where its character entitles it to a place. Yet stanzas 2 to 4 are as fine as anything in Old Norse poetry, and it is out of the scanty material of these 3 stanzas that Wagner constructed much of the third act of Siegfried. The Sigurdrifumol represents almost exclusively the contributions of the North to the Sigurth tradition, cf. Introductory note to the Grapispo. Brynhild, here disguised by the annotator as Sigurdrifa, appears simply as a battle-maid and supernatural dispenser of wisdom. There is no trace of the daughter of Buthli and the rival of Guthrun. There is, however, so little of the poem, which can definitely be assigned to the Sigurth cycle that it is impossible to trace back any of the underlying narrative substance. The nature and condition of the material have made editorial conjectures and emendations very numerous, and as most of the guesses are neither conclusive nor particularly important, only a few of them are mentioned in the notes. Sigurth rode up on Hindrfjall and turned southward toward the land of the Franks. On the mountain he saw a great light, as if fire were burning, and the glow reached up to heaven. And when he came thither, there stood a tower of shields, and above it was a banner. Sigurth went into the shield tower, and saw that a man lay there sleeping with all his war weapons. First he took the helm from his head, and then he saw that it was a woman. The mail coat was as fast as if it had grown to the flesh. Then he cut the mail coat from the head opening downward, and out to both the armholes. Then he took the mail coat from her, and she awoke, and sat up and saw Sigurth, and said. Prose. The introductory prose follows without break, the prose concluding the Fafnismal, the point of division being arbitrary and not agreed upon by all editors. Hindrfjall, cf. Fafnismal, 42 and note. Franks, this does not necessarily mean that Sigurth was on his way to the Jukung's home, for Sigmund had a kingdom in the land of the Franks, cf. Frodothus and Jotla. Shields, the annotator probably drew the notion of the shield tower from the reference in Helreith Brynhildar, 9, the flame-girt tower was not uncommon, cf. Menglotha's hall in Svipdagsmol. 1. What bit through the byrnie? How was broken my sleep? Who made me free of the fetters pale? He answered. Sigmund's son, with Sigurth's sword. That late with flesh hath fed the ravens. Sigurth sat beside her and asked her name. She took a horn full of mead and gave him a memory draught. 2. Hail, day. Hail, sons of day. And night and her daughter now. Look on us here with loving eyes. That waiting we victory win. 1. This stanza, and the 2 lines included in the prose after stanza 4, and possibly stanza 5 as well, evidently come from a different poem from stanzas 2 to 4. Lines 3 to 4 in the original are obscure, though the general meaning is clear. Prose, after stanza 1. In the manuscript stanza 4 stands before this prose note and stanzas 2 to 3. The best arrangement of the stanzas seems to be the one here given, following Mullenhoff's suggestion, but the prose note is out of place anywhere. The first sentence of it ought to follow stanza 4 and immediately precede the next prose note, the second sentence ought to precede stanza 5. 2. Sons of day, the spirits of light. The daughter of night, not, according to Snorri, was Jorth, earth. 3. Hail to the gods. Ye goddesses, hail. And all the generous earth. Give to us wisdom and goodly speech. And healing hands, lifelong. 4. Long did I sleep, my slumber was long. And long are the griefs of life. Often decreed that I could not break the heavy spells of sleep. Her name was Sigurdrifa, and she was a Valkyrie. She said that 2 kings fought in battle. One was called Hjálmgunnar, an old man but a mighty warrior, and Othin had promised him the victory, and the other was Agnar, brother of Otha. None he found who fain would shield him. Sigurdrifa slew Hjálmgunnar in the battle, and Othin pricked her with the sleep thorn in punishment for this, and said that she should never thereafter win victory in battle, but that she should be wedded. And I said to him that I had made a vow in my turn, that I would never marry a man who knew the meaning of fear. Sigurth answered and asked her to teach him wisdom, if she knew of what took place in all the worlds. Sigurdrifumol said. Prose, after stanza 4. Sigurdrifumol, on the error whereby this epithet, victory bringer, became a proper name cf Fafnismol, 44 and note. Hjálmgunnar, in Helreith Brynhildar, stanza 8, he is called a king of the Goths, which means little. Of him and his adversary, Agnar, we know nothing beyond what is told here. The two lines quoted apparently come from the same poem as stanza 1. The two first lines of the stanza have been reconstructed from the prose thus: Hjálmgunnar was one, the hoary king, and triumph to him had here father promised. A few additions insert in this prose passage stanzas 7 to 10 of Helreith Brynhildar, which may or may not have belonged originally to this poem. 5. Beer I bring thee, tree of battle. Mingled of strength and mighty fame. Charms it holds and healing signs. Spells full good, and gladness runes. 6. Winning runes learn, if thou longest to win. And the runes on thy sword hilt write. Some on the furrow, and some on the flat. And twice shalt thou call on Tyr. 7. Ale runes learn, that with lies the wife. Of another betray not thy trust. On the horn thou shalt write, and the backs of thy hands. And need shalt mark on thy nails. Thou shalt bless the draught, and danger escape. And cast a leak in the cup. For so I know thou never shalt see thy mead with evil mixed. 5. This stanza is perhaps, but by no means surely, from the same poem as stanza 1. Tree of battle, warrior. Runes. The earliest runes were not letters, but simply signs supposed to possess magic power. Out of them developed the runic alphabet. 6. Stanzas 6 to 12 give a list of runes which probably had no original connection with the Brynhild Sigurth story. Tyr, the sword god, cf Heimisgvitha, 4 and note, Tyr is also the name of a rune which became T. 7. Regius gives only lines 1 to 6. Lines 7 to 8 are added from Valsengasaga. Lies, etc. A guest on his arrival received a draught of ale from the hands of his host's wife, and it was to prevent this draught from bewitching him that the runes were recommended. Need, the word noth, meaning need, is also the name of the rune which became N. Leek, leeks were long supposed to have the power of counteracting poison or witchcraft. 8. Birth runes learn, if help thou wilt lend. The babe from the mother to bring. On thy palms shalt write them, and round thy joints. And ask the fates to aid. 9. Wave runes learn, if well thou wouldst shelter the sail steeds out on the sea. On the stem shalt thou write, and the steering blade. And burn them into the oars. Though high be the breakers, and black the waves. Thou shalt safe the harbor seek. 10. Branch runes learn, if a healer wouldst be. And cure for wounds wouldst work. On the bark shalt thou write, and on trees that be. With boughs to the eastward bent. 9. Sail steeds, ships. 10. Branch runes, runes cut in the bark of trees. Such runes were believed to transfer sickness from the invalid to the tree. Some editors, however, have changed Limrunner, branch runes, to Lifrunner, life runes. 11. Speech runes learn, that none may seek to answer harm with hate. Well he winds and weaves them all, and sets them side by side. At the judgment place, when justice there, the folk shall fairly win. 12. Thought runes learn, if all shall think thou art keenest minded of men. 13. Them Hropt arranged, and them he wrote. And them in thought he made. Out of the draught that down had dropped. From the head of Heithdropnir. And the horn of Hodrofnir. 11. Lines 3 to 6 look like an accidental addition, replacing two lines now lost. They mean, apparently, that the man who interweaves his speech with speech runes, when he pleads his case at the thing, or popular tribunal, will not unduly enrage his adversary in the argument of the case. 12. Here the list of runes breaks off, though the manuscript indicates no gap, and 3 short passages of a different type, though all dealing with runes, follow. 13. Stanzas 13 to 14 appear to have come from a passage regarding Othin's getting of the runes similar to Havamal, 139 to 146. Editors have tried various combinations of the lines in stanzas 12 to 14. Hropt, Othin, cf. Voluspo, 62. The Draft, etc. Apparently the reference is to the head of Mim, from which Othin derived his wisdom in magic, cf. Voluspo, 47 and note, Heithdropner, light dropper, and Hodrofner, treasure opener, seem to be names for Mim. 14. On the mountain he stood with Brymir's sword. On his head the helm he bore. Then first the head of Mim spoke forth. And words of truth it told. 15. He bade write on the shield before the shining goddess. On Arvik's ear, and on Alsvitha's hoof. On the wheel of the car of Hrungnir's killer. On Sleipnir's teeth, and the straps of the sledge. 16. On the paws of the bear, and on Bragi's tongue. On the wolf's claws bared, and the eagle's beak. On bloody wings, and bridge's end. On freeing hands and helping footprints. 14. This stanza is clearly in bad shape. Perhaps, as the manuscript indicates, a new stanza, of which most has been lost, should begin with line 3. Brymir, a giant, cf. Voluspo, 9 and 37, why Othin should have his sword is unknown. 15. Stanzas 15 to 17 constitute a wholly distinct runechant. Line 1 is unusually long in the original, as here. Shield, the shield Svalin, cooling, that stands in front of the sun, cf. Grimnismal, 38. Arvak, early waker, and Alsvith, all swift, the horses that draw the sun's car, cf. Grimnismal, 37. Hrungnir, the slayer of the giant Hrungnir was Thor, cf. Harbertseljoth, 14 and note, but the line is in bad shape. The name may not be Hrungnir, and killer is too conjectural addition. Sleipnir, Othin's 8-legged horse, cf. Grimnismal, 44 and note. Sledge, perhaps the one mentioned in Grimnismal, 49, 16. Bragi, the god of poetry, cf. Grimnismal, 44 and note. 17, on glass and on gold, and on goodly charms. In wine and in beer, and on well-loved seats. On Gungnir's point, and on Grani's breast. On the nails of Norns, and the night owl's beak. 18. Shaved off were the runes that of old were written. And mixed with the holy mead. And sent on ways so wide. So the gods had them, so the elves got them. And some for the wains so wise. And some for mortal men. 19. Beach runes are there, birth runes are there. And all the runes of ale. And the magic runes of might. Who knows them rightly and reads them true. Has them himself to help. Ever they aid. Till the gods are gone. 17. Charms, the wearing of amulets was very common. Gungnir, Othin's spear, made by the dwarfs, which he occasionally lent to heroes to whom he granted victory. Grani, Sigurth's horse, the Valsangasiga has giantesses. 18. Stanzas 18 to 19, which editors have freely rearranged, apparently come from another source than any of the rest. Shaved off, the runes were shaved off by Othin from the wood on which they were carved, and the shavings bearing them were put into the magic mead. Wains, cf. Voluspo, 21, note. 19. Lines 3, 6, and 7 look like spurious additions, but the whole stanza is chaotic. Beech runes, runes carved on beech trees. Brynhild spake. 20. Now shalt thou choose, for the choice is given. Thou tree of the biting blade. Speech or silence, 'tis thine to say. Our evil is destined all. Sigurth spake. 21. I shall not flee, though my fate be near. I was born not a coward to be. Thy loving word for mine will I win, as long as I shall live. 20. Stanzas 20 to 21 are all that remains of the dialogue between Brynhild and Sigurth from the poem to which stanzas 2 to 4 belong, cf. Introductory note. In the intervening lost stanzas Brynhild has evidently warned Sigurth of the perils that will follow if he swears loyalty to her, hence the choice to which she here refers. Tree, etc., warrior. The manuscript does not indicate the speaker of either this or the following stanza. The Valsengasaga names Sigurth before stanza 21. 21. It is quite possible that the original poem concluded with 2 stanzas after this, paraphrased thus in the Valsengasaga. Sigurth said, "Nowhere is to be found any one wiser than thou, and this I swear, that I shall have thee for mine. And that thou art after my heart's desire." She answered, "I would rather have thee though I might choose among all men." And this they bound between them with oaths. Stanzas 22 to 37, which the Valsengasaga paraphrases, may have been introduced at a relatively early time, but can hardly have formed part of the original poem. 22. Then first I read thee, that free of guilt. Toward kinsmen ever thou art. No vengeance have, though they work thee harm. Reward after death thou shalt win. 23. Then second I read thee, to swear no oath. If true thou knowest it not. Bitter the fate of the breaker of troth. And poor is the wolf of his word. 24. Then third I read thee, that thou at the thing shalt fight not in words with fools. For the man unwise a worser word than he thinks doth utter oft. 25. Ill it is if silent thou art. A coward born men call thee. And truth mayhap they tell. Seldom safe is fame. Unless wide renown be won. On the day thereafter send him to death. Let him pay the price of his lies. 22. With this stanza begins the list of numbered counsels, closely resembling the Lodfafnismal, Havamal, 111 to 138, here attributed to Brynhild. That the section originally had anything to do with Brynhild is more than improbable. 23. Wolf of his word, oath destroyer, oath breaker. 25. This chaotic and obscure jumble of lines has been unsuccessfully improved by various editors. It is clearly an interpolation, meaning, in substance, it is dangerous to keep silent too long, as men may think you a coward. But if anyone taunts you falsely because of your silence, do not argue with him, but the next morning kill him as proof that he is a liar. 26. Then forth I read thee, if thou shalt find a wily witch on thy road. It is better to go than her guest to be, though night enfold thee fast. 27. Eyes that see need the sons of men, who fight in battle fierce. Oft witches evil sit by the way, who blade and courage blunt. 28. Then fifth I read thee, though maidens fair. Thou sayest on benches sitting. Let the silver of kinship not rob thee of sleep. And the kissing of women beware. 29. Then sixth I read thee, if men shall wrangle, and ill talk rise to wrath. No words with a drunken warrior have. For wine steals many men's wits. 27. Probably another interpolation. 28. Silver of kinship, the passage is doubtful, but apparently it means the marriage price for which a bride was bought. 29. Line 1 comes at the end of the 32nd leaf of Regius, and whatever further was contained in that manuscript has vanished with the lost 8-leaf folio, cf. Introductory note. The rest of stanza 29, and stanzas 50 to 37, are added from later paper manuscripts, which were undoubtedly copied from an old parchment, though probably not from the complete Regius. The Valsengasaga paraphrases these additional stanzas. 30. Brawls and ale full oft have been an ill to many a man. Death for some, and sorrow for some. Full many the woes of men. 31. Then seventh I read thee, if battle thou seekest with a foe that is full of might. It is better to fight than to burn alive. In the hall of the hero rich. 32. Then 8th I read thee, that evil thou shun. And beware of lying words. Take not a maid, nor the wife of a man. Nor lure them on to lust. 33. Then 9th I read thee, burial render. If thou findest a fallen corpse. Of sickness dead, or dead in the sea. Or dead of weapons wounds. 34. A bath shalt thou give them who corpses be. And hands and head shalt wash. Wipe them and comb, ere they go in the coffin. And pray that they sleep in peace. 30. Probably an interpolation. 31. The meaning is that it is better to go forth to battle than to stay at home and be burned to death. Many a Norse warrior met his death in this latter way. The burning of the house in the Njal saga is the most famous instance. 34. Probably an interpolation. 35. Then 10th I read thee, that never thou trust. The word of the race of wolves. If his brother thou broughtest to death. Or his father thou didst fell winky face. Often a wolf in a son there is. Though gold he gladly takes. 36. Battle and hate and harm, methinks. Full seldom fall asleep. Wits and weapons the warrior needs. If boldest of men he would be. 37. Then 11th I read thee, that wrath thou shun. And treachery false with thy friends. Not long the leader's life shall be. For great are the foes he faces. 35. Lines 3 to 4 are probably interpolated. Race of wolves, family of a slain foe. 36. Probably an interpolation. 37. Lines 3 to 4 may well have come from the old Sigurth Brynhild poem, like stanzas 2 to 4 and 20 to 21, being inserted here, where they do not fit particularly well, in place of the 2 lines with which the 11th council originally ended. Perhaps they formed part of the stanza of warning which evidently preceded Brynhild's speech in stanza 20. In the Volsungasaga they are paraphrased at the end of Brynhild's long speech of advice, stanzas 20 to 37, and are immediately followed by the prose passage given in the note on stanza 21. It seems likely, therefore, that the paper manuscripts have preserved all of the so-called Sigurdrifumol which was contained in the lost section of Regius, with the possible exception of these 2 concluding stanzas. And these may very well have been given only in the form of a prose note, though it is practically certain that at one time they existed in verse form. Brot af Sigurtharkvithu, fragment of a Sigurth lay. Introductory note. The gap of 8 leaves in the Codex Regius, cf. Introductory note to the Sigurdrifumol, is followed by a passage of 20 stanzas which is evidently the end of a longer poem, the greater part of it having been contained in the lost section of the manuscript. There is here little question of such a compilation as made up the so-called Regionsmal, Fafnismal, and Sigurdrifumol. The extant fragment shows every sign of being part of a poem which, as it stood in the manuscript, was a complete indefinite unit. The end is clearly marked. The following poem, Guthrunarkvitha I, carries a specific heading in the manuscript, so that there is no uncertainty as to where the fragment closes. It seems altogether likely that the 20 stanzas thus remaining are the end of a poem entitled Sigurtharkvitha, Lay of Sigurth, and, more specifically, the long Lay of Sigurth. The extant and complete Sigurth Lay, a relatively late work, is referred to by the annotator as the short Lay of Sigurth, which, of course, presupposes the existence of a longer poem with the same title. As the short lay is one of the longest poems in the whole collection, 70 stanzas, it follows that the other one must have been considerably more extensive in order to have been thus distinguished by its length. It may be guessed, then, that not less than 80 or 100 stanzas, and possibly more, of the long Lay of Sigurth have been lost with the missing pages of Regius. The narrative, from the point at which the so-called Sigurdrifumol breaks off to that at which the Brot takes it up, is given with considerable detail in the Volsungasaga. In this prose narrative 4 stanzas are quoted, and one of them is specifically introduced with the phrase, as is told in the Lay of Sigurth. It is possible, but most unlikely, that the entire passage paraphrases this poem alone. Such an assumption would give the Lay of Sigurth not less than 250 stanzas, allowing about 15 stanzas to each of the missing pages. And moreover there are inconsistencies in the Valsengasaga narrative suggesting that different and more or less conflicting poems were used as sources. The chances are that the long Lay of Sigurth filled approximately the latter half of the lost section of the manuscript. The first half including poems of which the only trace is to be found in the Valsengasaga prose paraphrase and in 2 of the stanzas therein quoted. The course of the Valsengasaga's story from the Sigurdrifumol to the Brot is, briefly, as follows. After leaving the Valkyrie, Sigurth comes to the dwelling of Heimir, Brynhild's brother-in-law. Where he meets Brynhild and they swear oaths of fidelity anew. The Valsengasaga is no more lucid with regard to the Brynhild Sigurdrifa confusion than was the annotator of the poems. Then the scene shifts to the home of the Jukungs. Guthrun, Juki's daughter, has a terrifying dream, and visits Brynhild to have it explained, which the latter does by foretelling pretty much everything that is going to happen. This episode was presumably the subject of a separate poem in the lost section of the manuscript. Guthrun returns home, and Sigurth soon arrives, to be made enthusiastically welcome. Grimhild, mother of Gunnar and Guthrun, gives him a magic draught which makes him forget all about Brynhild, and shortly thereafter he marries Guthrun. Then follows the episode of the winning of Brynhild for Gunnar, cf. Grapispo, 97 and note. This was certainly the subject of a poem, possibly of the first part of the long Lay of Sigurth, although it seems more likely that the episode was dealt with in a separate poem. The Valsengasaga quotes 2 stanzas describing Sigurth's triumphant passing through the flames after Gunnar has failed and the 2 have changed forms. They run thus. The fire raged, the earth was rocked. The flames leaped high to heaven itself. Few were the hardy heroes would dare to ride or leap the raging flames. Sigurth urged Grani then with his sword. The fire slackened before the hero. The flames sank low for the greedy of fame. The armor flashed that Regan had fashioned. After Sigurth has spent 3 nights with Brynhild, laying his sword between them, cf. Grapispo, 41 and note, he and Gunnar return home, while Brynhild goes to the dwelling of her brother-in-law, Heimir, and makes ready for her marriage with Gunnar, directing Heimir to care for her daughter by Sigurth, a slog. The wedding takes place, to be followed soon after by the quarrel between Guthrun and Brynhild, in which the former betrays the fact that it was Sigurth, and not Gunnar, who rode through the flames. Brynhild speaks with contempt of Guthrun and her whole family, and the following stanza, which presumably belongs to the same Sigurth lay as the Brot, is quoted at this point. Sigurth the dragon slew. And that will men recall while the world remains. But little boldness thy brother had to ride or leap the raging flames. Gunnar and Sigurth alike try to appease the angry Brynhild, but in vain. After Sigurth has talked with her, his leaving her hall is described in the following stanza, introduced by the specific phrase, as is said in the Lay of Sigurth. Forth went Sigurth, and speech he sought not. The friend of heroes. His head bowed down. Such was his grief that asunder burst his mailcoat all of iron wrought. Brynhild then tells Gunnar that she had given herself wholly to Sigurth before she had become Gunnar's wife. The confusion between the 2 stories is commented on in the note to Grapispo, 47. And Gunnar discusses plans of vengeance with his brother, Hogni. It is at this point that the action of the Brot begins. Beginning with this poem, and thence to the end of the cycle, the German features of the narrative predominate, cf. Introductory note to Grapispo. Hogni spake. 1. What evil deed has Sigurth done? That the hero's life thou fain wouldst have? 1. The fragment begins with the last words of line I, probably line 3 of the stanza. A few editors ascribe this speech to Gunnar and the next to Brynhild. One reconstruction of lines 1 to 2 on this probably false assumption runs, Why art thou, Brynhild, daughter of Buthli, scheming ill with evil counsel? Hogni, German Hagin brother of Gunnar and Guthrun. Gunnar spake. 2. Sigurth oaths to me hath sworn. Oaths hath sworn, and all hath broken. He betrayed me there where truest all. His oaths, methinks, he ought to have kept. Hogni spake. 3. Thy heart hath Brynhild wedded to hate. Evil to work and harm to win. She grudges the honor that Guthrun has. And that joy of herself thou still dost have. 4. They cooked a wolf, they cut up a snake. They gave to Gotthorm the greedy one's flesh. Before the men, to murder minded. Laid their hands on the hero bold. 5. Slain was Sigurth south of the Rhine. From a limb a raven called full loud. Your blood shall redden Atli's blade. And your oaths shall bind you both in chains. 2. A few editors ascribe this speech to Brynhild. Gunnar, if the stanza is his, has believed Brynhild's statement regarding Sigurth's disloyalty to his blood brother. 4. The Volsungasaga quotes a somewhat different version of this stanza, in which the snake is called woodfish and the third line adds, beer and many things. Eating snakes and the flesh of beasts of prey was commonly supposed to induce ferocity. Gotthorm, Grimhild's son, half-brother to Gunnar. He it is who, not having sworn brotherhood with Sigurth, does the killing. 5. In the manuscript this stanza stands between stanzas 11 and 12, most editions have made the change here indicated. South of the Rhine, the definite localization of the action shows how clearly all this part of the story was recognized in the north as of German origin. Atli, Attila, cf. Introductory note to Grapispo. The northern version of the story makes him Brynhild's brother. His marriage with Guthrun, and his slaying of Heck's brothers, are told in the Atli poems. Regarding the manner of Sigurth's death cf. Concluding prose passage and note. Stanza 13 indicates that after stanza 5 a stanza containing the words of an eagle has been lost. 6. Without stood Guthrun, Juki's daughter. Hear now the speech that first she spake. Where is Sigurth now, the noble king? That my kinsman riding before him come? 7. Only this did Hogni answer. Sigurth we with our swords have slain. The grey horse mourns by his master dead. 8. Then Brynhild spake, the daughter of Buthli. Well shall ye joy in weapons and lands. Sigurth alone of all had been lord. If a little longer his life had been. 9. Right were it not that so he should rule. O'er Juki's wealth and the race of the Goths. 5 are the sons for ruling the folk. And greedy of fight, that he hath fathered. 7. One line of this stanza, but it is not clear which, seems to have been lost. The grey horse, Grani. 8. Some editions set stanzas 8 and 9 after stanza 11, Sigmund's marks them as spurious. Buthli, cf. Grapispo, 19, note. 9. Goths, a generic term for any German race, cf. Grapispo, 35 and note. 5 sons, according to the Volsungasaga Sigurth had only one son, named Sigmund, who was killed at Brynhild's behest. Sigurtharkvitha and Skamma and Guthrunarkvitha too likewise mention only one son. The daughter of Sigurth and Guthrun, Svanhild, marries Jormunrek, Ermanarich. 10. Then Brynhild laughed and the building echoed. Only once, with all her heart. Long shall ye joy in lands and men. Now ye have slain the hero noble. 11. Then Guthrun spake, the daughter of Juki. Much thou speakest in evil speech. Accursed be Gunnar, Sigurth's killer. Vengeance shall come for his cruel heart. 12. Early came evening, and ale was drunk. And among them long and loud they talked. They slumbered all when their beds they sought. But Gunnar alone was long awake. 13. His feet were tossing, he talked to himself. And the slayer of hosts began to heed what the twain from the tree had told him then. The raven and eagle, as home they rode. 12. The manuscript marks line 4 as the beginning of a new stanza, and a few editions combine it with stanza 13. 13. slayer of hosts, warrior, Gunnar. Raven and eagle, cf. note on stanza 5. 14. Brynhild awoke, the daughter of Buthli. The warrior's daughter, ere dawn of day. Love me or hate me, the harm is done. And my grief cries out, or else I die. 15. Silent were all who heard her speak. And not of the heart of the queen they knew. Who wept such tears the thing to tell. That laughing once of the men she had won. Brynhild spake. 16. Gunnar, I dreamed a dream full grim. In the hall were corpses, cold was my bed. And, ruler, thou didst joyless ride. With fetters bound in the foeman's throng. 17. Utterly now your Niflung race. All shall die, your oaths ye have broken. 16. Mogg regards stanzas 16 and 17 as interpolated, but on not very satisfactory grounds. On the death of Gunnar cf. Drap Niflunga. 17. No gap is indicated in the manuscript, and some editions attach these two lines to stanza 16. Niflungs, this name, German Nibelungen, meaning, sons of the mist, seems to have belonged originally to the race of supernatural beings to which the treasure belonged in the German version. It was subsequently extended to include the Jukungs and their Burgundians. This question, of minor importance in the Norse poems, has evoked an enormous amount of learned discussion in connection with the Nibelungenlied. 18. Thou hast, Gunnar, the deed forgot. When blood in your footprints both ye mingled. All to him hast repaid with ill. Who fain had made thee the foremost of kings. 19. Well did he prove, when proud he rode. To win me then thy wife to be. How true the host-slayer ever had held. The oaths he had made with the monarch young. 20. The wound staff then, all wound with gold. The hero let between us lie. With fire the edge was forged full keen. And with drops of venom the blade was damp. Here it is told in this poem about the death of Sigurth, and the story goes here that they slew him out of doors, but some say that they slew him in the house, on his bed while he was sleeping. But German men say that they killed him out of doors in the forest, and so it is told in the old Guthrun lay, that Sigurth and Juki's sons had ridden to the council place, and that he was slain there. But in this they are all agreed, that they deceived him in his trust of them, and fell upon him when he was lying down and unprepared. 19. Footprints. The actual mingling of blood in one another's footprints was a part of the ceremony of swearing blood brotherhood, the oath which Gunnar and Sigurth had taken. The fourth line refers to the fact that Sigurth had won many battles for Gunnar. 20. Regarding the sword episode cf. Grapispo, 41 and note. Wound staff, sword. Prose. This prose passage has in the manuscript, written in red, the phrase, of Sigurth's death, as a heading. There is no break between it and the prose introducing Guthrunarkvitha I, the heading for that poem coming just before stanza 1. This note is of special interest as an effort at real criticism. The annotator, troubled by the two versions of the story of Sigurth's death, feels it incumbent on him not only to point the fact out, but to cite the authority of German men for the form which appears in this poem. The alternative version, wherein Sigurth is slain in bed, appears in Sigurtharkvitha and Skamma, Guthrunarkvitha, and Hamthesmal, and also in the Valsengasaga. Which tells how Gutthorm tried twice to kill Sigurth but was terrified by the brightness of his eyes, and succeeded only after the hero had fallen asleep. That the annotator was correct in citing German authority for the slaying of Sigurth in the forest is shown by the Nibelungenlied and the Thethrexiga. The bold Gudrun lay is unquestionably Guthrunarkvitha II. Guthrunarkvitha I, the first lay of Guthrun. Introductory note. The first lay of Guthrun, entitled in the Codex Regius simply Guthrunarkvitha, immediately follows the remaining fragment of the long Sigurth lay in that manuscript. Unlike the poems dealing with the earlier part of the Sigurth cycle, the so-called Regensmal, Fafnismal, and Sigurdrifumol, it is a clear and distinct unit, apparently complete and with few and minor interpolations. It is also one of the finest poems in the entire collection, with an extraordinary emotional intensity and dramatic force. None of its stanzas are quoted elsewhere, and it is altogether probable that the compilers of the Valsengasaga were unfamiliar with it, for they do not mention the sister and daughter of Juki who appear in this poem, or Herborg. Queen of the Huns, stanza 6. The lament of Guthrun, Kriemhild, is almost certainly among the oldest parts of the story. The lament was one of the earliest forms of poetry to develop among the Germanic peoples, and I suspect, though the matter is not susceptible of proof, that the lament of Sigurtha's wife had assumed lyric form as early as the 7th century. And reached the north in that shape rather than in prose tradition, cf. Guthrunarkvitha II, Introductory Note. We find traces of it in the 17th adventure of the Nibelungenlied, and in the poems of the Edda it dominates every appearance of Guthrun. The two first Guthrun lays, 1 and 2, are both laments, one for Sigurtha's death and the other including both that and the lament over the slaying of her brothers. The lament theme is apparent in the third Guthrun lay and in the Guthrunarkvitha. In their present forms the second Guthrun lay is undoubtedly older than he first. In the prose following the Brot the annotator refers to the bold Guthrun lay in terms which can apply only to the second one in the collection. The shorter and first lay, therefore, can scarcely have been composed much before the year 1000, and may be somewhat later. The poet appears to have known and made use of the older lament. Stanza 17, for example, is a close parallel to stanza 2 of the earlier poem, but whatever material he used he fitted into a definite poetic scheme of his own. And while this particular poem is, as critics have generally agreed, one of the latest of the collection, it probably represents one of the earliest parts of the entire Sigurth cycle to take on verse form. Guthrunarkvitha I, so far as the narrative underlying it is concerned, shows very little northern addition to the basic German tradition. Brynhild appears only as Guthrun's enemy and the cause of Sigurtha's death. The three women who attempt to comfort Guthrun, though unknown to the southern stories, seem to have been rather distinct creations of the poets than traditional additions to the legend. Regarding the relations of the various elements in the Sigurth cycle, cf. Introductory Note to Grapispo. Guthrun sat by the dead Sigurth. She did not weep as other women, but her heart was near to bursting with grief. The men and women came to her to console her, but that was not easy to do. It is told of men that Guthrun had eaten of Fafnir's heart, and that she understood the speech of birds. This is a poem about Guthrun. 1. Then did Guthrun think to die, when she by Sigurth sorrowing sat. Tears she had not, nor wrung her hands, nor ever wailed, as other women. Prose. The prose follows the concluding prose of the Brot without indication of a break, the heading standing immediately before stanza 1. Fafnir's heart, this bit of information is here quite without point, and it is nowhere else stated that Guthrun understood the speech of birds. In the Valsengasaga it is stated that Sigurth gave Guthrun some of Fafnir's heart to eat, and thereafter she was much grimmer than before, and wiser. 1. This stanza seems to be based on Guthrunarkvitha II, 11-12. 2. To her the warriors wise there came, longing her heavy woe to lighten. Grieving could not Guthrun weep, so sad her heart, it seemed, would break. 3. Then the wives of the warriors came, gold adorned, and Guthrun sought. Each one then of her own grief spoke, the bitterest pain she had ever borne. 4. Then spake Jaflog, Juki's sister. Most joyless of all on earth am I. Husbands 5 were from me taken. 2 daughters then, and sisters 3. Brothers 8, yet I have lived. 5. Grieving could not Guthrun weep. Such grief she had for her husband dead. And so grim her heart by the hero's body. 6. Then Herborg spake, the queen of the Huns. I have a greater grief to tell. My 7 sons in the southern land, and my husband, fell in fight all 8. Father and mother and brothers 4. Amid the waves the wind once smote, and the seas crashed through the sides of the ship. 4. Jaflog, nothing further is known of this aunt of Guthrun, or of the many relatives whom she has lost. Very likely she is an invention of the poets, for it seems improbable that otherwise all further trace of her should have been lost. Line 4 has been marked by many editors as spurious. 5. Some editors assume the loss of a line, after either line 1 or line 3. I prefer to believe that here and in stanza 10 the poet knew exactly what he was doing, and that both stanzas are correct. 6. Herborg, neither she nor her sorrows are elsewhere mentioned, nor is it clear what a queen of the Huns is doing in Gunnar's home, but the word Hun has little definiteness of meaning in the poems, and is frequently applied to Sigurth himself, cf. Note on stanza 24. Herborg appears from stanza 11 to have been the foster mother of Galrund, Guthrun's sister. Lines 5 to 7 may be interpolations, or may form a separate stanza. 7. The bodies all with my own hands then. I decked for the grave, and the dead I buried. A half-year brought me this to bear. And no one came to comfort me. 8. Then bound I was, and taken in war. A sorrow yet in the same half-year. They bade me deck and bind the shoes of the wife of the monarch every morn. 9. In jealous rage her wrath she spake, and beat me oft with heavy blows. Never a better lord I knew, and never a woman worse I found. 7. Lines 1 and 2 stand in reversed order in the manuscript. I have followed Gering's conjectural transposition. 9. Herborg implies that the queen's jealousy was not altogether misplaced. 10. Grieving could not Guthrun weep. Such grief she had for her husband dead. And so grim her heart by the hero's body. 11. Then spake Galrund, Juki's daughter. Thy wisdom finds not, my foster mother, the way to comfort the wife so young. She bade them uncover the warrior's corpse. 12. The shroud she lifted from Sigurth, laying his well-loved head on the knees of his wife. Look on thy loved one, and lay thy lips to his as if yet the hero lived. 13. Once alone did Guthrun look. His hair all clotted with blood beheld. The blinded eyes that once shone bright. The hero's breast that the blade had pierced. 14. Then Guthrun bent, on her pillow bowed. Her hair was loosened, her cheek was hot. And the tears like raindrops downward ran. 10. Cf. stanza 5 and note. The manuscript abbreviates to first letters. 11. Galrund, not elsewhere mentioned. Line 4 looks like an interpolation replacing a line previously lost. 12. The manuscript indicates line 3 as the beginning of a stanza. And some editors have attempted to follow this arrangement. Many editors assume the loss of a line from this stanza. 15. Then Guthrun, daughter of Juki, wept. And through her tresses flowed the tears. And from the court came the cry of geese, the birds so fair of the hero's bride. 16. Then Galrund spake, the daughter of Juki. Never a greater love I knew than yours among all men on earth. Nowhere wast happy, at home or abroad. Sister mine, with Sigurth away. Guthrun spake. 17. So was my Sigurth o'er Juki's sons. As the spear leek grown above the grass. Or the jewel bright borne on the band. The precious stone that princes wear. 18. To the leader of men I loftier seemed. And higher than all of Hergen's maids. As little now as the leaf I am. On the willow hanging, my hero is dead. 15. The word here translated tresses is sheer guesswork. The detail of the geese is taken from Sigurtharkvitha and Skamma, 29, line 3 here being identical with line 4 of that stanza. 16. Line 1, abbreviated in the manuscript, very likely should be simply, Galrund spake. 17. Cf. Guthrunarkvitha 2. The manuscript does not name the speaker, and some editions have a first line, then Guthrun spake, the daughter of Juki. 18. Herjan, Othin, his maids are the Valkyries, cf. Voluspo, 31, where the same phrase is used. 19. In his seat, in his bed, I see no more. My heart's true friend, the fault is theirs. The sons of Juki, for all my grief. That so their sister sorely weeps. 20. So shall your land its people lose. As ye have kept your oaths of yore. Gunnar, no joy the gold shall give thee. The rings shall soon thy slayers be. Who swearest oaths with Sigurth once. 21. In the court was greater gladness then. The day my Sigurth Grani saddled. And went forth Brynhild's hand to win. That woman ill, in an evil hour. 22. Then Brynhild spake, the daughter of Buthli. May the witch now husband and children want. Who, Guthrun, loosed thy tears at last. And with magic today hath made thee speak. 20. Line 4 looks like an interpolation, cf. Fafnismol, 9, line 4, but some editors instead have queried line 5. How Guthrun's curse is fulfilled is told in the subsequent poems. That desire for Sigurth's treasure, the gold cursed by Andvari and Loki, was one of the motives for his murder is indicated in Sigurtharkvitha and Skamma, stanza 16, and was clearly a part of the German tradition. As it appears in the Nibelungenlied. 21, cf. Grapispo, 35 and note. 22, line 1 is abbreviated in the manuscript. 23, then Galrind, daughter of Juki, spake. Speak not such words, thou hated woman. Bane of the noble thou e'er hast been. Born thou art on an evil wave. Sorrow hast brought to 7 kings. And many a woman hast loveless made. 24. Then Brynhild, daughter of Buthli, spake. Atli is guilty of all the sorrow. Son of Buthli and brother of mine. When we saw in the hall of the Hunnish race. The flame of the snake's bed flash round the hero. For the journey since full sore have I paid. And ever I seek the sight to forget. 23. Editors are agreed that this stanza shows interpolations, but differ as to the lines to reject. Line 4, literally, every wave of ill-doing drives thee, is substantially a proverb, and line 5, with its apparently meaningless reference to 7 kings, may easily have come from some other source. 24. The stanza is obviously in bad shape. Perhaps it represents 2 separate stanzas, or perhaps 3 of the lines are later additions. Atli, Brynhild here blames her brother, following the frequent custom of transferring the responsibility for a murder, cf. Helgakvitha Hundingsbana 2, 33, because he compelled her to marry Gunnar against her will, an idea which the poet seems to have gained from Sigurtharkvitha and Skamma, 32-39. These stanzas represent an entirely different version of the story, wherein Atli, attacked by Gunnar and Sigurth, buys them off by giving Gunnar his sister, Brynhild, as wife. He seems to have induced the latter to marry Gunnar by falsely telling her that Gunnar was Sigurth, rationalistic explanation of the interchange of forms described in the Valsengasaga and Grapispo, 37-39. In the present stanza Atli is made to do this out of desire for Sigurth's treasure. Hunnish race, this may be merely an error, neither Gunnar nor Sigurth could properly have been connected in any way with Atli and his Huns, based on Sigurtharkvitha and Skamma, wherein Sigurth appears more than once as the Hunnish king. The North was very much in the dark as to the differences between Germans, Burgundians, Franks, Goths, and Huns, and used the words without much discrimination. On the other hand, it may refer to Sigurth's appearance when, adorned with gold, he came with Gunnar to besiege Atli, in the alternative version of the story just cited, cf. Sigurtharkvitha and Skamma, 36. Flame of the snake's bed, gold, so called because serpents and dragons were the traditional guardians of treasure, on which they lay. 25. By the pillars she stood, and gathered her strength. From the eyes of Brynhild, Buthli's daughter. Fire there burned, and venom she breathed. When the wounds she saw on Sigurth then. Guthrun went thence away to a forest in the waste, and journeyed all the way to Denmark, and was there 7½ years with Thora, daughter of Håkon. Brynhild would not live after Sigurth. She had 8 of her thralls slain and 5 serving women. Then she killed herself with a sword, as is told in the short lay of Sigurth. Prose. The manuscript has Gunnar in place of Guthrun, but this is an obvious mistake. The entire prose passage is based on Guthrunarkvitha 2:14. The Volsungasaga likewise merely paraphrases Guthrunarkvitha 2, and nothing further is known of Thora or her father, Håkon, though many inconclusive attempts have been made to identify the latter. Brynhild, the story of her death is told in great detail in the latter part of Sigurtharkvitha and Skamma. Sigurtharkvitha and Skamma, the short lay of Sigurth. Introductory note. Guthrunarkvitha I is immediately followed in the Codex Regius by a long poem which in the manuscript bears the heading, Sigurtharkvitha, but which is clearly referred to in the prose link between it and Guthrunarkvitha I as the short lay of Sigurth. The discrepancy between this reference and the obvious length of the poem has led to many conjectures, but the explanation seems to be that the long Sigurth lay, of which the Brot is presumably a part, was materially longer even than this poem. The efforts to reduce the short Sigurth lay to dimensions which would justify the appellation in comparison with other poems in the collection, either by separating it into 2 poems or by the rejection of many stanzas as interpolations, have been utterly inconclusive. Although there are probably several interpolated passages, and indications of omissions are not lacking, the poem as we now have it seems to be a distinct and coherent unit. From the narrative point of view it leaves a good deal to be desired, for the reason that the poet's object was by no means to tell a story, with which his hearers were quite familiar, but to use the narrative simply as the background for vivid and powerful characterization. The lyric element, as Mogg points out, overshadows the epic throughout, and the fact that there are frequent confusions of narrative tradition does not trouble the poet at all. The material on which the poem was based seems to have existed in both prose and verse form. The poet was almost certainly familiar with some of the other poems in the Eddic collection, with poems which have since been lost, and with the narrative prose traditions which never fully assumed verse form. The fact that he seems to have known and used the Oddrunargratr, which can hardly have been composed before 1050, and that in any case he introduces the figure of Oddrun, a relatively late addition to the story, dates the poem as late as the end of the 11th century, or even the first half of the 12th. There has been much discussion as to where it was composed, the debate centering chiefly on the reference to glaciers, stanza 8. There is something to be said in favor of Greenland as the original home of the poem, cf. Introductory note to Atlakvitha, but the arguments for Iceland are even stronger. Norway in this case is practically out of the question. The narrative features of the poem are based on the German rather than the Norse elements of the story, cf. Introductory note to Grapispo, but the poet has taken whatever material he wanted without much discrimination as to its source. By the year 1100 the story of Sigurth, with its allied legends, existed throughout the north in many and varied forms, and the poem shows traces of variants of the main story which do not appear elsewhere. 1. Of old did Sigurth Juki seek the Volsung young, in battles victor. Well he trusted the brothers twain, with mighty oaths among them sworn. 2. A maid they gave him, and jewels many. Guthrun the young, the daughter of Juki. They drank and spake full many a day. Sigurth the young and Juki's sons. 3. Thereafter went they Brynhild to woo. And so with them did Sigurth ride. The Volsung young, in battle valiant. Himself would have had her if all he had seen. 1. Juki, father of the brothers twain, Gunnar and Hogni, and of Guthrun. In this version of the story Sigurth goes straight to the home of the Jukungs after his victory over the dragon Fafnir, without meeting Brynhild on the way, cf. Grapispo, 13 and note. Volsung, Sigurtha's grandfather was Volsung, cf. Frodothus and Jotla and note. Oaths, regarding the blood brotherhood sworn by Sigurth, Gunnar, and Hogni cf. Brot, 18 and note. 3. Brynhild, on the winning of Brynhild by Sigurth in Gunnar's shape cf. Grapispo, 37 and note. The poet here omits details, and in stanzas 32 to 39 appears a quite different tradition regarding the winning of Brynhild, which I suspect he had in mind throughout the poem. 4. The southern hero his naked sword, fair flashing, let between them lie. Nor would he come the maid to kiss winky face. The Hunnish king in his arms ne'er held. The maiden he gave to Juki's sons. 5. Ill she had known not in all her life. And not of the sorrows of men she knew. Blame she had not, nor dreamed she should bear it. But cruel the fates that among them came. 4. Southern hero, Sigurth, whose Frankish origin is seldom wholly lost sight of in the Norse versions of the story. On the episode of the sword cf. Grapispo, 41 and note. Line May 3rd well be an interpolation. Both lines 4 and 5 have also been questioned, and some editions combine line 5 with lines 1 to 3 of stanza 5. Hunnish king, Sigurth, who was, of course, not a king of the Huns, but was occasionally so called in the later poems owing to the lack of ethnological distinction made by the Norse poets, cf. Guthrunarkvitha I, 24 and note. 5. This stanza may refer, as Gering thinks, merely to the fact that Brynhild lived happy and unsuspecting as Gunnar's wife until the fatal quarrel with Guthrun, cf. Grapispo, 45 and note, revealed to her the deceit whereby she had been won, or it may refer to the version of the story which appears in stanzas 32 to 39, wherein Brynhild lived happily with Atli, her brother. Until he was attacked by Gunnar and Sigurth, and was compelled to give his sister to Gunnar, winning her consent thereto by representing Gunnar as Sigurth, her chosen hero, cf. Guthrunarkvitha I, 24 and note. The manuscript marks line 4 as the beginning of a new stanza, and many editors combine it with stanza 6. 6. By herself at the end of days she sat. And in open words her heart she uttered. I shall Sigurth have, the hero young. E'en though within my arms he die. 7. The word I have spoken. Soon shall I rue it. His wife is Guthrun, and Gunnar's am I. Ill Norns set for me long desire. 8. Oft did she go with grieving heart. On the glacier's ice at eventide. When Guthrun then to her bed was gone. And the bedclothes Sigurth about her laid. 9. Now Juki's child to her lover goes. And the Hunnish king with his wife is happy. Joyless I am and mateless ever. Till cries from my heavy heart burst forth. 6. Brynhild has now discovered the deceit that has been practiced on her. That she had loved Sigurth from the outset, cf. Stanza 40, fits well with the version of the story wherein Sigurth meets her before he comes to Gunnar's home, the version not used in this poem, or the one outlined in the note on stanza 5. But does not accord with the story of Sigurth's first meeting Brynhild in Gunnar's form, an added reason for believing that the poet in stanzas 5 to 6 had in mind the story represented by stanzas 32 to 39. The hero, the manuscript originally had the phrase thus, then corrected it to, though I die, and finally crossed out the correction. Many editions have I. 7. Perhaps a line is missing after line 3. 8. Glacier, a bit of Icelandic, or Greenland, local color. 9. Line 1 does not appear in the manuscript, and is based on a conjecture by Bug. Some editions add line 2 to stanza 8. The manuscript indicates line 3 as the beginning of a stanza, and some editors assume a gap of 2 lines after line 4. Hunnish king, cf. stanza 4. 10. In her wrath to battle she roused herself. Gunnar, now thou needs must lose lands of mine and me myself. No joy shall I have with the hero ever. 11. Back shall I fare where first I dwelt, among the kin that come of my race, to wait there, sleeping my life away. If Sigurth's death thou shalt not dare, and best of heroes thou shalt not be. 12. The son shall fare with his father hence, and let not long the wolf cub live. Lighter to pay is the vengeance price. After the deed if the son is dead. 10. Lands. Brynhild's wealth again points to the story represented by stanzas 32 to 39. Elsewhere she is not spoken of as bringing wealth to Gunnar. 11. Line 5, or perhaps line 3, may be interpolated. 12. The son, the 3-year-old son of Sigurth and Guthrun, Sigmund, who was killed at Brynhild's behest. 13. Sad was Gunnar, and bowed with grief. Deep in thought the whole day through. Yet from his heart it was ever hid. What deed most fitting he should find? Or what thing best for him should be? Or if he should seek the Volsung to slay? For with mighty longing Sigurth he loved. 14. Much he pondered for many an hour. Never before was the wonder known, that a queen should thus her kingdom leave. In council then did he Hogni call. For him in truest trust he held. 15. More than all to me is Brynhild, Buthli's child, the best of women. My very life would I sooner lose than yield the love of yonder maid. 16. Wilt thou the hero for wealth betray? 'Twere good to have the gold of the Rhine, and all the hoard in peace to hold, and waiting fortune thus to win. 13. This stanza has been the subject of many conjectural emendations. Some editions assume a gap after line 2, and make a separate stanza of lines 3 to 7, others mark lines 5 to 7 as spurious. The stanza seems to have been expanded by repetition. Grief, line 1. The manuscript has wrath, involving a metrical error. 14. Bug and Gering transfer lines 4 to 5 to the beginning of stanza 16, on the basis of the Volsungasaga paraphrase, and assume a gap of one line after line 3. Line 5, which is in the nature of a stereotyped clause, may well be interpolated. 15. After Buthli, in line 2 the manuscript has my brother, apparently a scribal error. In line 4 the manuscript has wealth instead of love, apparently with stanza 10 in mind, but the Volsungasaga paraphrase has love, and many editors have suspected an error. 16. Cf. Note on stanza 14. After thus adding lines 4 to 5 of stanza 14 at the beginning of stanza 16, Gering marks line 4 as probably spurious, others reject both lines 3 and 4 as mere repetitions. Rhine, the sands of which traditionally contained gold, was apparently the original home of the treasure of the Nibelungs, converted in the north to Andvari's treasure, cf. Recount 1-9. That greed for Sigurtha's wealth was one of the motives for his slaying is indicated likewise in Guthrunarkvitha I-20, and in the German versions of the story. 17. Few the words of Hogni were. Us it beseems not so to do. To cleave with swords the oaths we swore. The oaths we swore and all our vows. 18. We know no mightier men on earth. The while we four o'er the folk hold sway. And while the Hunnish hero lives. Nor higher kinship the world doth hold. 19. If sons we 5 shall soon beget. Great, methinks, our race shall grow. Well I see whence lead the ways. Too bitter far is Brynhild's hate. 18. We 4, if line 1 of stanza 19 is spurious, or the reference therein to 5 is a blunder, as may well be the case, then the 4 are Sigurth and the 3 brothers, Gunnar, Hogni, and Gotthorm. But it may be that the poet had in mind a tradition which, as in the Thethrexiga, gave Juki a 4th son, in which case the 4 refers only to the 4 Jukungs. Hunnish hero, Sigurth, cf. stanza 4 and note. Some editions put line 4 between lines 1 and 2. Some add lines 1 to 2 of stanza 19 to stanza 18, marking them as spurious. 19. We 5, see note on preceding stanza. Some editors mark lines 1 to 2 as spurious, and either assume a gap of 2 lines after line 4 or combine lines 5 to 4 with stanza 20. Whence lead the ways, a proverbial expression signifying whence the trouble comes. Gunnar spake. 20. Guthrun to wrath we needs must rouse. Our younger brother, in rashness blind. He entered not in the oaths we swore. The oaths we swore and all our vows. 21. It was easy to rouse the reckless one. The sword in the heart of Sigurth stood. 22. In vengeance the hero rose in the hall. And hurled his sword at the slayer bold. At Guthrun flew the glittering steel. Of Gram full hard from the hand of the king. 20. The manuscript does not name the speaker. Guthrun, the name is variously spelt half-brother of Gunnar and Hogni, cf. Hindloljoth, 27 and note, and Brot, 4 and note. The name is the northern form of Gundomar. A prince of this name is mentioned in the Lex Burgundianum, apparently as a brother of Gundahari, Gundicarius. In the Nibelungenlied the third brother is called Gernot. 21. No gap is indicated in the manuscript, and many editors combine stanza 21 with stanza 22, but it seems likely that not only 2 lines, but 1 or more stanzas in addition, have been lost, cf. Brot, 4, and also the detailed account of the slaying of Sigurth in the Volsungasaga, wherein, as here, Sigurth is killed in his bed, cf. stanza 24, and not in the forest. 22. Some editions combine lines 3 to 4 with stanza 23. Graham, footnote p. For 28 Sigurth's sword, cf. Region Small, prose after stanza 14, the word here, however, may not be a proper name, but may mean, the hero. 23. The foeman cleft asunder fell. Forward hands and head did sink. And legs and feet did backward fall. 24. Guthrun soft in her bed had slept. Safe from care at Sigurth's side. She woke to find her joy had fled. In the blood of the friend of Freyr she lay. 25. So hard she smote her hands together, that the hero rose up, iron-hearted. Weep not, Guthrun, grievous tears. Bride so young, for thy brothers live. 26. Too young, methinks, is my son as yet. He cannot flee from the home of his foes. Fearful and deadly the plan they found. The council knew that now they have heeded. 23. The line may well have been lost from this stanza. 24. Freyr, if the phrase, the friend of Freyr, means anything more than king, cf. Rigsstila, 46 etc. Which I doubt, it has reference to the late tradition that Freyr, and not Othin, was the ancestor of the Volsungs, cf. Helgakvitha Hundingsbana I, 57 and note. 25. Mullenhoff thinks this stanza, or at any rate lines 1 to 2, a later addition based on stanza 29. 26. My son, Sigmund, cf. stanza 12 and note, and also Brot, 9 and note. 27. No son will ride, though 7 thou hast. To the thing as the son of their sister rides. Well I see who the ill has worked. On Brynhild alone lies the blame for all. 28. Above all men the maiden loved me. Yet false to Gunnar I ne'er was found. I kept the oaths and the kinship I swore. Of his queen the lover none may call me. 29. In a swoon she sank when Sigurth died. So hard she smote her hands together, that all the cups in the cupboard rang. And loud in the courtyard cried the geese. 30. Then Brynhild, daughter of Buthli, laughed. Only once, with all her heart. When as she lay full loud she heard the grievous wail of Juki's daughter. 27. Sigurth means that although Guthrun may have 7 sons by a later marriage, none of them will equal Sigmund, son of their, i.e., Gunnar's and Hogni's, sister. Thing, council. 28. Sigurth's protestation of guiltlessness fits perfectly with the story of his relations with Brynhild used in this poem, but not, of course, with the alternative version, used in the Grapispo and elsewhere. Wherein Sigurth meets Brynhild before he woos her for Gunnar, and they have a daughter, Aslog. 29. Cf. Guthrunarkvitha I, 115. 30. Cf. Brot, 10. 31. Then Gunnar, monarch of men, spake forth. Thou dost not laugh, thou lover of hate. In gladness there, or for aught of good? Why has thy face so white a hue? Mother of ill. Foredoomed thou art. 32. A worthier woman wouldst thou have been. If before thine eyes we had Atli slain. If thy brother's bleeding body hadst seen. And the bloody wounds that thou shouldst end. Brynhild spake. 33. None mock thee, Gunnar. Thou hast mightily fought. But thy hatred little doth Atli heed. Longer than thou, methinks, shall he live. And greater in might shall he ever remain. 31. Line may first well be a mere expansion of Gunnar spake. The manuscript marks line 4 as the beginning of a new stanza, and some editions combine lines 4 to 5 with stanza 32. 32. This stanza, which all editors have accepted as an integral part of the poem, apparently refers to the same story represented by stanzas 37 to 39, which most editors have, I believe mistakenly, marked as interpolated. As is pointed out in the notes on stanzas 3, 5, 6 and 10, the poet throughout seems to have accepted the version of the story wherein Gunnar and Sigurth besiege Atli, and are bought off by the gift of Atli's sister, Brynhild, to Gunnar as wife. Her consent being won by Atli's representation that Gunnar is Sigurth, cf. Also Guthrunarkvitha I, 24 and note. 33. The manuscript does not name the speaker, and some editions add a first line, then Brynhild, daughter of Buthli, spake. 34. To thee I say, and thyself thou knowest, that all these ills thou didst early shape. No bonds I knew, nor sorrow bore. And wealth I had in my brother's home. 35. Never a husband sought I to have. Before the Jukungs fared to our land. 3 were the kings on steeds that came. Need of their journey never there was. 36. To the hero great my troth I gave. Who gold-decked sat on Grani's back. Not like to thine was the light of his eyes. Nor like in form and face are ye. Though kingly both ye seem to be. 37. And so to me did Atli say. That share in our wealth I should not have. Of gold or lands, if my hand I gave not. More evil yet, the wealth I should yield. The gold that he in my childhood gave me. The wealth from him in my youth I had. 34. Cf. stanza 5. 35. 3 kings, Gunnar, Hogni, and Sigurth. 36. Some editions place this stanza after stanza 39, on the theory that stanzas 37 to 39 are interpolated. Line 4, as virtually a repetition of line 3, has generally been marked as spurious. In this version of the winning of Brynhild it appears that Atli pointed out Sigurth as Gunnar, and Brynhild promptly fell in love with the hero whom, as he rode on Grani and was decked with some of the spoils taken from Fafnir, she recognized as the dragon slayer. Thus no change of form between Sigurth and Gunnar was necessary. The oath to marry Gunnar had to be carried out even after Brynhild had discovered the deception. 37. Most editors mark stanzas 37 to 39 as interpolated, but cf. note on stanza 32. Stanza 37 has been variously amended. Lines 4 and 6 look like interpolated repetitions, but many editors make 2 stanzas, following the manuscript in beginning a new stanza with line 4. After line I Grundtvig adds, son of Buthli, and brother of mine. After line 6 Bug adds, not thou was it, Gunnar, who Grani rode, / though thou my brother with rings didst buy. Regarding Brynhild's wealth cf. stanza 10 and note. 38. Oft in my mind I pondered much. If still I should fight, and warriors fell. Brave in my byrnie, my brother defying. That would wide in the world be known. And sorrow for many a man would make. 39. But the bond at last I let be made. For more the hoard I longed to have. The rings that the son of Sigmund won. No other's treasure e'er I sought. 40. One alone of all I loved. nor changing heart I ever had. All in the end shall Atli know, when he hears I have gone on the death road hence. 38. Brynhild here again appears as a Valkyrie. The manuscript marks line 4 as the beginning of a new stanza. Any one of the last 3 lines may be spurious. 39. Some editions combine this stanza with lines 4 to 5 of stanza 38, with lines 1 to 2 of stanza 40, or with the whole of stanza 40. The bond, Brynhild thought she was marrying Sigurth, owner of the treasure, whereas she was being tricked into marrying Gunnar. 41. Never a wife of fickle will, yet to another man should yield. So vengeance for all my ills shall come. 42. Up rose Gunnar, the people's ruler, and flung his arms round her neck so fair. And all who came, of every kind, sought to hold her with all their hearts. 41. At this point there seem to be several emissions. Brynhild's statement in lines 1 to 2 seems to refer to the episode, not here mentioned but told in detail in the Volsungasaga, of Sigurth's effort to repair the wrong that has been done her by himself giving up Guthrun in her favor. An offer which she refuses. The lacuna here suggested, which is not indicated in the manuscript, may be simply a single line, line 1, or a stanza or more. After line 2 there is almost certainly a gap of at least one stanza, and possibly more, in which Brynhild states her determination to die. 42. Hardly any 2 editions agree as to the arrangement of the lines in stanzas 42 to 44. I have followed the manuscript except in transposing line 4 of stanza 43 to this position from the place it holds in the manuscript after line 4 of stanza 14. All the other involve the rejection of 2 or more lines as spurious and the assumption of various gaps. Gering and Sigmans both arrange the lines thus: 42, 1 to 2, 2-line gap, 43, 3, marked probably spurious, 44, 1 to 4. 43 to 4, marked probably spurious, 42, 3 to 4, 43, 1 to 2. 43, but back she cast all those who came, nor from the long road let them hold her. In council then did he Hogni call. Of wisdom now full great is our need. 44. Let the warriors here in the hall come forth. Thine and mine, for the need is mighty. If haply the queen from death they may hold, till her fearful thoughts with time shall fade. 45. Few the words of Hogni were. From the long road now shall ye hold her not, that born again she may never be. Foul she came from her mother forth, and born she was for wicked deeds, sorrow to many a man to bring. 46. From the speaker gloomily Gunnar turned, for the jewel-bearer her gems was dividing. On all her wealth her eyes were gazing, on the bondwomen slain and the slaughtered slaves. 43. Cf. Note on preceding stanza. 44. Cf. Note on stanza 42. 45. Perhaps the remains of 2 stanzas. The manuscript marks line 4 as the beginning of a new stanza, and after line 4 an added line has been suggested: she was ever known for evil thoughts. On the other hand, line 1, identical with line 31 of stanza 17, may well be a mere expansion of Hogni spake, and line May 6 have been introduced, with a slight variation, from line 5 of stanza 38. Born again, this looks like a trace of Christian influence. The poem was composed well after the coming of Christianity to Iceland, in the assumption that if Brynhild killed herself she could not be born again, cf. Concluding prose to Helgakvitha Hundingsbana 2. 46. The manuscript marks line 3 as beginning a stanza. Some editions treat lines 1 to 2 as a separate stanza, and combine lines 3 to 4 with lines 1 to 2 of stanza 47. Jewel-bearer, literally, land of jewels, woman, here Brynhild. Bondwomen, etc. In stanza 69 we learn that 5 female slaves and 8 serfs were killed to be burned on the funeral pyre, and thus to follow Sigurth in death. 47. Her byrnie of gold she donned, and grim Was her heart ere the point of her sword had pierced it. On the pillow at last her head she laid. And, wounded, her plan she pondered o'er. 48. Hither I will that my women come, who gold are fain from me to get. Necklaces fashioned fair to each shall I give, and cloth, and garments bright. 49. Silent were all as so she spake. And all together answer made. Slain are enough. We seek to live. Not thus thy women shall honor win. 47. The manuscript marks line 3, and not line 1, as beginning a stanza, and some editions treat lines 3 to 4 as a separate stanza, or combine them with stanza 48. 48. Brynhild means, as stanzas 49 to 51 show, that those of her women who wish to win rewards must be ready to follow her in death. The word translated women in line 1 is conjectural, but the general meaning is clear enough. 49. In place of, as so she spake, in line 1 the manuscript has, of their plans they thought, which involves a metrical error. 50. Long the woman, linen-decked, pondered. Young she was, and weighed her words. For my sake now shall none unwilling, or loath to die her life lay down. 51. But little of gems to gleam on your limbs. Ye then shall find when forth ye fare to follow me, or of Menja's wealth. 52. Sit now, Gunnar. For I shall speak of thy bride so fair and so fain to die. Thy ship in harbour home thou hast not, although my life I now have lost. 53. Thou shalt Guthrun requite more quick than thou thinkest. Though sadly mourns the maiden wise, who dwells with the king, o'er her husband dead. 51. No gap indicated in the manuscript, many editions place it between lines 3 and 4. Menja's wealth, gold. The story of the mill grotty, whereby the giantesses Menja and Fenja ground gold for King Froti, is told in the Grottasong. 52. With this stanza begins Brynhild's prophecy of what is to befall Gunnar, Guthrun, Atli, and the many others involved in their fate. Line 3 is a proverbial expression meaning simply, your troubles are not at an end. 53. No gap is indicated in the manuscript. One suggestion for line 2 runs, Grimhild shall make her to laugh once more. Gering suggests a loss of 3 lines, and joins lines 3 to 4 with stanza 54. 54. A maid shall then the mother bear, brighter far than the fairest day. Svanhild shall be, or the beams of the sun. 55. Guthrun a noble husband thou givest, yet to many a warrior woe will she bring. Not happily wedded she holds herself. Her shall Atli hither seek, Buthli's son, and brother of mine. 56. Well I remember how me ye treated, when ye betrayed me with treacherous wiles. Lost was my joy as long as I lived. 54. Probably a line has been lost from this stanza. Grundtvig adds as a new first line, her shalt thou find in the hall of half. Some editions query line 3 as possibly spurious. Svanhild, the figure of Svanhild is exceedingly old. The name means swan maiden warrior, applying to just such mixtures of swan maiden and valkyrie as appear in the Volundarkvitha. Originally part of a separate tradition, Svanhild appears first to have been incorporated in the Jormunrek, Erminarich, story as the unhappy wife of that monarch, and much later to have been identified as the daughter of Sigurth and Guthrun. Thus linking the two sets of legends. 55. Line 2 in the original is almost totally obscure. Line 4 should very possibly precede line 2, while line 5 looks like an unwarranted addition. 56. This stanza probably ought to follow stanza 52, as it refers solely to the winning of Brynhild by Gunnar and Sigurth. Mullenhoff regards stanzas 53 to 55 as interpolated. The manuscript indicates no gap after line 3. 57. Oddrun as wife thou fain wouldst win, but Atli this from thee withholds. Yet in secret tryst ye twain shall love. She shall hold thee dear, as I had done, if kindly fate to us had fallen. 58. Ill to thee shall Atli bring, when he casts thee down in the den of snakes. 59. But soon thereafter Atli too, his life, methinks, as thou shalt lose. His fortune lose and the lives of his son's winky face. Him shall Guthrun, grim of heart, with the biting blade in his bed destroy. 60. It would better beseem thy sister fair, to follow her husband first in death, if counsel good to her were given, or a heart akin to mine she had. 57. Stanzas 57 to 58 seem to be the remains of two stanzas, but the Valsengassiga paraphrase follows closely the form here given. Line May 3rd well be spurious, line 5 has likewise been questioned. Oddrun, this sister of Atli and Brynhild, known mainly through the Oddrunargratr, is a purely northern addition to the cycle, and apparently one of a relatively late date. She figures solely by reason of her love affair with Gunnar. 58. Possibly two lines have been lost. Many editions combine the two remaining lines with lines 1 to 3 of stanza 59. Concerning the manner of Gunnar's death cf. Drap Niflunga. 59. Line May 3rd well be spurious, as it is largely repetition. The manuscript has sofa, sleep, in place of sona, sons, but the Valsengassiga paraphrase says clearly sons. The slaying of Atli by Guthrun in revenge for his killing of her brothers is told in the two Atli lays. The manuscript marks line 4 as the beginning of a new stanza, and some editions make a separate stanza out of lines 4 to 5, or else combine them with stanza 60. 60. To follow in death, this phrase is not in Regius, but is included in late paper manuscripts, and has been added in most editions. 61. Slowly I speak but for my sake. Her life, methinks, she shall not lose. She shall wander over the tossing waves, to where Jonik rules his father's realm. 62. Sons to him she soon shall bear, heirs therewith of Jonik's wealth. But Svanhild far away is sent, the child she bore to Sigurth brave. 63. Bikki's word her death shall be, for dreadful the wrath of Jormunrek. So slain is all of Sigurtha's race, and greater the woe of Guthrun grows. 61. Jonik, this king, known only through the Hamthesmal and the stories which, like this one, are based thereon, is another purely northern addition to the legend. The name is apparently of Slavic origin. He appears solely as Guthrun's third husband and the father of Hamdar, Sorli, and cf. Introductory prose to Guthrunarkvitha. 62. Svanhild, cf. stanza 54 and note. 63. Bikki, Svanhild is married to the aged Jormunrek, Erminarich, but Eiki, one of his followers, suggests that she is unduly intimate with Jormunrek's son, Randver. Thereupon Jormunrek has Randver hanged, and Svanhild torn to pieces by wild horses. Erminarich's cruelty and his barbarous slaying of his wife and son were familiar traditions long before they became in any way connected with the Sigurth cycle, cf. Introductory note to Grapispo. 64. Yet one boon I beg of thee. The last of boons in my life it is. Let the pyre be built so broad in the field, that room for us all will ample be. For us who slain with Sigurth are. 65. With shields and carpets cover the pyre. Shrouds full fair, and fallen slaves. And besides the Hunnish hero burn me. 66. Besides the Hunnish hero there. Slaves shall burn, full bravely decked. 2 at his head and 2 at his feet. A brace of hounds and a pair of hawks. For so shall all be seemly done. 64. Line 5 is very probably spurious. 65. The manuscript indicates no gap, a suggested addition runs, gold let there be, and jewels bright. Fallen slaves, cf. stanzas 66 and 69. Hunnish hero, cf. stanza 4 and note. 66. In place of lines 3 to 4 the manuscript has one line, 2 at his head, and a pair of hawks. The addition is made from the Valsengasaga paraphrase. The burning or burying of slaves or beasts to accompany their masters in death was a general custom in the north. The number of slaves indicated in this stanza does not tally with the one given in stanza 69, wherefore Vigfusson rejects most of this stanza. 67. Let between us lie once more the steel so keen, as so it lay, when both within one bed we were, and wedded mates by men were called. 68. The door of the hall shall strike not the heel of the hero fair with flashing rings. If hence my following goes with him, not mean our faring forth shall be. 69. Bondwomen 5 shall follow him, and 8 of my thralls, well born are they. Children with me, and mine they were, as gifts that Buthli his daughter gave. 70. Much have I told thee, and more would say, if fate more space for speech had given. My voice grows weak, my wounds are swelling. Truth I have said, and so I die. 67. Cf. Grapispo, 41 and note. After line I the manuscript adds the phrase, bright, ring-decked, referring to the sword, but it is metrically impossible, and many editions omit it. 68. The door, the gate of Hell's domain, like that of Menglotha's house, cf. Svipdagsmol, 26 and note, closes so fast as to catch anyone attempting to pass through. Apparently the poet here assumes that the gate of Valhall does likewise, but that it will be kept open for Sigurtha's retinue. 69. Cf. stanza 66. Helreith Brynhildar, Brynhild's Helreith. Introductory note. The little Helreith Brynhildar immediately follows the short Sigurth lay in the Codex Regius, being linked to it by the brief prose note. The heading, Brynhild's Ride on Helway, stands just before the first stanza. The entire poem, with the exception of stanza 6, is likewise quoted in the Nornageststatra. Outside of one stanza, no. 11, which is a fairly obvious interpolation, the poem possesses an extraordinary degree of dramatic unity, and, certain pedantic commentators notwithstanding, it is one of the most vivid and powerful in the whole collection. Nonetheless, it has been extensively argued that parts of it belonged originally to the so-called Sigurdrifumol. That it stands in close relation to this poem is evident enough, but it is difficult to believe that such a masterpiece of dramatic poetry was ever the result of mere compilation. It seems more reasonable to regard the Helreith, with the exception of stanza 11 and allowing for the loss of 2 lines from stanza 6, as a complete and carefully constructed unit, based undoubtedly on older poems. But nonetheless an artistic creation in itself. The poem is generally dated as late as the 11th century, and the concluding stanza betrays Christian influence almost unmistakably. It shows the confusion of traditions manifest in all the later poems. For example, Brynhild is here not only a Valkyrie but also a swan maiden. Only 3 stanzas have any reference to the Guthrun part of the story. Otherwise the poem is concerned solely with the episode of Sigurtha's finding the sleeping Valkyrie. Late as it is, therefore, it is essentially a Norse creation, involving very few of the details of the German cycle, cf. Introductory note to Grapispo. After the death of Brynhild there were made 2 bale fires, the one for Sigurth, and that burned first, and on the other was Brynhild burned, and she was on a wagon which was covered with a rich cloth. Thus it is told, that Brynhild went in the wagon on Helway, and passed by a house where dwelt a certain giantess. The giantess spake. 1. Thou shalt not further forward fare. My dwelling ribbed with rocks across. More seemly it were at thy weaving to stay. Then another's husband here to follow. 2. What wouldst thou have from Valland here? Fickle of heart, in this my house. Gold goddess, now, if thou wouldst know. Hero's blood from thy hands hast washed. Brynhild spake. 3. Chide me not, woman from rocky walls. Though to battle once I was wont to go. Better than thou I shall seem to be. When men us two shall truly know. The giantess spake. For, thou wast, Brynhild, Buthli's daughter. For the worst of evils born in the world. To death thou hast given Juki's children. And laid their lofty house full low. Prose. The prose follows the last stanza of Sigurtharkvitha and Skamma without break. Two balefires, this contradicts the statement made in the concluding stanzas of Sigurtharkvitha and Skamma, that Sigurth and Brynhild were burned on the same pyre. There is no evidence that the annotator here had anything but his own mistaken imagination to go on. 2. Valland, this name, land of slaughter, is used elsewhere of mythical places, cf. Harberthseljoth, 24, and prose introduction to Vallandarkvitha. It may here not be a proper name at all, gold goddess, poetic circumlocution for woman. Brynhild spake. 5. Truth from the wagon here I tell thee. Witless one, if know thou wilt. How the heirs of Juki gave me to be. Joyless ever, a breaker of oaths. 6. Hild the helmed in Hlymdalar. They named me of old, all they who knew me. 7. The monarch bold the swan robes bore. Of the sisters 8 beneath an oak. 12 winters I was, if know thou wilt. When oaths I yielded the king so young. 6. In Regius these two lines stand after stanza 7, but most editions place them as here. They are not quoted in the Nornegeststatra. Presumably 2 lines, and perhaps more, have been lost. It has frequently been argued that all or part of the passage from stanza 6 through stanza 10, 6 to 10, 7 to 10 or 8 to 10, comes originally from the so-called Sigurdrifumol, where it would undoubtedly fit exceedingly well. Hild, a Valkyrie name meaning fighter, cf. Voluspo, 31. In such compound names as Brynhild, fighter in armor, the first element was occasionally omitted. Hlymdalar, Tumultdale, a mythical name, merely signifying the place of battle as the home of Valkyries. 7. Regarding the identification of swan maidens with Valkyries, and the manner in which men could get them in their power by stealing their swan garments, cf. Vallandarkvitha, introductory prose and note, where the same thing happens. The monarch, perhaps Agnar, brother of Otha, mentioned in Sigurdrifumol, prose and quoted verse following stanza 4, as the warrior for whose sake Brynhild defied Othin in slaying Jomgunnar. 8. The Nornegeststatra manuscripts have Sisters of Atli, instead of Sisters 8. 8. Next I let the leader of Goths, Jomgunnar the Old, go down to hell. And victory brought to Otha's brother. For this was Othin's anger mighty. 9. He beset me with shields in Scatterlund. Red and white, their rims o'erlapped. He bade that my sleep should broken be. By him who fear had nowhere found. 10. He let round my hall, that southward looked. The branches foe high leaping burn. Across it he bade the hero come. Who brought me the gold that Fafnir guarded. 11. On Grani rode the giver of gold. Where my foster father ruled his folk. Best of all he seemed to be. The prince of the Danes, when the people met. 8. Jomgunnar, regarding this king of the Goths, the phrase means little, and his battle with Agnar, brother of Otha cf. Sigurdrifumol, prose after stanza 4. One Nornegeststatra manuscript has, brother of the giantess, in place of leader of Goths. 9. Cf. Sigurdrifumol, prose introduction. Scatterlund, Warrior's Grove, a mythical name, elsewhere the place where Brynhild lay is called Hindrfjall. 10. Branches foe, fire. Regarding the treasure cf. Fafnismol. 11. This stanza is presumably an interpolation, reflecting a different version of the story, wherein Sigurth meets Brynhild at the home of her brother-in-law and foster-father, Hymir, cf. Grapispo, 19 and 27. Grani, Sigurth's horse. Danes, nowhere else does Sigurth appear in this capacity. Perhaps this is a curious relic of the Helgi tradition. 12. Happy we slept, one bed we had. As he my brother born had been. 8 were the nights when neither there. Loving hand on the other laid. 13, yet Guthrun reproached me, Juki's daughter. That I in Sigurth's arms had slept. Then did I hear what I would were hid. That they had betrayed me in taking a mate. 14, ever with grief and all too long. Are men and women born in the world. But yet we shall live our lives together. Sigurth and I, sink down, giantess. 12, 8 nights, elsewhere, cf. Grapispo, 4.2, the time is stated as 3 nights, not 8. There is a confusion of traditions here, as in Grapispo. In the version of the story wherein Sigurth met Brynhild before he encountered the Jukungs, Sigurth was bound by no oaths, and the union was completed. It is only in the alternative version that the episode of the sword laid between the two occurs. 14. The idea apparently conveyed in the concluding lines, that Sigurth and Brynhild will be together in some future life, is utterly out of keeping with the Norse pagan traditions, and the whole stanza indicates the influence of Christianity. Drap Niflunga, the slaying of the Niflungs. Introductory note. It has been already pointed out, introductory note to Recount, that the compiler of the Eddic collection had clearly undertaken to formulate a coherent narrative of the entire Sigurth cycle, piecing together the various poems by means of prose narrative links. To some extent these links were based on traditions existing outside of the lays themselves, but in the main the material was gathered from the contents of the poems. The short prose passage entitled Drap Niflunga, which in the Codex Regius immediately follows the Helreith Brynhildar, is just such a narrative link, and scarcely deserves a special heading. But as nearly all editions separate it from the preceding and following poems, I have followed their example. With Sigurth and Brynhild both dead, the story turns to the slaying of the sons of Juki by Atli, Guthrun's second husband, and to a few subsequent incidents, mostly late incorporations from other narrative cycles, including the tragic death of Svanhild, daughter of Sigurth and Guthrun and wife of Jormunrek, Erminarich, and the exploits of Hamdir, son of Guthrun and her third husband, Jonik. These stories are told, or outlined, in the 2 Atli lays, the second and third Guthrun lays, the Oddrunargratr, the Guthrunarvat, and the Hamthesmal. Had the compiler seen fit to put the Atli lays immediately after the Helreith Brynhildar, he would have needed only a very brief transitional note to make the course of the story clear, but as the second Guthrun lay, the next poem in the collection, is a lament following the death of Guthrun's brothers, some sort of a narrative bridge was manifestly needed. Drap Niflunga is based entirely on the poems which follow it in the collection, with no use of extraneous material. The part of the story which it summarizes belongs to the semi-historical Burgundian tradition, cf. Introductory note to Grapispo, in many respects parallel to the familiar narrative of the Nibelungenlied, and, except in minor details, showing few essentially northern additions. Sigurth is scarcely mentioned, and the outstanding episode is the slaying of Gunnar and Hogni, following their journey to Atli's home. Gunnar and Hogni then took all the gold that Fafnir had had. There was strife between the Jukungs and Atli, for he held the Jukungs guilty of Brynhild's death. It was agreed that they should give him Guthrun as wife, and they gave her a draught of forgetfulness to drink before she would consent to be wedded to Atli. The sons of Atli were Erp and Idle, and Svanhild was the daughter of Sigurth and Guthrun. King Atli invited Gunnar and Hogni to come to him, and sent as messenger Vingi or Nefroth. Guthrun was aware of treachery, and sent with him a message in runes that they should not come, and as a token she sent to Hogni the Rainyan Veranot and tied a wolf's hair in it. Gunnar had sought Oddrun, Atli's sister, for his wife, but had her not. Then he married Glomver, and Hogni's wife was Kostbera. Their sons were Solar and Snivar and Juki. And when the Jukungs came to Atli, then Guthrun besought her sons to plead for the lives of both the Jukungs, but they would not do it. Hogni's heart was cut out, and Gunnar was cast into the serpent's den. He smote on the harp and put the serpents to sleep, but an adder stung him in the liver. Prose. Niflungs, regarding the mistaken application of this name to the sons of Juki, who were Burgundians, cf. Brot, 17 and note. Draught of forgetfulness, according to the Volsungasiga Grimhild, Guthrun's mother, administered this, just as she did the similar draft which made Sigurth forget Brynhild. Erp and idle, Guthrun kills her 2 sons by Atli as part of her revenge. The annotator here explains her act further by saying that Guthrun asked her sons to intercede with their father in favor of Guthrun's brothers, but that they refused, a detail which he appears to have invented, as it is found nowhere else. Svanhild, cf. Sigurtharkvitha and Skamma, 54 and note. Vingi or Nefroth, Atlakvitha, stanza 1, calls the messenger Nefroth, Atlamol, stanza 4, speaks of 2 messengers, but names only one of them, Vingi. The annotator has here tried, unsuccessfully, to combine the 2 accounts. Envarinot, regarding the origin of Envari's ring cf. Region Small, prose after stanzas 4 and 5 and notes, Sigurth gave the ring to Guthrun. Here again the annotator is combining 2 stories. In Atlakvitha, stanza 8, Guthrun sends a ring, not Envarinot, with a wolf's hair. In Atlamol, stanza 4, she sends a message written in runes. The messenger obscures these runes, and Kostbera, Hogni's wife, who attempts to decipher them, is not clear as to their meaning, though she suspects danger. Oddrun, cf. Sigurtharkvitha and Skamma, 57 and note. Glomber, almost nothing is told of Gunnar's second wife, though she appears frequently in the Atlamol. Kostbera, or Bera, Hogni's wife, is known only as skilled in runes. Her brother was Orkning. The sons of Hogni and Kostbera, according to the Atlamol, stanza 28, were Solar and Snivar. The third son, Juki, named after his grandfather, seems to be an invention of the annotators. Adder, according to Oddrunargratr, stanza 30, Atli's mother assumed this form in order to complete her son's vengeance. Guthrunarkvitha II, and Forna, the second, or Old, Lay of Guthrun. Introductory note. It has already been pointed out, introductory note to Guthrunarkvitha I, that the tradition of Guthrun's lament was known wherever the Sigurth story existed. And that this lament was probably one of the earliest parts of the legend to assume verse form. Whether it reached the north as verse cannot, of course, be determined, but it is at least possible that this was the case. And in any event it is clear that by the 10th and 11th centuries there were a number of Norse poems with Guthrun's lament as the central theme. 2 of these are included in the Eddic collection, the second one being unquestionably much the older. It is evidently the poem referred to by the annotator in the prose note following the Brot as the Old Guthrun Lay. And its character and state of preservation have combined to lead most commentators to date it as early as the first half of the 10th century, whereas Guthrunarkvitha I belongs 100 years later. The poem has evidently been preserved in rather bad shape, with a number of serious omissions and some interpolations, but in just this form it lay before the compilers of the Valsengasaga, who paraphrased it faithfully and quoted 5 of its stanzas. The interpolations are on the whole unimportant. The omissions, while they obscure the sense of certain passages, do not destroy the essential continuity of the poem, in which Guthrun reviews her sorrows from the death of Sigurth through the slaying of her brothers to Atli's dreams foretelling the death of their sons. It is, indeed, the only Norse poem of the Sigurth cycle antedating the year 1000 which has come down to us in anything approaching complete form. The Region Small, Fafnismal, and Sigurdrifumol are all collections of fragments, only a short bit of the long Sigurth lay remains, and the others Grapispo, Guthrunarkvitha I and III, Sigurtharkvitha and Skamma, Helreith Brynhildar, Oddrunargratr. Guthrunarvat, Hamthesmal, and the 2 Atli lays are all generally dated from the 11th and even the 12th centuries. An added reason for believing that Guthrunarkvitha II traces its origin back to a lament which reached the north from Germany in verse form is the absence of most characteristic Norse additions to the narrative, except in minor details. Sigurth is slain in the forest, as German men say, cf. Brot, concluding prose. The urging of Guthrun by her mother's second brothers to become Atli's wife, the slaying of the Jukungs, here only intimated, for at that point something seems to have been lost, and Guthrun's prospective revenge on Atli. All belong directly to the German tradition, cf. Introductory note to Grapispo. In the Codex Regius the poem is entitled simply Guthrunarkvitha. The numeral has been added in nearly all editions to distinguish this poem from the other two Guthrun lays, and the phrase, the old, is borrowed from the annotator's comment in the prose note at the end of the Brot. King Thjothrek was with Atli, and had lost most of his men. Thjothrek and Guthrun lamented their griefs together. She spoke to him, saying, 1. A maid of maids my mother bore me. Bright in my bower, my brothers I loved. Till Juki dowered me with gold. Dowered with gold, and to Sigurth gave me. Prose. Thjothrek, the famous Theodoric, king of the Ostrogoths, who became renowned in German story as Dietrich von Bern. The German tradition early accepted the anachronism of bringing together Attila, Etzel, Atli, who died in 453, and Theodoric, who was born about 455, and adding thereto Ermanarich, Jormunrek, king of the Goths, who died about 376. Ermanarich, in German tradition, replaced Theodoric as actual enemy, Odovacar, and it was in battle with Jormunrek, i.e. Odovacar, that Thjothrek is here said to have lost most his men. The annotator found the material for this note in Guthrunarkvitha 3, in which Guthrun is accused of having Thjothrek as her lover. At the time when Guthrunarkvitha II was composed, early 10th century, it is probable that the story of Theodoric had not reached the north at all, and the annotator is consequently wrong in giving the poem its setting. 2. So Sigurth rose o'er Juki's sons. As the leek grows green above the grass. Or the stag o'er all the beasts doth stand. Or as glow-red gold above silver grey. 3. Till my brothers let me no longer have the best of heroes my husband to be. Sleep they could not, or quarrels settle. Till Sigurth they at last had slain. 4. From the thing ran Grani with thundering feet. But thence did Sigurth himself come never. Covered with sweat was the saddle-bearer. Won't the warriors wait to bear? 5. Weeping I sought with Grani to speak. With tear-wet cheeks for the tale I asked. The head of Grani was bowed to the grass. The steed knew well his master was slain. 6. Long I waited and pondered well. Ere ever the king for tidings I asked. 2. Cf. Guthrunarkvitha I, 17. 4. Regarding the varying accounts of the manner of Sigurtha's death cf. Brot, concluding prose and note. Grani, cf. Brot, 7. 6. No gap indicated in the manuscript. Some editions combine these two lines with either stanza 5 or stanza 7. 7. His head bowed Gunnar, but Hogni told the news full sore of Sigurth slain. Hewed to death at our hands he lies. Gotthorm's slayer, given to wolves. 8. On the southern road thou shalt Sigurth see. Where here thou canst the ravens cry. The eagles cry as food they crave. And about thy husband wolves are howling. 9. Why dost thou, Hogni, such a horror? Let me hear, all joyless left. Ravens yet thy heart shall rend. In a land that never thou hast known. 10. Few the words of Hogni were. Bitter his heart from heavy sorrow. Greater, Guthrun, thy grief shall be. If the ravens so my heart shall rend. 11. From him who spake I turned me soon. In the woods to find what the wolves had left. Tears I had not, nor wrung my bands. Nor wailing went, as other women. When by Sigurth slain I sat. 7. Gotthorm, from this it appears that in both versions of the death of Sigurth the mortally wounded hero killed his murderer, the younger brother of Gunnar and Hogni. The story of how Gotthorm was slain after killing Sigurth in his bed is told in Sigurtharkvitha and Skamma, 22-23, and in the Valsengasaga. 11. On lines 3-4 cf. Guthrunarkvitha I, 1. Line 5 is probably spurious. 12. Never so black had seemed the night. As when in sorrow by Sigurth I sat. The wolves. 13. Best of all methought would be. If I my life could only lose. Or like to birchwood burned might be. 14. From the mountain forth 5 days I fared. Till Holf's hall so high I saw. 7 years with Thora I stayed. Håkon's daughter, in Denmark then. 12. Many editions make one stanza of stanzas 12 and 13, reconstructing line 3, the manuscript shows no gap. Bug fills out the stanza thus, the wolves were howling on all the ways, the eagles cried as their food they craved. 13. Cf. Note on preceding stanza. Grundtvig suggests as a first line, long did I bide, my brothers awaiting. Many editors reject line 4. 14. The manuscript marks line 3 as beginning a stanza, and many editions combine lines 3 to 4 with lines 1 to 2 of stanza 15. Holf, or Halfgering thinks this Danish king may be identical with Alf, son of King Jalprek, and second husband of Hjordis. Sigurtha's mother, cf. Frodotha Sinfjotla and note, but the name was a common one. Thora and Håkon have not been identified, cf. Guthrunarkvitha I, concluding prose, which is clearly based on this stanza. A Thora appears in Hyndluljoth, 18, as the wife of Dag, one of the sons of Halfdan the Old, the most famous of Denmark's mythical kings, and one of her sons is Alf, Holf. 15. With gold she broidered, to bring me joy. Southern halls and Danish swans. On the tapestry wove we warriors' deeds. And the heroes' thanes on our handiwork. Flashing shields and fighters armed. Sword throng, helm throng, the host of the king. 16. Sigmund's ship by the land was sailing. Golden the figurehead, gay the beaks. On board we wove the warriors faring. Sigar and Sigir, south to Fjon. 17. Then Grimhild asked, the Gothic queen. Whether willingly would I. 15. The manuscript marks line 3 as the beginning of a stanza. Some editors combined lines 5 to 6 with lines 1 to 2 of stanza 16, while others mark them as interpolated. 16. Some editions combine lines 3 to 4 with stanza 17. Sigmund, Sigurtha's father, who here appears as a seerover in Gudrun's tapestry. Sigar, named in Fornildar Sogar 2, 10, as the father of Sigir, the latter being the husband of Sigmund's twin sister, Signe, cf. Frodotha Sinfjotla. Fjon, this name, referring to the Danish island of Funen, is taken from the Valsengasiga paraphrase as better fitting the Danish setting of the stanza than the name in Regius, which is Fife, Scotland. 17. No gap is indicated in the manuscript, and most editions combine these two lines either with lines 3 to 4 of stanza 16, with lines 1 to 2 of stanza 18, or with the whole of stanza 18. Line 2 has been filled out in various ways. The Valsengasiga paraphrase indicates that these two lines are the remains of a full stanza, the prose passage running, now Gudrun was somewhat comforted of her sorrows. Then Grimhild learned where Gudrun was now dwelling. The first two lines may be the ones missing. Gothic, the term Goth was used in the north without much discrimination to apply to all South Germanic peoples. In Grapispo, 35, Gunnar, Grimhild's son, appears as Lord of the Goths. 18. Her needlework cast she aside, and called her sons to ask, with stern resolve, who amends to their sister would make for her son, or the wife requite for her husband killed. 19. Ready was Gunnar gold to give amends for my hurt, and Hogni too. Then would she know who now would go. The horse to saddle, the wagon to harness. The horse to ride, the hawk to fly. And shafts from bows of you to shoot. 20. Valdar, king of the Danes, was come. With Jarizlife, Imoth, and Jarizkr. In like princes came they all. The long-beard men, with mantles red. Short their mail coats, mighty their helms. Swords at their belts, and brown their hair. 18. The manuscript marks line 3 as the beginning of a stanza. Grimhild is eager to have amends made to Guthrun for the slaying of Sigurth and their son, Sigmund, because Atli has threatened war if he cannot have Guthrun for his wife. 19. Lines 5 to 6 are almost certainly interpolations, made by a scribe with a very vague understanding of the meaning of the stanza, which refers simply to the journey of the Jukungs to bring their sister home from Denmark. 20. Lines 1 to 2 are probably interpolated, though the Valsengasaga includes the names. Someone apparently attempted to supply the names of Atli's messengers, the Longbeard men of line 4, who have come to ask for Guthrun's hand. Some commentators assume, as the Valsengasaga does, that these messengers went with the Jukungs to Denmark in search of Guthrun, but it seems more likely that a transitional stanza has dropped out after stanza 19. And that Guthrun received Atli's emissaries in her brother's home. Longbeards, the word may actually mean Langobards or Lombards, but, if it does, it is presumably without any specific significance here. Certainly the names in the interpolated 2 lines do not fit either Lombards or Huns, for Valdar is identified as a Dane, and Jaroslav and Jerisker are apparently Slavic. The manuscript indicates line 5 as beginning a new stanza. 21. Each to give me gifts was fain. Gifts to give, and goodly speech. Comfort so for my sorrows great. To bring they tried, but I trusted them not. 22. A draught did Grimhild give me to drink. Bitter and cold, I forgot my cares. For mingled therein was magic earth, ice-cold sea, and the blood of swine. 21. Each, the reference is presumably to Gunnar and Hogni, and perhaps also Grimhild. I suspect that this stanza belongs before stanza 20. 22. Stanzas 22 to 25 describe the draught of forgetfulness which Grimhild gives Guthrun, just as she gave one to Sigurth, in one version of the story, to make him forget Brynhild. The draught does not seem to work despite Guthrun's statement in stanza 25, cf stanza 30, for which reason Vigfusson, not unwisely, places stanzas 22 to 25 after stanza 34. Blood of swine, cf Hindluljoth, 39 in note. 23. In the cup were runes of every kind. Written and reddened, I could not read them. A heather fish from the Hadding's land. An ear uncut, and the entrails of beasts. 24. Much evil was brewed within the beer. Blossoms of trees, and acorns burned. Dew of the hearth, and holy entrails. The liver of swine, all grief to allay. 25. Then I forgot, when the draught they gave me. There in the hall, my husband slaying. On their knees the kings all 3 did kneel. Ere she herself to speak began. 23. The Valsengasaga quotes stanzas 23 to 24. Heather fish, a snake. Hadding's land, the world of the dead, so called because, according to Saxo Grammaticus, the Danish king Hedingus once visited it. It is possible that the comma should follow heather fish, making the gear uncut, of grain, come from the world of the dead. 24. Dew of the hearth, soot. 25. In the manuscript, and in some editions, the first line is in the third person plural, then they forgot, when the draught they had drunk. The second line in the original is manifestly in bad shape, and has been variously amended. I forgot. This emendation is doubtful, in view of stanza 30, but cf note to stanza 22. The kings all 3, probably Atli's emissaries, though the interpolated lines of stanza 20 name 4 of them. I suspect that line 4 is wrong, and should read, ere he himself, Atli, to speak began. Certainly stanzas 26 to 27 fit Atli much better than they do Grimhild, and there is nothing unreasonable in Atli's having come in person, along with his tributary kings, to seek Guthrun's hand. However, the 3 kings may not be Atli's followers at all, but Gunnar, Hogni, and the unnamed third brother possibly referred to in Sigurtharkvitha and Skamma, 18. 26. Guthrun, gold to thee I give. The wealth that once thy father's was. Rings to have, and Hlothver's halls. And the hangings all that the monarch had. 27. Hunnish women, skilled in weaving, who gold make fair to give thee joy. And the wealth of Buthli thine shall be. Gold-decked one, as Atli's wife. Guthrun spake. 28. A husband now I will not have, nor wife of Brynhild's brother be. It beseems me not with Buthli's son happy to be, and heirs to bear. 26. Thy father's, so the manuscript, in which case the reference is obviously to Juki. But some editions omit the thy, and if Atli, and not Grimhild, is speaking, cf. Note on stanza 25, the reference may be, as in line 3 of stanza 27, to the wealth of Atli's father, Buthli. Hlothver, the northern form of the Frankish name Clodoweg, Ludwig, but who this Hlothver was, beyond the fact that he was evidently a Frankish king, is uncertain. If Atli is speaking, he is presumably a Frankish ruler whose land Atli and his Huns have conquered. 27. Cf. Note on stanza 25 as to the probable speaker. 28. In stanzas 28 to 32 the dialogue, in alternate stanzas, is clearly between Guthrun and her mother, Grimhild, though the manuscript does not indicate the speakers. Grimhild spake. 29. Seek not on men to avenge thy sorrows, though the blame at first with us hath been. Happy shalt be as if both still lived. Sigurth and Sigmund, if sons thou bearest. Guthrun spake. 30. Grimhild, I may not gladness find, nor hold forth hopes to heroes now, since once the raven and ravening wolf Sigurtha's heart's blood hungrily lapped. Grimhild spake. 31. Noblest of birth is the ruler now. I have found for thee, and foremost of all. Him shalt thou have while life thou hast. Or husbandless be if him thou wilt choose not. Guthrun spake. 32. Seek not so eagerly me to send, to be a bride of yon baneful race. On Gunnar first his wrath shall fall, and the heart will he tear from Hogni's breast. 29. Sigmund, son of Sigurth and Guthrun, killed at Brynhild's behest. 30. This stanza presents a strong argument for transposing the description of the draught of forgetfulness, stanzas 22 to 24 and lines 1 to 2 of stanza 25, to follow stanza 33. Raven, etc. The original is somewhat obscure, and the line may refer simply to the corpse-eating raven. 32. In the manuscript this stanza is immediately followed by the two lines which here, following Bug's suggestion, appear as stanza 35. In lines 5 to 4 Guthrun foretells what will, and actually does, happen if she is forced to become Atli's wife. If stanza 35 really belongs here, it continues the prophesy to the effect that Guthrun will have no rest till she has avenged her brother's death. 33. Weeping Grimhild heard the words. That fate full sore for her sons foretold, and mighty woe for them should work winky face. Lands I give thee, with all that live there. Vindjorg is thine, and Valdjorg too. Have them forever, but hear me, daughter. 34. So must I do as the kings besought, and against my will for my kinsman wed. Ne'er with my husband joy I had, and my sons by my brother's fate were saved not. 35. I could not rest till of life I had robbed the warrior bold, the maker of battles. 33. Very likely the remains of two stanzas, the manuscript marks line 4 as beginning a new stanza. On the other band, lines the 3rd and the 5th of may be interpolations. Vindjorg and Valdjorg, apparently imaginary place names. 34. The kings, presumably Gunnar and Hogni. My sons, regarding Guthrun's slaying of her two sons by Atli, ERP and Idle, cf. Drap Niflunga, note. 35. In the manuscript this stanza follows stanza 32. The loss of two lines, to the effect that, ill was that marriage for my brothers, and ill for Atli himself, and the transposition of the remaining two lines to this point, are indicated in a number of editions. The warrior, etc. Atli, whom Guthrun kills. 36, soon on horseback each hero was. And the foreign women in wagons faring. A week through land so cold we went. And a second week the waves we smote. And a third through lands that water lacked. 37. The warders now on the lofty walls opened the gates, and in we rode. 38. Atli woke me, for ever I seemed of bitterness full for my brother's death. Atli spake. 39. Now from sleep the Norse have waked me. With visions of terror to thee will I tell them. Methought thou, Guthrun, Juki's daughter, with poisoned blade didst pierce my body. 36. The stanza describes the journey to Atli's home, and sundry unsuccessful efforts have been made to follow the travelers through Germany and down the Danube. Foreign women, slaves. Line 5, which the manuscript marks as beginning a stanza, is probably spurious. 37. After these two lines there appears to be a considerable gap, the lost stanzas giving Guthrun's story of the slaying of her brothers. It is possible that stanzas 38 to 45 came originally from another poem, dealing with Atli's dream, and were here substituted for the original conclusion of Guthrun's lament. Many editions combine stanzas 37 and 38, or combine stanza 38, the manuscript marks line I as beginning a stanza, with lines 1 to 2 of stanza 39. 39, the manuscript indicates line 3 as the beginning of a stanza. The manuscript and most editions do not indicate the speakers in this and the following stanzas. Guthrun spake. 40, fire a dream of steel shall follow. And wilful pride one of woman's wrath. A baneful sore I shall burn from thee. And tend and heal thee, though hated thou am. Atli spake. 41, of plants I dreamed, in the garden drooping. That fain would I have full high to grow. Plucked by the roots, and red with blood. They brought them hither, and bade me eat. 42, I dreamed my hawks from my hand had flown. Eager for food, to an evil house. I dreamed their hearts with honey I ate. Soaked in blood, and heavy my sorrow. 43, hounds I dreamed from my hand I loosed. Loud in hunger and pain they howled. Their flesh methought was eagle's food. And their bodies now I needs must eat. Guthrun spake. 44. Men shall soon of sacrifice speak. And off the heads of beasts shall hew. Die they shall ere day has dawned. A few nights hence, and the folk shall have them. 40. Guthrun, somewhat obscurely, interprets Atli's first dream, stanza 39, to mean that she will cure him of an abscess by cauterizing it. Her interpretation is, of course, intended merely to blind him to her purpose. 41. In stanzas 41 to 43 Atli's dreams forecast the death of his two sons, whose flesh Guthrun gives him to eat, cf. Atlakvitha, 39, and Atlamol, 78. 44. This stanza is evidently Guthrun's intentionally cryptic interpretation of Atli's dreams, but the meaning of the original is more than doubtful. The word here rendered sacrifice may mean sea catch, and the one rendered beasts may mean whales. None of the attempted emendations have rendered the stanza really intelligible, but it appears to mean that Atli will soon make a sacrifice of beasts at night, and give their bodies to the people. Guthrun of course has in mind the slaying of his two sons. Atli spake. 45, on my bed I sank, nor slumber sought. Weary with woe, full well I remember. 45. With these two lines the poem abruptly ends. Some editors assign the speech to Atli, I think rightly, others to Guthrun. Muller combines the lines with stanza 38. Whether stanzas 38 to 45 originally belonged to Guthrun's lament, or were interpolated here in place of the lost conclusion of that poem from another one dealing with Atli's dreams, cf. note on stanza 37, it is clear that the end has been lost. Guthrunarkvitha 3, the third lay of Guthrun. Introductory note. The short Guthrunarkvitha 3, entitled in the manuscript simply Guthrunarkvitha, but so numbered in most editions to distinguish it from the first and second Guthrun lays, appears only in the Codex Regius. It is neither quoted nor paraphrased in the Valsengasaga, the compilers of which appear not to have known the story with which it deals. The poem as we have it is evidently complete and free from serious interpolations. It can safely be dated from the first half of the 11th century, for the ordeal by boiling water, with which it is chiefly concerned, was first introduced into Norway by St. Olaf, who died in 1030, and the poem speaks of it in stanza 7 as still of foreign origin. The material for the poem evidently came from North Germany, but there is little indication that the poet was working on the basis of a narrative legend already fully formed. The story of the wife accused of faithlessness who proves her innocence by the test of boiling water had long been current in Germany, as elsewhere, and had attached itself to various women of legendary fame, but not except in this poem. So far as we can judge, to Guthrun, Kriemhild. The introduction of Thjothrek, Theodoric, Dietrich, Thithrek, is another indication of relative lateness, for the legends of Theodoric do not appear to have reached the north materially before the year 1000. On the anachronism of bringing Thjothrek to Atli's court cf. Guthrunarkvitha 2, introductory prose, note, in which the development of the Theodoric tradition in its relation to that of Atli is briefly outlined. Guthrunarkvitha 3 is, then, little more than a dramatic German story made into a narrative lay by a Norse poet, with the names of Guthrun, Atli, Thjothrek, and Herkja incorporated for the sake of greater effectiveness. Its story probably nowhere formed a part of the living tradition c. f. Sigurth and Atli. But the poem has so little distinctively Norse coloring that it may possibly have been based on a story or even a poem which its composer heard in Germany or from the lips of a German narrator. Herkja was the name of a serving woman of Atli's, she had been his concubine. She told Atli that she had seen Thjothrek and Guthrun both together. Atli was greatly angered thereby. Then Guthrun said, 1. What thy sorrow, Atli, Buthli's son? Is thy heart heavy laden? Why laughest thou never? It would better befit the warrior far to speak with men, and me to look on. Atli spake. 2. It troubles me, Guthrun, Juki's daughter. What Herkja here in the hall hath told me. That thou in the bed with Thjothrek liest. Beneath the linen in lover's guise. Guthrun spake. 3. This shall I with oaths now swear. Swear by the sacred stone so white. That naught was there with Thjothmer's son. That man or woman may not know. Prose. The annotator derived all the material for this note from the poem itself, except for the reference to Herkja as Atli's former concubine. Herkja, the historical Krika and the Helche of the Nibelungenlied, who there appears as Etzel's, Attila's, first wife. Thjothrek, cf. Introductory note. 2. The manuscript omits the names of the speakers throughout. 3. Holy stone, just what this refers to is uncertain. It may be identical with the ice-cold stone of Uth mentioned in an oath in Helgakvitha Hundingsbana 2, 29. Thjothmer's son, the manuscript has simply Thjothmer. Some editions change it as here, some assume that Thjothmer is another name or an error for Thjothrek, and Finnur Johnson not only retains Thjothmer here but changes Thjothrek to Thjothmer in stanza 5 to conform to it. 4. Nor ever once did my arms embrace the hero brave, the leader of hosts. In another manner our meeting was, when our sorrows we in secret told. 5. With 30 warriors Thjothrek came. Nor of all his men doth one remain. Thou hast murdered my brothers and mail-clad men. Thou hast murdered all the men of my race. 6. Gunnar comes not, Hogni I greet not. No longer I see my brothers loved. My sorrow would Hogni avenge with the sword. Now myself for my woes I shall payment win. 7. Summon Saxi, the Southron's king. For be the boiling kettle can hallow. 700 there were in the hall. Ere the queen her hand in the kettle thrust. 5. Regarding the death of Thjothrek's men cf Guthrunarkvitha 2, Introductory Prose, Note. It was on these stanzas of Guthrunarkvitha 3 that the annotator based his introduction to Guthrunarkvitha 2. The manuscript repeats the 30 in line 2, in defiance of metrical requirements. 6. In the manuscript this stanza follows stanza 7. Many editions have made the transposition. 7. Whose Saxi may be is not clear, but the stanza clearly points to the time when the ordeal by boiling water was still regarded as a foreign institution, and when a southern king, i.e., a Christian from some earlier converted region, was necessary to consecrate the kettle used in the test. The ordeal by boiling water followed closely the introduction of Christianity, which took place around the year 1000. Some editions make 2 stanzas out of stanza 7, and Mullenhoff contends that lines 1 to 2 do not constitute part of Guthrun's speech. 8. To the bottom she reached with hand so bright. And forth she brought the flashing stones. Behold, ye warriors, well am I cleared of sin by the kettle's sacred boiling. 9. Then Atli's heart in happiness laughed, when Guthrun's hand unhurt he saw. Now Herkja shall come the kettle to try, she who grief for Guthrun planned. 10. Ne'er saw man sight more sad than this. How burned were the hands of Herkja then. In a bog so foul the maid they flung. And so was Guthrun's grief requited. 10. The word requited in line 4 is omitted in the manuscript, but it is clear that some such word was intended. The punishment of casting a culprit into a bog to be drowned was particularly reserved for women, and is not infrequently mentioned in the sagas. Oddrunargratr, the Lament of Oddrun. Introductory Note. The Oddrunargratr follows Guthrunarkvitha 3 in the Codex Regius. It is not quoted or mentioned elsewhere, except that the composer of the short Sigurth lay seems to have been familiar with it. The Valsengasaga says nothing of the story on which it is based, and mentions Oddrun only once, in the course of its paraphrase of Brynhild's prophecy from the short Sigurth lay. That the poem comes from the 11th century is generally agreed. Prior to the year 1000 there is no trace of the figure of Oddrun, Atli's sister, and yet the Oddrunargratr is almost certainly older than the short Sigurth lay, so that the last half of the 11th century seems to be a fairly safe guess. Where or how the figure of Oddrun entered the Sigurth-Atli cycle is uncertain. She does not appear in any of the extant German versions, and it is generally assumed that she was a creation of the North, though the poet refers to old tales concerning her. She does not directly affect the course of the story at all, though the poet has used effectively the episode of Gunnar's death, with the implication that Atli's vengeance on Gunnar and Hogni was due, at least in part, to his discovery of Gunnar's love affair with Oddrun. The material which forms the background of Oddrun's story belongs wholly to the German part of the legend, cf. Introductory Note to Grippispo, and is paralleled with considerable closeness in the Nibelungenlied. Only Oddrun herself and the subsidiary figures of Borni and Vilmund are northern additions. The geography, on the other hand, is so utterly chaotic as to indicate that the original localization of the Atli story had lost all trace of significance by the time this poem was composed. In the manuscript the poem, or rather the brief introductory prose note, bears the heading of Borni and Oddrun, but nearly all editions, following late paper manuscripts, have given the poem the title it bears here. Outside of a few apparently defective stanzas, and some confusing transpositions, the poem has clearly been preserved in good condition, and the beginning and end are definitely marked. Heithrek was the name of a king, whose daughter was called Borni. Vilmund was the name of the man who was her lover. She could not give birth to a child until Oddrun, Atli's sister, had come to her. Oddrun had been beloved of Gunnar, son of Juki. About this story is the following poem. 1. I have heard it told in olden tales. How a maiden came to Morning Land. No one of all on earth above to Heithrek's daughter help could give. 2. This Oddrun learned, the sister of Atli, that sore the maiden's sickness was. The bit-bearer forth from his stall she brought. And the saddle laid on the steed so black. Prose. Nothing further is known of Hythrek, Borni or Vilmund. The annotator has added the name of Borni's father, but otherwise his material comes from the poem itself. Oddrun, sister of Atli and Brynhild, here appears as proficient in birth. Runes, cf. Sigurdrifumol, 8. Regarding her love for Gunnar, Guthrun's brother, and husband of her sister, Brynhild, cf. Sigurtharkvitha and Skamma, 57 and note. 1. Olden tales, this may be merely a stock phrase, or it may really mean that the poet found his story in oral prose tradition. Morningland, the poem's geography is utterly obscure. Morningland is apparently identical with Hunland, stanza 4, and yet Oddrun is herself sister of the king of the Huns. Vigfusson tries to make Mornaland into Morvaland and explain it as Moravia. Probably it means little more than a country lying vaguely in the east. With stanza 28 the confusion grows worse. 3. She let the horse go o'er the level ground, till she reached the hall that loftily rose. And in she went from the end of the hall winky face. From the weary steed the saddle she took. Hear now the speech that first she spake. 4. What news on earth? Or what has happened in Hunland now? A serving maid spake. Here Borni lies in bitter pain. Thy friend, and, Oddrun, thy help would find. Oddrun spake. 5. Who worked this woe for the woman thus? Or why so sudden is Borni sick? The serving maid spake. Vilmund is he, the hero's friend, who wrapped the woman in bedclothes warm. 4 winters 5, yet her father knew not. 3. Line 3, cf. Valundarkvitha, 17, or line 5, cf. Thrymskvitha, 2, both quoted from older poems, is probably spurious. The manuscript marks line 3 as the beginning of a new stanza. 4. Line 1 in the original appears to have lost its second half. In line 2 the word rendered has happened is doubtful. The manuscript does not indicate the speaker of lines 3 to 4, and a few editors assign them to Borni herself. 5. The manuscript does not indicate the speakers. For the woman, conjectural. The manuscript has instead, what warrior now hath worked this woe? The manuscript indicates line 3 as beginning a new stanza. Line 5, apparently modeled on line 4 of stanza n, is probably spurious. 6. Then no more they spake, methinks. She went at the knees of the woman to sit. With magic Oddrun and mightily Oddrun chanted for Borni potent charms. 7. At last were born a boy and girl, son and daughter of Hogni's slayer. Then speech the woman so weak began, nor said she aught ere this she spake. 8. So may the holy ones thee help, Frigg and Freya and favouring gods, as thou hast saved me from sorrow now. Oddrun spake. 9. I came not hither to help thee thus, because thou ever my aid didst earn. I fulfilled the oath that of old I swore, that aid to all I should ever bring, when they shared the wealth the warriors had. 6. Charms, cf. Sigurdrifumol, 8. 7. Hogni's slayer, obviously Vilmund, but unless he was the one of Atli's followers who actually cut out Hogni's heart, cf. Drap Niflunga, there is nothing else to connect him with Hogni's death. Sigmund's amends the line to read born of the sister of Hogni's slayer. 8. Regarding Frigg as a goddess of healing cf. Sigurdagsmol, 52, note. Regarding Freya as the friend of lovers cf. Grimnismol, 14, note. A line is very possibly missing from this stanza. 9. The manuscript does not name the speaker. In line 2 the word rendered earn is omitted in the manuscript, but nearly all editions have supplied it. Line 5 is clearly either interpolated or out of place. It may be all that is left of a stanza which stood between stanzas 15 and 16, or it may belong in stanza 12. Borni spake. 10. Wild art thou, Oddrun, and witless now. That so in hatred to me thou speakest. I followed thee where thou didst fare. As we had been born of brothers twain. Oddrun spake. 11. I remember the evil one eve thou spakest. When a draught I gave to Gunnar then. Thou didst say that never such a deed by maid was done save by me alone. 12. Then the sorrowing woman sat her down to tell the grief of her troubles great. 10 to 20. In the manuscript the order is as follows: 12, 13, 14, 15, 3 to 4, 10, 11, 16, 17, 15, 19, 1 to 2, 19, 1 to 2, 19, 3 to 4, 20. The changes made here, following several of the additions, are, a. the transposition of stanzas 10 to 11, which are clearly dialogue, out of the body of the lament to a position just before it. b. The transposition of lines 1 to 2 of stanza 15 to their present position from the middle of stanza 19. 10. The manuscript does not name the speaker, cf. note on stanzas 10 to 20. 11. The manuscript does not name the speaker, cf. note on stanzas 10 to 20. The word rendered evil in line 1 is a conjectural addition. Apparently Borni was present at Atli's court while the love affair between Oddrun and Gunnar was in progress, and criticized Oddrun for her part in it. A draught, etc., apparently in reference to a secret meeting of the lovers. 12. In the manuscript this stanza follows stanza 9, cf. note on stanzas 10 to 20. No gap is indicated, but something has presumably been lost. Grundtvig supplies as a first line, the made her evil days remembered, and inserts as a second line 5 of stanza 9. 13. Happy I grew in the hero's hall. As the warriors wished, and they loved me well. Glad I was of my father's gifts. For winters 5, while my father lived. 14. These were the words the weary king, ere he died, spake last of all. He bade me with red gold dowered to be, and to Grimhild's son in the south be wedded. 15. But Brynhild the helm he bade to wear. A wish made bright he said she should be. For a nobler maid would never be born on earth, he said, if death should spare her. 13. The manuscript indicates line 3 as the beginning of a new stanza. Many editions combined lines 1 to 2 with stanza 12 and lines 3 to 4 with lines 1 to 2 of stanza 14. The hero, Buthli, father of Oddrun, Atli, and Brynhild. 14. The manuscript indicates line 3, but not line 1, as the beginning of a new stanza. Some editions combine lines 3 to 4 with lines 3 to 4 of stanza 15. Making Buthli plan the marriage of Oddrun and Gunnar may be a sheer invention of the poet, or may point to an otherwise lost version of the legend. 15. Lines 1 to 2 have here been transposed from the middle of stanza 19, cf. note on stanzas 10 to 20. Wish made, a Valkyrie, so called because the Valkyries fulfilled Othin's wish in choosing the slain heroes for Valhall. The reference to Brynhild as a Valkyrie by no means fits with the version of the story used in stanzas 16 to 17, and the poet seems to have attempted to combine the two contradictory traditions, cf. Fafnismol, note on stanza 44. In the manuscript stanzas 10 to 11 follow line 4 of stanza 15. 16. At her weaving Brynhild sat in her bower. Lands and folk alike she had. The earth and heaven high resounded. When Fafnir's slayer the city saw. 17. Then battle was fought with the foreign swords. And the city was broken that Brynhild had. Not long thereafter, but all too soon. Their evil wiles full well she knew. 18. Woeful for this her vengeance was. As so we learn to our sorrow all. In every land shall all men hear. How herself at Sigurth's side she slew. 19. Love to Gunnar then I gave. To the breaker of rings, as Brynhild might. To Atli rings so red they offered. And mighty gifts to my brother would give. 16. In stanzas 16 to 17 the underlying story seems to be the one used in Sigurtharkvitha and Skamma, particularly stanzas 32 to 39, and referred to in Guthrunarkvitha I, 24. Wherein Gunnar and Sigurth lay siege to Atli's city, it here appears as Brynhild's, and are bought off only by Atli's giving Brynhild to Gunnar as wife, winning her consent thereto by falsely representing to her that Gunnar is Sigurth. This version is, of course, utterly at variance with the one in which Sigurth wins Brynhild for Gunnar by riding through the Ring of Flames, and is probably more closely akin to the early German traditions. In the Nibelungenlied Brynhild appears as a queen ruling over lands and peoples. Fafnir's slayer, Sigurth. 17, cf. Note on preceding stanza. 18, cf. Sigurtharkvitha and Skamma, stanzas 64 to 70. 19. In the manuscript lines 1 to 2 of stanza 15 follow line 2, resulting in various conjectural combinations. The manuscript marks line 3 as beginning a new stanza. Rings, etc. Possibly, as Gering maintains, payment offered by Gunnar and Hogni for Brynhild's death, but more probably, as in stanza 20, Gunnar's proffered marriage gold for the hand of Oddrun. 20. 15 dwellings fain would he give for me, and the burden that Grani bore. But Atli said he would never receive marriage gold from Juki's son. 21. Yet could we not our love o'ercome. And my head I laid on the hero's shoulder. Many there were of kinsmen mine, who said that together us they had seen. 22. Atli said that never I would evil plan, or ill deed do. But none may this of another think, or surely speak, when love is shared. 23. Soon his men did Atli send in the murky wood on me to spy. Thither they came where they should not come, where beneath one cover close we lay. 20. Grani's burden, the treasure won by Sigurth from Fafnir, cf. Fafnismol, concluding prose. The manuscript marks line 3 as beginning a new stanza, as also in stanzas 21 and 22. 23. Murky wood, the forest which divided Atli's realm from that of the Jukungs is in Atlakvitha, 3, called Mirkwood. This hardly accords with the extraordinary geography of stanzas 28 to 29, or with the journey described in Guthrunarkvitha 2, 36. 24. To the warriors ruddy rings we offered, that not to Atli e'er they should say, but swiftly home they hastened thence, and eager all to Atli told. 25. But close from Guthrun kept they hid what first of all she ought to have known. 26. Great was the clatter of gilded hoofs when Juki's sons through the gateway rode. The heart they hewed from Hogni then, and the other they cast in the serpent's cave. 27. The hero wise on his harp then smote, for help from me in his heart yet hoped the high-born king might come to him. 24. In the manuscript lines 3 and 4 stand in reversed order. 25. No gap is indicated in the manuscript. Some editors assume the loss not only of 2 lines, but of an additional stanza. Evidently Guthrun has already become Atli's wife. 26. If a stanza has been lost after stanza 25, it may well have told of Atli's treacherous invitation to the Jukungs to visit him, cf. Drap Niflunga, which likewise tells of the slaying of Hogni and Gunnar, the other. 27. In the manuscript these 3 lines follow line 2 of stanza 28. No gap is indicated in the manuscript. In the Valsangasiga Guthrun gives her brother the harp, with which he puts the serpents to sleep. The episode is undoubtedly related to the famous 30th adventure, Sick of the Nibelungenlied, in which Volker plays the followers of Gunther to sleep before the final battle. 28. Alone was I gone to Geirmund then, the draught to mix and ready to make. Sudden I heard from Hleesi clear, how in sorrow the strings of the harp resounded. 29. I bade the serving maids ready to be, for I longed the hero's life to save. Across the sound the boats we sailed, till we saw the whole of Atli's home. 30. then crawling the evil woman came. Atli's mother, may she ever rot. And hard she bit to Gunnar's heart. So I could not help the hero brave. 28. In the manuscript the 3 lines of stanza 27 follow line 2, and line 3 is marked as beginning a new stanza. Geirmund, nothing further is known of him, but he seems to be an ally or retainer of Atli, or possibly his brother. Hlizi, the poet's geography is here in very bad shape. Hlizi is, or may be, the Danish island of Lasso, in the Kattegat, cf. Harbardseljoth, 37 and note, and thither he has suddenly transported not only Gunnar's deathplace but Atli's whole dwelling, cf. stanza 29, despite his previous references to the ride to Hunland, stanzas 3-4, and of Murky Wood, stanza 23. Geirmund's home, where Oddrun has gone, is separated from Hlizi in Atli's dwelling by a sound, stanza 29. However, geographical accuracy is seldom to be looked for in heroic epic poetry. 29. Many editions combine this stanza with lines 3-4 of stanza 28. The sound, cf. note on stanza 28. 30. The manuscript marks line 3 as beginning a new stanza. Atli's mother, the Volsungasaga, does not follow this version. Gunnar puts all the serpents but one to sleep with his harp playing, but a mighty and evil adder crawled to him and drove his fangs into him till they reached his heart, and so he died. It is possible that Atli is a scribal error for a word meaning of serpents. 31. Oft have I wondered how after this serpent's bed goddess I still might live. For well I loved the warrior brave, the giver of swords, as my very self. 32. Thou didst see and listen, the while I said the mighty grief that was mine and theirs. Each man lives as his longing wills. Oddrun's lament is ended now. 31. Serpent's bed goddess, woman, i.e., Borni. Goddess of gold was a frequent term for a woman, and gold was often called the serpent's bed, cf. Guthrunarkvitha I, 24 and note. 32. Some editions make line 4 a statement of the poets, and not part of Oddrun's speech. Atlakvitha and Grönlenzka, the Greenland Lay of Atli. Introductory note. There are 2 Atli poems in the Codex Regius, the Atlakvitha, Lay of Atli, and the Atlamol, Ballad of Atli. The poems are not preserved or quoted in any other old manuscript, but they were extensively used by the compilers of the Volsungasaga. In the manuscript superscription to each of these poems appears the word Greenland, which has given rise to a large amount of argument. The scribe was by no means infallible, and in this case his statement proves no more than that in the period round 1300 there was a tradition that these 2 poems originated in the Greenland settlement. The 2 Atli poems deal with substantially the same material, the visit of the sons of Juki to Atli's court, their deaths, and the subsequent revenge of their sister, Guthrun, Atli's wife, on her husband. The shorter of the 2, the Atlakvitha, tells the story with little elaboration. The Atlamol, with about the same narrative basis, adds many details, some of them apparently of the poet's invention, and with a romantic, not to say sentimental, quality quite lacking in the Atlakvitha. Both poems are sharply distinguished from the rest of the collection by their metrical form, which is the Malahatra, used irregularly also in the Harbardseljoth, employed consistently and smoothly in the Atlamol. And with a considerable mixture of what appear to be Fornarthislag lines, cf. Introduction, in the Atlakvitha. It is altogether probable that both poems belong to the 11th century, the shorter Atlakvitha being generally dated from the first quarter thereof, and the longer Atlamol some 50 years or more later. In each case the poet was apparently a Christian. In the Atlamol, stanza 82, Guthrun expresses her readiness to die and go into another light, and in the Atlakvitha there is frequent use of mythological names, e.g. Valhall, Hlithskjolf, with an evident lack of understanding of their relation to the older gods. These facts fit the theory of a Greenland origin exceedingly well, for the Greenland settlement grew rapidly after the first explorations of Eirik the Red, which were in 982 to 985, and its most flourishing period was in the 11th century. The internal evidence, particularly in the case of the Atlamal, points likewise to an origin remote from Iceland, Norway, and the Western Isles. And the two poems are sufficiently alike so that, despite the efforts of Finnur Johnson and others to separate them, assigning one to Greenland and the other to Norway or elsewhere, it seems probable that the manuscript statement is correct in both instances, and that the two Atli poems did actually originate in Greenland. An interesting account of this Greenland settlement is given in William Hovgaard's Voyages of the Norsemen to America, published by the American Scandinavian Foundation in 1914. And an extraordinarily vivid picture of the sufferings of the early settlers appears in Maurice Hewlett's Thorgils, taken from the Flominasaga. From the standpoint of narrative material, there is little that is distinctively Norse in either the Atlakvitha or the Atlamal. The story is the one outlined in the prose Drap Niflunga, largely based on these two poems, representing almost exclusively the southern blending of the Attila and Burgundian legends, cf. Introductory note to Grapispo. In the Atlakvitha, indeed, the word Burgundians is actually used. Brynhild is not mentioned in either poem. Sigurth's name appears but once, in the Atlamal. Thus the material goes directly back to its South Germanic origins, with little of the northern making over which resulted in such extensive changes in most parts of the Sigurd story. The general atmosphere, on the other hand, particularly in the Atlamal, is essentially Norse. As has been said, the Atlakvitha is metrically in a chaotic state, the normal Malahatr lines being frequently interspersed with lines and even stanzas which apparently are of the older Fornarthislag type. How much of this confusion is due to faulty transmission is uncertain, but it has been suggested that the composer of the Atlakvitha made over in Malahatr an older Atli poem in Fornarthislag, and this suggestion has much to recommend it. That he worked on the basis of an older poem is, indeed, almost certain, for in oral prose tradition a far larger number of distinctively Norse traits would unquestionably have crept in than are found in the material of the Atlakvitha. As for the Atlamal, here again the poet seems to have used an older poem as his basis, possibly the Atlakvitha itself, although in that case he must have had other material as well, for there are frequent divergences in such matters as proper names. The translation of the Atlakvitha is rendered peculiarly difficult by the irregularity of the meter, by the evident faultiness of the transmission, and above all by the exceptionally large number of words found nowhere else in Old Norse, involving much guesswork as to their meanings. The notes do not attempt to indicate all the varying suggestions made by editors and commentators as to the reconstruction of defective stanzas and the probable meanings of obscure passages. In cases which are purely or largely guesswork, the notes merely point out the uncertainty without cataloguing the proposed solutions. Guthrun, Juki's daughter, avenged her brothers, as has become well known. She slew first Atli's sons, and thereafter she slew Atli, and burned the hall with his whole company. Concerning this was the following poem made. 1. Atli sent of old to Gunnar. A keen-witted rider, Nefroth did men call him. To Juki's home came he and to Gunnar's dwelling, with benches round the hearth, and to the beer so sweet. Prose. On the marriage of Guthrun to Atli at the instigation of her brothers, Gunnar and Hogni, and on the slaying of Atli and his two sons, Erp and Idle, cf. Drap Niflunga and note. 1. Line 1 apparently is in Fornarthislag. Nefroth, the name is spelt in various ways, and its meaning is uncertain in the Atlamal. Stanza 4, there are two messengers, one named Vinji and the other unnamed. The annotator combines the two versions in the Drap Niflunga. Benches, etc. The adjective rendered round the hearth, which etymologically it ought to mean, is made obscure by its application to helmets in stanzas 3 and 17. 2. Then the followers, hiding their falseness, all drank their wine in the war hall, of the Hun's wrath wary. And Nefroth spake loudly, his words were crafty. The hero from the south, on the high bench sitting. 3. Now Atli has sent me his errand to ride on my bit-champing steed through Mirkwood the secret, to bid you, Gunnar, to his benches to come, with helms round the hearth, and Atli's home seek. 4. Shields shall ye choose there, and shafts made of ash wood. Gold-adorned helmets, and slaves out of Hunland. Silver-gilt saddle-cloths, shirts of bright scarlet. With lances and spears too, and bit-champing steeds. 2. Falseness, i.e. Gunnar's followers concealed their fear and hatred of the Huns at the feast, but the word may mean fear of treachery. War hall, the word used is Valhall, the name of Othin's hall of slain warriors. 3. Mirkwood the secret, the adjective is literally, unknown, the which divided Atli's realm from that of the Jukungs, cf. Oddrunargratr, 23 in note. Around the hearth, the adjective is the same one which is applied to benches, in stanza 1, cf. Note, it may be an error here, or it may possibly have the force of your followers, i.e., Gunnar is to arm the men of his household, those who are round his hearth, for the journey. For slaves, etc., some editions have swords in plenty. Scarlet, the word apparently means slaughter red, blood red, but it may mean something entirely different. 5. The field shall be given you of wide Nidaheith. With loud ringing lances, and stems gold o'erlaid. Treasures full huge, and the home of damp. And the mighty forest that Mirkwood is called. 6. His head turned Gunnar, and to Hogni he said. What thy counsel, young hero, when such things we hear? No gold do I know on Nidaheith lying. So fair that other its equal we have not. 5. Nidaheith, here the dragon Fafnir had his lair, cf. Grapispo, 11. Sigurth doubtless owned it after Fafnir's death, and the Jukungs after they had killed Sigurth. Possibly they had given it to Atli in recompense for the death of his sister, Brynhild, and he now offered to restore it to them, or as seems more likely the poet was not very clear about its ownership himself. Stems, i.e. the gilded stems of ships, carved like dragons, an evident northern touch, if the word is correct, which is by no means certain. Damp, this name was early applied to a mythical Danish king, cf. Rigstila, 49 and note, but it may have been fabricated by error out of the word Danparster. The phrase here used is Sty Danpar, used in the Hervararsaga of a field of battle between the Goths and the Huns. And quite possibly referring to the region of the Dnieper. The name seems to have clung to the Atli tradition long after it had lost all definite significance. Mirkwood, cf. note on stanza 3. 7. We have 7 halls, each of swords is full. And all of gold is the hilt of each winky face. My steed is the swiftest, my sword is sharpest. My bows adorn benches, my burnies are golden. My helm is the brightest that came from Kjar's hall. Mine own is better than all the Huns' treasure. Hogni spake. 8. What seeks she to say, that she sends us a ring? Woven with a wolf's hair. Methinks it gives warning. In the red ring a hair of the heath dweller found I. Wolf-like shall our road be if we ride on this journey. 7. The stanza is clearly in bad shape, the manuscript indicates line 5 as beginning a new stanza. In line 5 the manuscript has, and shield, after, helm. Kjar, Gering ingeniously identifies this Kjar with Kjar the father of Oddrun, mentioned in the Vallendarkvitha, introductory prose, and stanza 2, on the basis of a genealogy in the Flateyjarbók, in which Othi, the grandfather of Kjar, by no means certainly the same man, and Buthli, father of Atli, are mentioned as making a raiding voyage together. This identification, however, rests on slight evidence. 8. The manuscript does not name the speaker. One editor gives the first sentence to Gunnar. She, etc. Guthrun, seeking to warn her brothers of Atli's treachery, sends them a ring with a wolf's hair as a sign of danger. In the Atlamol, stanza 4, she sends a message written in runes, cf. Drap Niflunga. Heath dweller, wolf. 9. Not eager were his comrades, nor the men of his kin. The wise, nor the wary, nor the warriors bold. But Gunnar spake forth as befitted a king. Noble in the beer hall, and bitter his scorn. 10. stand forth now, Fjornar. And hither on the floor. The beakers all golden shalt thou bring to the warriors. 11. The wolves then shall rule the wealth of the Niflungs. Wolves aged and grey-hued, if Gunnar is lost. And black-coated bears with rending teeth bite. And make glad the dogs, if Gunnar returns not. 9. In line 1 the manuscript has, his comrades did not urge Gunnar, but the name, involving a metrical error, seems to have been inserted through a scribal blunder. 10. The manuscript indicates no lacuna, but probably 2 lines have dropped out, for the Valsengasiga paraphrase runs, "Give us to drink in great cups, for it may well be that this shall be our last feast." Fjornar, Gunnar's cupbearer. 11. Bugg thinks this stanza is spoken by Gunnar's terrified followers. Grundtvig assigns it to Hogni. Apparently, however, Gunnar means that if he and his men are not valiant enough to make the journey and return safely, it matters little what may happen to them. Niflungs, regarding the application of this name to Gunnar's Burgundian cf. Brot, 17 and note. Bears, these black bears have been used as arguments against the Greenland origin of the poem. And make glad the dogs, i.e., by giving them corpses to eat, but the phrase in the original is more than doubtful. 12. A following gallant fared forth with the ruler. Yet they wept as their home with the hero they left. And the little heir of Hogni called loudly. Go safe now, ye wise ones, wherever ye will. 13. Then let the bold heroes their bit-champing horses on the mountains gallop, and through Mirkwood the secret. All Hunland was shaken where the hard-souled ones rode. On the Whipferas fared they through fields that were green. 14. Then they saw Atli's halls, and his watchtowers high. On the walls so lofty stood the warriors of Buthli. The hall of the Southrons with seats was surrounded, with targets bound and shields full bright. 12. Some editions in line 2 read, Home of the Niflungs, instead of, their home, and others, Home of the Huns, the manuscript reading being, Home of the Men. The Atlamal, stanza 28, names 2 sons of Hogni, Snivar and Solar, both of whom make the journey with their father and are killed. The Valsengasiga, combining the 2 versions, says that Snivar and Solar went with their father, and implies that it was a third and still younger son who said, farewell, and have a good time, thus literally. 11. Mirkwood, cf. stanza 3 and note. The journey is here made by land, whereas in the Atlamal it is made partly by boat, cf. Atlamal, 34 and note. Whipferas, horses, but there is some uncertainty as to the word. 13. In line 1 the manuscript has land instead of halls, which involves a metrical error. Watchtowers, the word used is identical with the name of Othin's watchtower, Hlithskjolf, cf. Grimnismal, introductory prose. Buthli, the manuscript has Biki, which has led some editors to transfer this stanza to the Hamthesmal, placing it between stanzas 16 and 17. It seems more likely, however, that Biki was a scribal error for Buthli. Regarding Biki cf. Sigurtharkvitha and Skamma, 63 in note. Line 4 is apparently in Fornarthislag. 15. Mid weapons and lances did Atli his wine. In the war hall drink, without were his watchmen. For Gunnar they waited, if forth he should go. With their ringing spears they would fight with the ruler. 16. This their sister saw, as soon as her brothers had entered the hall, little ale had she drunk. Betrayed art thou, Gunnar. What guard hast thou, hero? Gainst the plots of the Huns. From the hall flee swiftly. 17. Brother, 'twere far better to have come in Byrny. With thy household helmed, to see Atli's home. And to sit in the saddle all day 'neath the sun. That the sword Norns might weep for the death-pale warriors. And the Hunnish shield maids might shun not the sword. And send Atli himself to the den of the snakes. Now the den of the snakes for thee is destined. 15. Line 1 in the manuscript is apparently incorrectly copied, and some editions omit mid-weapons and lances, and assume a gap in either line 1 or line 3. 17. This may be the remains of 2 stanzas. The manuscript marks line 5 as beginning a new stanza. Editorial conjectures are numerous and varied. Household, the phrase is the same, helms round the hearth, commented on in stanza 3. Some editions insert a conjectural line after line 3. Sword Norns, etc., the line is exceedingly obscure, and the phrase rendered, sword Norns, may mean, corpse Norns. Apparently it refers to the warrior women of the Huns, the shield maids, of line 5 and of stanza 45. Roman writers refer to the warrior women among the early Germanic tribes, and the tradition, closely allied to that of the Valkyries, attached itself readily to the ferocious Huns. Den of Snakes, concerning the manner of Gunnar's death cf. Drap Niflunga. Gunnar spake. 18. Too late is it, sister, to summon the Niflungs. Long is it to come to the throng of our comrades. The heroes gallant, from the hills of the Rhine. 19. Then Gunnar they seized, and they set him in chains. The Burgundians king, and fast they bound him. 18. The manuscript indicates no lacuna and does not name the speaker. Perhaps a line similar to line 1 of stanza 24, or 26, should be inserted here. Rhine, Gunnar's Burgundian home is here clearly localized. After this stanza it is probable that a passage describing the battle has been lost. 19. These 2 lines, apparently the remains of a full stanza, may belong after stanza 20. Burgundians king, the phrase may mean, Burgundians men, i.e., they bound all the Burgundians who were left alive after the battle. This is the only place in the poems in which the name, Burgundian, appears. That the poet had no very clear conception of its meaning is indicated by the fact that in stanza 21 he calls Gunnar, king of the Goths. 20. Hogni slew 7 with sword so keen. And an 8th he flung in the fire hot. A hero should fight with his foemen thus. As Hogni strove in Gunnar's behalf. 21. The leader they asked if his life he fain with gold would buy, the king of the Goths. Gunnar spake. 22. First the heart of Hogni shall ye lay in my hands. All bloody from the breast of the bold one cut. With coen-biting sword, from the son of the king. 20. Apparently a Fornarthislag stanza, though most editions have attempted to expand the lines into Malahatra. The exploits of Hogni, Hagin, with the names of many of his victims, are told in the Nibelungenlied. The fire, in the Nibelungenlied Kriemhild has the hall set on fire, and the Burgundians fight amid the flames. Line 4 is clearly defective, and some editors regard the name, Gunnar, as all that is left of the first 2 lines of stanza 21. 21. Again apparently the remains of a Fornarthislag stanza. Editors have attempted various combinations of the lines. Gold, presumably Sigurth's treasure. 22. The manuscript does not indicate the speaker. Perhaps a first line similar to line 1 of stanza 24 should appear here. Some editors, however, assume that a line is missing after line 3. Gunnar demands proof that Hogni is dead because, as stanza 29 shows, he is unwilling to die himself until he is assured that the secret of the treasure will perish with him. He did not, of course, intend that the heart should be cut from the living Hogni. 23. They cut out the heart from the breast of Jali. On a platter they bore it, and brought it to Gunnar. 24. Then Gunnar spake forth, the lord of the folk. Here have I the heart of Jali the craven. Unlike to the heart of Hogni the valiant. For it trembles still as it stands on the platter. Twice more did it tremble in the breast of the man. 25. Then Hogni laughed when they cut out the heart. Of the living Helmhammer, tears he had not. On a platter they bore it, and brought it to Gunnar. 23. Most editions assume a gap, lines 1 to 2, 2 to 3 or 3 to 4. Jali, Atli's cook, killed to deceive Gunnar, as Atli hoped to wring the secret of the hoard from Hogni if Gunnar remained silent. In the Atlamál, stanzas 59-60, Atli's men prepare to kill Jali, but he is spared at Hogni's intercession. 25. Helmhammer, literally, helmetsmith, warrior, i.e., Hogni. No gap indicated in the manuscript. 26. Then Gunnar spake forth, the spear of the Niflungs. Here have I the heart of Hogni the valiant. Unlike to the heart of Jali the craven. Little it trembles as it lies on the platter. Still less did it tremble when it lay in his breast. 27. So distant, Atli, from all men's eyes. Shalt thou be as thou, from the gold. 28. To no one save me is the secret known. Of the Niflungs hoard, now Hogni is dead. Of old there were two, while we twain were alive. Now is none but I, for I only am living. 29. The swift Rhine shall hold the strife gold of heroes. That once was the gods, the wealth of the Niflungs. In the depths of the waters the death rings shall glitter. And not shine on the hands of the Hunnish men. 26. Line may first belong elsewhere, stanzas 18 or 22. 27. Apparently the remains of two Fornarthislag lines, the manuscript combines them with lines 1-2 of stanza 28. Gunnar foretells Atli's speedy death. 28. Apparently in Fornarthislag. The manuscript indicates line 3 as the beginning of a stanza, and many editions combine lines 3-4 with stanza 29. This stanza explains Gunnar's demand for Hogni's heart in stanza 22. 29. The manuscript marks line 3, and not line 1, as the beginning of a stanza. Rhine, etc. The stanza shows the blending of three different traditions with regard to the treasure, the German tradition of the gold of the Rhine, cf. Volundarkvitha, 16, and Sigurtharkvitha and Skamma, 16, the tradition, likewise German, of the hoard of the Niflungen, Niflungs, early blended with the first one, and finally the northern tradition of the theft of Andvari's treasure by Othin. Honer, and Loki, cf. Region Small, 1-9. Atli spake. 30. Ye shall bring the wagon, for now is he bound. 31. On the long-maned Glom rode Atli the Great. About him were warriors. But Guthrun, akin to the gods of slaughter, yielded not to her tears in the hall of tumult. 30. Apparently all that is left of a full stanza. The manuscript does not name Atli as the speaker, and Grundtvig inserts, then Atli called, the king of the Huns, as a first line. Some editors combine this line with the two lines of stanza 33. Wagon, in Brot, 16, Gunnar is led to his death in the serpent's den on horseback, not in a wagon. 31. The stanza in the original is hopelessly confused. Glom, this horse of Atli's is mentioned by name elsewhere. Long-maned, uncertain. The manuscript indicates no gap, but something has evidently been lost. Gods of slaughter, perhaps the phrase, usually applied to Othin and the other gods, is here used simply to mean heroes, i.e., Atli, Gunnar, and Hogni. Line 4 suggests Guthrun's tearlessness after Sigurth's death, cf. Guthrunarkvitha 2, 11. Guthrun spake. 32. It shall go with thee, Atli, as with Gunnar thou heldest the oaths ofttimes sworn, and of old made firm. By the sun in the south, by Sigdur's mountain. By the horse of the rest bed, and the ring of Yule. 33. Then the champer of bits drew the chieftain great. The gold garter, down to the place of death. 34. By the warrior's host was the living hero. Cast in the den were crawling about. Within were serpents, but soon did Gunnar with his hand in wrath on the harp-strings smite. The strings resounded, so shall a hero. A ring-breaker, gold from his enemy's guard. 32. The manuscript does not indicate the speaker. Sigurd, victory god, Othin, what particular mountain, if any, is meant is unknown. Horse of the rest bed, probably this means, bedpost, i.e., the support of the marriage bed. Yule, the archer god, cf. Grimnismal, 5 and note. Nothing is known of his ring. 33, apparently the remains of a Fornarthislag stanza. Some editors combine the two lines with the line here indicated as stanza 30. Champer of bits, horse. The manuscript indicates no gap. 34, 6 Fornarthislag lines which editors have tried to reconstruct in all sorts of ways. The manuscript marks line 5 as the beginning of a new stanza, regarding the serpent's den, Gunnar's harp playing, and the manner of his death, cf. Drap Niflunga and Oddrunargratr, 27-30, and notes. In Atlamal, 62, Gunnar plays the harp with his feet, his hands being bound, and some editors change hand in line 4 to foot. Lines 5 to 6 may be interpolated, or, as Bug maintains, lines 1 to 4 may have been expanded out of 2 lines. 35. Then Atli rode on his earth-treading steed, seeking his home, from the slaughter-place. There was clatter of hoofs of the steeds in the court, and the clashing of arms as they came from the field. 36. Out then came Guthrun to meeting with Atli, with a golden beaker as gift to the monarch. Thou mayst eat now, chieftain, within thy dwelling. Blithely with Guthrun young beasts fresh slaughtered. 37. The wine-heavy ale-cups of Atli resounded, when there in the hall the Hunnish youths clamoured, and the warriors bearded, the brave ones, entered. 35. The manuscript marks line 3 as beginning a new stanza. 2, possibly 3, of the lines appear to be in Fornarthislag field, so the manuscript, involving a metrical error, many editions have, would. 36. Young beasts, Guthrun means Atli's sons, ERP and idle, but of course he thinks she refers to newly slaughtered beasts, cf. Guthrunarkvitha 2, 41-45. 37. Youths, a conjectural addition. The brave ones is also conjectural, the manuscript having each. No gap indicated in the manuscript, some editions insert as line 3 or line 4 a slightly altered version of line 2 of stanza 45. 38. Then in came the Shining One, and drink she bore them. Unwilling and bitter brought she food to the warrior, till in scorn to the white-faced Atli did she speak. 39. Thou giver of swords, of thy sons the hearts, all heavy with blood and honey thou hast eaten. Thou shalt stomach, thou hero, the flesh of the slain, to eat at thy feast, and to send to thy followers. 40. Thou shalt never call to thy knees again, ERP or idle, when merry with ale. Thou shalt never see in their seats again the sharers of gold their lances shaping, clipping the manes or minding their steeds. 41. There was clamour on the benches, and the cry of men, the clashing of weapons, and weeping of the Huns. Save for Guthrun only, she wept not ever, for her bare fierce brothers, or the boys so dear, so young and so unhappy, whom with Atli she had. 38. No gap indicated in the manuscript, but the two fragments cannot be fitted together as one line. The Shining One, Guthrun. 39. Giver of swords, generous prince, i.e., Atli. Honey, cf. Guthrunarkvitha 2, 42. To send to thy followers, literally, to send from thy high seat. 40. Apparently a Fornarthislag stanza. Merry with ale, presumably this refers to Atli, but the manuscript reading makes it apply to the two boys. Sharers of gold, princes. Line 5 is either interpolated or all that is left of a separate stanza. 41. The text of the whole stanza has required a considerable amount of emendation. Lines 3 to 5 may have been expanded out of 2 lines, or line may 5th be an interpolation, possibly from stanza 12 of the Guthrunarkvitha. Weapons, the word literally means good weaving, and may refer to silken garments, but this hardly fits the noun here rendered clashing. Wept not, cf. stanza 31 and note. 42. Gold did she scatter, the swan-white one. And rings of red gold to the followers gave she. The fate she let grow, and the shining wealth go. Nor spared she the treasure of the temple itself. 43. Unwise then was Atli, he had drunk to wildness. No weapon did he have, and of Guthrun bewared not. Oft their play was better when both in gladness each other embraced among princes all. 44. With her sword she gave blood for the bed to drink. With her death-dealing hand, and the hounds she loosed. The thralls she awakened, and a firebrand threw. In the door of the hall, so vengeance she had. 42. Line 1 appears to be in Fornathislag. Guthrun distributes Atli's treasures among his followers apparently to prevent their wrath at the slaying of Erp and Idle from turning against her. Atli, as stanza 43 shows, is too drunk to realize or prevent what she is doing. 43. The second half of line 4 is apparently an error, but none of the editorial suggestions have improved it. 44. Guthrun allows the dogs and the house thralls, who had no part in Gunnar's death, to escape before she burns the dwelling with all who are left therein. In Atlamal, stanzas 83-84, Atli is slain by a son of Hogni, Niflung, with Guthrun's help. 45. To the flames she gave all who yet were within. And from Mercium had come from the murder of Gunnar. The timbers old fell, the temple was in flames. The dwelling of the Niflungs, and the shield maids burned. They were slain in the house, in the hot flames they sank. 46. Now the tale is all told, nor in later time will a woman in Burnie avenge so her brothers. The fair one to 3 of the kings of the folk brought the doom of death ere herself she died. Still more is told in the Greenland Ballad of Atli. 45. Some editions transfer line 2 to stanza 37, others reject line 3 as interpolated. Mercium, dark home, probably identical with Mirkwood, cf stanza 3. Temple, probably both here and in stanza 42. The word means little more than the place where Atli's treasures were kept. The poet was by no means literal in his use of terms connected with the heathen religion. Niflungs, sons of Buthli, i.e. Atli and his family. Shield maids, cf stanza 17 and note. 46. The entire stanza is very likely a later addition. 3 kings, Atli and his 2 sons, Erp and Idle. Atlamal and Grönlenzka, the Greenland Ballad of Atli. Introductory note. Many of the chief facts regarding the Atlamal, which follows the Atlakvitha in the Codex Regius, are outlined in the introductory note to the earlier Atli lay. That the superscription in the manuscript is correct, and that the poem was actually composed in Greenland, is generally accepted. The specific reference to polar bears, stanza 17, and the general color of the entire poem make this origin exceedingly likely. Most critics, again, agree in dating the poem nearer 1100 than 1050. As to its state of preservation there is some dispute, but, barring 1 or 2 possible gaps of some importance, and the usual number of passages in which the interpolation or omission of 1 or 2 lines may be suspected, the Atlamal has clearly come down to us in fairly good shape. Throughout the poem the epic quality of the story itself is overshadowed by the romantically sentimental tendencies of the poet, and by his desire to adapt the narrative to the understanding of his fellow Greenlanders. The substance of the poem is the same as that of the Atlakvitha. It tells of Atli's message to the sons of Juki, their journey to Atli's home, the slaying of Hogni and Gunnar, Guthrun's bitterness over the death of her brothers, and her bloody revenge on Atli. Thus in its bare outline the Atlamal represents simply the Frankish blending of the legends of the slaughter of the Burgundians and the death of Attila, cf. Grapispo, introductory note. But here the resemblance ends. The poet has added characters, apparently of his own creation, for the sake of episodes which would appeal to both the men and the women of the Greenland settlement. Sea voyages take the place of journeys by land. Atli is reproached, not for cowardice in battle, but for weakness at the Thing or Great Council. The additions made by the poet are responsible for the Atlamols being the longest of all the heroic poems in the Eddic collection, and they give it a kind of emotional vividness, but it has little of the compressed intensity of the older poems. Its greatest interest lies in its demonstration of the manner in which a story brought to the north from the South Germanic lands could be adapted to the understanding and tastes of its 11th century hearers without any material change of the basic narrative. In what form or forms the story of the Jukungs and Atli reached the Greenland poet cannot be determined, but it seems likely that he was familiar with older poems on the subject, and possibly with the Atlakvitha itself. That the details which are peculiar to the Atlamol, such as the figures of Kostbera and Glomber, existed in earlier tradition seems doubtful, but the son of Hogni, who aids Guthrun in the slaying of Atli, appears, though under another name, in other late versions of the story, and it is impossible to say just how much the poet relied on his own imagination and how far he found suggestions and hints in the prose or verse stories of Atli with which he was familiar. The poem is in Malahatr, cf. Introduction, throughout, the verse being far more regular than in the Atlakvitha. The compilers of the Valsengasaga evidently knew it in very much the form in which we now have it, for in the main it is paraphrased with great fidelity. 1. There are many who know how of old did men in council gather, little good did they get. In secret they plotted, it was sore for them later. And for Juki's sons, whose trust they deceived. 2. Fate grew for the princes, to death they were given. Ill counsel was Atli's, though keenness he had. He felled his staunch bulwark, his own sorrow fashioned. Soon a message he sent that his kinsmen should seek him. 1. Men, Atli and his advisers, with whom he planned the death of the sons of Juki, Gunnar and Hogni. The poet's reference to the story as well known explains the abruptness of his introduction, without the mention of Atli's name, and his reference to Guthrun in stanza 3 simply as, the woman, Husfrija, goddess of the house. 2. Princes, Atli, Gunnar, and Hogni. Bulwark, Atli's slaying of his wife's brothers, who were ready to support and defend him in his greatness, was the cause of his own death. 3. Wise was the woman, she fain would use wisdom. She saw well what meant all they said in secret. From her heart it was hid how help she might render. The sea they should sail, while herself she should go not. 4. Runes did she fashion, but false Vingi made them. The speeder of hatred, ere to give them he sought. Then soon fared the warriors whom Atli had sent. And to Limifjord came, to the home of the kings. 3. The woman, Guthrun, concerning whose marriage to Atli cf. Guthrunarkvitha 2. The sea, a late and essentially Greenland variation of the geography of the Atli story. Even the Atlakvitha, perhaps half a century earlier, separates Atli's land from that of the Jukungs only by a forest. 4. Runes, on the 2 versions of Guthrun's warning, and also on the name of the messenger, here Vingi, cf. Drap Niflunga and note. Limifjord, probably the Limfjord of northern Jutland, an important point in the wars of the 11th century. The name was derived from Eilamafjord, i.e., Eilamais Fjord. The poet may really have thought that the kingdom of the Burgundians was in Jutland, or he may simply have taken a well-known name for the sake of vividness. 5. They were kindly with ale, and fires they kindled. They thought not of craft from the guests who had come. The gifts did they take that the noble one gave them. On the pillars they hung them, no fear did they harbor. 6. Forth did Kostbera, wife of Hogni, then come. Full kindly she was, and she welcomed them both. And glad too was Glomber, the wife of Gunnar. She knew well to care for the needs of the guests. 7. Then Hogni they asked if more eager he were. Full clear was the guile, if on guard they had been. Then Gunnar made promise, if Hogni would go. And Hogni made answer as the other counselled. 8. Then the famed ones brought mead, and fair was the feast. Full many were the horns, till the men had drunk deep. Then the mates made ready their beds for resting. 5. Some editors assume a gap after this stanza. 6. Some editions place this stanza between stanzas 7 and 8. Kostbera, the giver of food, and Glomver, the merry, presumably creations of the poet. Both, at least two emissaries, Vingi and the one here unnamed, Nefroth. 7. It is altogether probable that a stanza has been lost between stanzas 6 and 7, in which Gunnar is first invited, and replies doubtfully. Made promise, many editions amend the text to read, promised the journey. The text of line 4 is obscure, the manuscript reads, Niddy, refused, which many editors have changed to, Hliddy, which means exactly the opposite. 8. No gap is indicated in the manuscript. Bug adds, line 3, then the warriors rose, and to slumber made ready. The manuscript indicates line 4 as beginning a new stanza, and some editions make a separate stanza out of lines 1 to 2. Others suggest the loss of a line after line 4. 9. Wise was Kostbera, and cunning in runecraft. The letters which she read by the light of the fire. But full quickly her tongue to her palate clave. So strange did they seem that their meaning she saw not. 10. Full soon then his bed came Hogni to seek. The clear-souled one dreamed, and her dream she kept not. To the warrior the wise one spake when she wakened. 11. Thou wouldst go hence, Hogni, but heed my counsel. Known to few are the runes, and put off thy faring. I have read now the runes that thy sister wrote. And this time the bright one did not bid thee to come. 9. The manuscript does not indicate line 1 as the beginning of a stanza, cf. note on stanza 8. 10. Some editions combine this stanza with lines 1 to 2 of stanza 11. The manuscript indicates no gap. Grundtvig adds, line 2, but sleep to the woman so wise came little. 11. Some editions make a separate stanza out of lines 1 to 2, or combine them with stanza 10, and combine lines 3 to 4 with stanza 12, either lines 1 to 4 or 1 to 2. The manuscript marks line 3 as beginning a new stanza. 12. Full much do I wonder, nor well can I see why the woman wise so wildly hath written. But to me it seems that the meaning beneath is that both shall be slain if soon ye shall go. But one rune she missed, or else others have marred it. Hogni spake. 13. All women are fearful, not so do I feel. Ill I seek not to find till I soon must avenge it. The king now will give us the gloruddy gold. I never shall fear, though of dangers I know. Kostbera spake. 14. In danger ye fare, if forth ye go thither. No welcoming friendly this time shall ye find. For I dreamed now, Hogni, and not will I hide. Full evil thy faring, if rightly I fear. 12. Line may 5th be spurious, or else all that is left of a lost stanza. The manuscript marks it as the beginning of a new stanza, which, as the text stands, is clearly impossible. 13. The manuscript, followed by some editions, has Hogni spake in the middle of line 1. The manuscript and many editions have this. The king, Atli. 14. The manuscript does not indicate the speakers in this dialogue between Kostbera and Hogni, stanzas 14 to 19. 2 line, may possibly have been lost after line 2, filling out stanza 14 and making stanza 15. Then consisting of lines 3 to 4 of stanza 14 and lines 1 to 2 of stanza 15, the account of Kostbera's first dream. The manuscript marks line 3 as beginning a new stanza. In any case, the lost lines cannot materially have altered the meaning. 15. Thy bed covering saw I in the flames burning. And the fire burst high through the walls of my home. Hogni spake. Yon garment of linen lies little of worth. It will soon be burned, so thou sawest the bed cover. Kostbera spake. 16. A bear saw I enter, the pillars he broke. And he brandished his claws so that craven we were. With his mouth seized he many, and naught was our might. And loud was the tumult, not little it was. 15. Saw I, the manuscript here, as also in stanzas 16, 18, 2r, 22, and 24, has methought, which involves a metrical error. Some editors regard lines 3 to 4 as the remains of a 4-line stanza. Regarding Kostbera's warning dreams, and Hogni's matter-of-fact interpretations of them, cf. Guthrunarkvitha 2, 39-44. 16. The meaning of the first half of line 3 in the original is obscure. Hogni spake. 17. Now a storm is brewing, and wild it grows swiftly. A dream of an ice bear means a gale from the east. Kostbera spake. 18. An eagle I saw flying from the end through the house. Our fate must be bad, for with blood he sprinkled us. From the evil I fear that 'twas Atli's spirit. Hogni spake. 19. They will slaughter soon, and so blood do we see. Oft oxen it means when of eagles one dreams. True is Atli's heart, whatever thou dreamest. Then silent they were, and not further they said. 17. 2 lines may have been lost after line 2, but the Valsengasaga paraphrase gives no clue. Ice bear, polar bears, common in Greenland, are very rarely found in Iceland, and never in Norway, a fact which substantiates the manuscript's reference to Greenland as the home of the poem. 18. The manuscript indicates no gap, but most editors assume the loss of a line after line 1 or 2. Grundtvig adds, after line 1, black were his feathers, with blood was he covered. Atli's spirit, the poet's folklore seems here a bit weak. Presumably he means such a female following spirit, Fylgja, as appears in Helgakvitha Hjörvarthsonar, prose following stanza 34, cf. note thereon, but the word he uses, ham, masculine, means skin, shape. He may, however, imply that Atli had assumed the shape of an eagle for this occasion. 19. The manuscript indicates line 4 as beginning a new stanza. 20. The high-born ones wakened, and like speech they had. Then did Glomber tell how in terror she dreamed. Gunnar 2 roads they should go. Glomber spake. 21. A gallows saw I ready, thou didst go to thy hanging. Thy flesh serpents ate, and yet living I found thee. The gods' doom descended, now say what it boded. 22. A sword drawn bloody from thy garments I saw. Such a dream is hard o' a husband to tell. A spear stood, methought, through thy body thrust. And at head and feet the wolves were howling. 20. The manuscript indicates no gap, but none of the many attempted emendations have made sense out of the words as they stand. The proper location for the missing words is sheer guesswork. 2 roads, probably the meaning is that their way, i.e. their success, would be doubtful. 21. The manuscript does not indicate the speakers in this dialogue, stanzas 21 to 26. No gap is indicated after line 2. Most editors assume the loss of 2 lines or of a full stanza after stanza 21 giving Gunnar's interpretation of Glomber's dream, but the Valsengasaga gives no clue, as it does not mention this first dream at all. Grundtvig suggests as Gunnar's answer, banners are gleaming, since of gallows didst dream, and wealth it must mean that thou serpents didst watch. God's doom, an odd, and apparently mistaken, use of the phrase, Ragnarok, cf. Voluspo, introductory note, Gunnar spake. 23. The hounds are running, loud their barking is heard. Oft hounds' clamor follows the flying of spears. Glomber spake. 24. A river the length of the hall saw I run. Full swiftly it roared, o'er the benches it swept. O'er the feet did it break of ye brothers twain. The water would yield not, some meaning there was. 25. I dreamed that by night came dead women hither. Sad were their garments, and thee were they seeking. They bade thee come swiftly forth to their benches. And nothing, methinks, could the Norns avail thee. 25. Perhaps 2 lines have been lost after line 2. Possibly the concluding phrase of line 2 should be, bloody spears, as in the Volsungasaga paraphrase. 24. Again Gunnar's interpretation is missing, and most editors either assume a gap or construct 2 Malahatr lines, out of the Volsungasaga prose paraphrase, which runs, the grain shall flow, since thou hast dreamed of rivers. And when we go to the fields, often the chaff rises above our feet. Gunnar spake. 26. Too late is thy speaking, for so is it settled. From the faring I turn not, the going is fixed. Though likely it is that our lives shall be short. 27. Then bright shone the morning, the men all were ready. They said, and yet each would the other hold back. 5 were the warriors, and their followers all. But twice as many, their minds knew not wisdom. 28. Snevar and Solar, they were sons of Hogni. Orkning was he called who came with the others. Blithe was the shield tree, the brother of Kostbra. The fair-decked ones followed, till the fjord divided them. Full hard did they plead, but the others would hear not. 25. The meaning of line 4 is uncertain, but apparently it refers to the guardian spirits or lesser Norns, cf. Fafnismal, 12-13 in notes. 26. Possibly a line has been lost from this stanza. 27. 5. Gunnar, Hogni, and the 3 mentioned in stanza 28. 28. Perhaps a line has been lost before line 1. Grundtvig supplies, Gunnar and Hogni, the heirs twain of Juki. Snevar, the manuscript here has Snevar, Solar and Orkning appear only in this poem and in the prose narratives based on it. Lines 2-3 may have been expanded out of one line, or possibly line 3 is spurious. The manuscript indicates line 4 as beginning a new stanza, and many editions make a separate stanza out of lines 4-5, many of them assuming the loss of 2 lines. Shield tree, warrior, Orkning, here identified as Kostbra's brother. Fair-decked ones, women, i.e., Glomber and Kostbra. Fjord, perhaps specifically the Limofjord mentioned in stanza 4. 29. Then did Glomber speak forth, the wife of Gunnar. To Vingi she said that which wise to her seemed. I know not if well thou requitest our welcome. Full ill was thy coming if evil shall follow. 30. Then did Vingi swear, and full glib was his speech. May giants now take me if lies I have told ye. And the gallows if hostile thought did I have. 31. Then did Bera speak forth, and fair was her thought. May ye sail now happy, and victory have. To fare as I bid ye, may not your way bar. 30. The manuscript indicates no gap. Grundtvig inserts, line 2, the evil was clear when his words he uttered. 31. Bera, Kostbra, the first element in compound feminine proper names was not infrequently omitted, cf. Hild for Brynhild, Helreith Brynhildar, 6. The manuscript indicates no gap, Grundtvig inserts, line 2, and clear was her cry to her kinsman dear. 32. Then Hogni made answer, dear held he his kin. Take courage, ye wise ones, whatsoever may come. Though many may speak, yet is evil oft mighty. And words avail little to lead one homeward. 33. They tenderly looked till each turned on his way. Then with changing fate were their farings divided. 34. Full stoutly they rowed, and the keel clove asunder. Their backs strained at the oars, and their strength was fierce. The oar loops were burst, the thole pins were broken. Nor the ship made they fast ere from her they fared. 32. Hogni's method of cheering his wife and sister-in-law is somewhat unusual, for the meaning of lines 3-4 is that good wishes and blessings are of little use in warding off danger. 33. Perhaps 2 lines have been lost after line 2. Grundtvig supplies, then weeping did Glomber go to her rest bed, and sadly did Bera her spinning wheel seek. 34. Keel, etc. In the Nibelungenlied, and presumably in the older German tradition, Hagen breaks his oar steering the Burgundians across the Danube, stanza 1564, and, after all have landed, splinters the boat, stanza 1581, in order that there may be no retreating. The poet here seems to have confused the story, connecting the breaking of the ship's keel with the violence of the rowing, but echoing the older legend in the last line, wherein the ship is allowed to drift away after the travelers have landed. Oar loops, the thongs by which the oars in a Norse boat were made fast to the thole pins, the combination taking the place of the modern oarlock. 35. Not long was it after, the end must I tell, that the home they beheld that Buthli once had. Loud the gates resounded when Hogni smote them. Vingi spake then a word that were better unsaid. 36. Go ye far from the house, for false is its entrance. Soon shall I burn you, ye are swiftly smitten. I bade ye come fairly, but falseness was under. Now bide ye afar while your gallows I fashion. 37. Then Hogni made answer, his heart yielded little. And not did he fear that his fate held in store. Seek not to affright us, thou shalt seldom succeed. If thy words are more, then the worse grows thy fate. 35. The manuscript indicates line 4 as beginning a new stanza, and many editions combine it with stanza 36, some of them assuming the loss of a line from stanza 35. In the Valsengasaga paraphrase, the second half of line 4 is made a part of Vingi's speech, better had ye left this undone. 36. Cf. Note on preceding stanza, the manuscript does not indicate line I as beginning a stanza. Line may third be spurious. 37. In the Valsengasaga paraphrase, the second half of line 1 and the first half of line 2 are included in Hogni's speech. 38. Then Vingi did they smite, and they sent him to hell. With their axes they clove him while the death rattle came. 39. Atli summoned his men, in mail coats they hastened. Already they came, and between was the courtyard. 38. Possibly 2 lines have been lost after line 2. 39. It is probable that a considerable passage has been lost between stanzas 39 and 40, for the Valsengasaga paraphrase includes a dialogue at this point. The manuscript indicates no gap, and most editions combine stanzas 39 and 40 as a single stanza. The prose passage, indicating the substance of what, if anything, is lost, runs as follows: Be welcome among us, and give me that store of gold which is ours by right, the gold that Sigurth had, and that now belongs to Guthrun. Gunnar said, Never shalt thou get that gold, and men of might shalt thou find here, ere we give up our lives, if it is battle thou dost offer us. In truth it seems that thou hast prepared this feast in kingly fashion, and with little grudging toward eagle and wolf. The demand for the treasure likewise appears in the Nibelungenlied. 40. Then came they to words, and full wrathful they were. Long since did we plan how soon we might slay you. Hogni spake. 41. Little it matters if long ye have planned it. For unarmed do ye wait, and one have we felled. We smote him to hell, of your host was he once. 42. Then wild was their anger when all heard his words. Their fingers were swift on their bowstrings to seize. Full sharply they shot, by their shields were they guarded. 43. In the house came the word how the heroes without fought in front of the hall, they heard a thrall tell it. Grim then was Guthrun, the grief when she heard. With necklaces fair, and she flung them all from her. The silver she hurled so the rings burst asunder. 40. These 2 lines, which most editions combine with stanza 39, may be the first or last 2 of a 4-line stanza. The Valsengasaga gives Atli's speech very much as it appears here. 41. The manuscript does not indicate the speaker. Grundtvig adds as a first line, then Hogni laughed loud where the slain Vingi lay. Many editors assume the loss of a line somewhere in the stanza. Unarmed, Hogni does not see Atli's armed followers, who are on the other side of the courtyard, stanza 39. 1. Vingi. 42. Most editors assume the loss of one line, after either line 1 or line 3. 43. The manuscript reading of lines 1 to 2, involving a metrical error, is, "In the house came the word of the warring without, / loud in front of the hall they heard a thrall shouting." Some editors assume a gap of 2 lines after line 2, the missing passage giving the words of the thrall. The manuscript marks line 3 as the beginning of a stanza, and many editions make a separate stanza of lines 3 to 5, same of them assuming the loss of a line after line 3. With the stanza as here given, line may 5th well be spurious. 44. Then out did she go, she flung open the doors. All fearless she went, and the guests did she welcome. To the Niflungs she went, her last greeting it was. In her speech truth was clear, and much would she speak. 45. For your safety I sought that at home ye should stay. None escapes his fate, so ye hither must fare. Full wisely she spake, if yet peace they might win. But to naught would they hearken, and no, said they all. 44. Niflungs, regarding the application of this term to the Burgundian cf. Atlakvitha, 11, and Brot, 17, and notes. The manuscript here spells the name with an initial N, as elsewhere, but in stanza 83 the son of Hogni appears with the name Niflung. In consequence, some editors change the form in this stanza to Niflungs, while others omit the initial H in both cases. I have followed the manuscript, though admittedly its spelling is illogical. 46. Then the high-born one saw that hard was their battle. In fierceness of heart she flung off her mantle. Her naked sword grasped she her kin's lives to guard. Not gentle her hands in the hewing of battle. 47. Then the daughter of Juki 2 warriors smote down. Atli's brother she slew, and forth then they bore him. So fiercely she fought that his feet she clove off winky face. Another she smote so that never he stood. To hell did she send him, her hands trembled never. 46. The warlike deeds of Guthrun represent an odd transformation of the German tradition. Kriemhild, although she did no actual fighting in the Nibelungenlied, was famed from early times for her cruelty and fierceness of heart. And this seems to have inspired the poet of the Atlamall to make his Guthrun into a warrior outdoing Brynhild herself. Kriemhild's ferocity of course, was directed against Gunther and especially Hagin, for whose slaying she rather than Etzel was responsible. Here, on the other hand, Guthrun's is devoted to the defense of her brothers. 47. Line 3 is very likely an interpolation. The manuscript marks line 4 as the beginning of a new stanza, and some editions make a separate stanza of lines 4 to 5. Atli's brother, doubtless a reminiscence of the early tradition represented in the Nibelungenlied by the slaying of Etzel's brother, Blodlin, the historical Bleda, by Dankwart. 48. Full wide was the fame of the battle they fought. 'Twas the greatest of deeds of the sons of Juki. Men say that the Niflungs, while themselves they were living, with their swords fought mightily, mailcoats they sundered. And helms did they hew, as their hearts were fearless. 49. All the morning they fought until midday shone. All the dusk as well and the dawning of day. When the battle was ended, the field flowed with blood. Ere they fell, 18 of their foemen were slain. By the 2 sons of Bera and her brother as well. 50. Then the warrior spake, and wild was his anger. This is evil to see, and thy doing is all. Once we were 30, we thanes, keen for battle. Now 11 are left, and great is our lack. 48. Line May 3rd well be spurious, for it implies that Gunnar and Hogni were killed in battle, whereas they were taken prisoners. Some editors, in an effort to smooth out the inconsistency, changed themselves, in this line to sound. Line 5 has also been questioned as possibly interpolated. Niflungs, on the spelling of this name in the manuscript and the various editions cf. Note on stanza 44. 49, line 2 is probably an interpolation, and the original apparently lacks a word. There is some obscurity as to the exact meaning of lines 4 to 5. The two sons of Bera, Snivar and Solar, her brother is Orkning, cf. stanza 28. 50. The warrior, Atli. 30. Perhaps an echo of the 30 warriors, of Thjothrek, cf. Guthrunarkvitha 3, 5. Subtracting the 18 killed by Snivar, Solar and Orkning, stanza 49, and Vingi, killed by the whole company, stanza 38, we have 11 left, as Atli says, but this does not allow much for the exploits of Gunnar and Hogni, who, by this reckoning, seem to have killed nobody. The explanation probably is that lines 4 to 5 of stanza 49 are in bad shape. 51. There were 5 of us brothers when Buthli we lost. Now Hel has the half, and 2 smitten lie here. A great kinship had I, the truth may I hide not. From a wife bringing slaughter small joy could I win. 52. We lay seldom together since to me thou wast given. Now my kin all are gone, of my gold am I robbed. Nay, and worst, thou didst send my sister to hell. 51. 5 brothers, the Valsengasaga speaks of 4, not 5, sons of Buthli, but names only Atli. Regarding the death of the first 2 brothers cf. stanza 91 and note. The manuscript marks line 3 as beginning a stanza, and many editions combine lines 3 to 4 with stanza 52. Some insert lines 2 to 3 of stanza 52 ahead of lines 3 to 4 of stanza 51. 52. Possibly a line has been lost from this stanza. The manuscript marks line 3 as beginning a new stanza, which is impossible unless something has been lost. Gold, the meaning of this half-line is somewhat doubtful, but apparently Atli refers to Sigurth's treasure, which should have been his as Brynhild's brother. Sister, Brynhild, regarding Guthrun's indirect responsibility for Brynhild's death cf. Grapispo, 45 and note. Guthrun spake. 53. Hear me now, Atli. The first evil was thine. My mother didst thou take, and for gold didst murder her. My sister's daughter thou didst starve in a prison. A jest does it seem that thy sorrow thou tellest. And good do I find it that grief to thee comes. Atli spake. 54. Go now, ye warriors, and make greater the grief of the woman so fair, for fain would I see it. So fierce be thy warring that Guthrun shall weep. I would gladly behold her happiness lost. 55. Seize ye now Hogni, and with knives shall ye hew him. His heart shall ye cut out, this haste ye to do. And grim-hearted Gunnar shall ye bind on the gallows. Swift shall ye do it, to serpents now cast him. 53. The manuscript does not name the speaker. The Valsengasaga gives the speech, in somewhat altered form, to Hogni. Why speakest thou so? Thou wast the first to break peace, thou didst take my kinswoman and starve her in a prison, and murdered her and took her wealth, that was not kinglike. And laughable does it seem to me that thou talkest of thy sorrow, and good shall I find it that all goes ill with thee. This presumably represents the correct form of the stanza, for nowhere else is it intimated that Atli killed Guthrun's mother, Grimhild, nor is the niece elsewhere mentioned. Some editions make a separate stanza of lines 4 to 5, Grundtvig adding a line after line 3 and 2 more after line 5. Other editors are doubtful about the authenticity of either line 3 or line 5. 54. The manuscript does not indicate the speaker. Hogni spake. 56. Do now as thou wilt, for glad I await it. Brave shalt thou find me, I have faced worse before. We held thee at bay while whole we were fighting. Now with wounds are we spent, so thy will canst thou work. 57. Then did Beatty speak, he was Atli's steward. Let us seize now Jali, and Hogni spare we. Let us fell the sluggard, he is fit for death. He has lived too long, and lazy men call him. 58. Afraid was the pot-watcher, he fled here and yon. And crazed with his terror he climbed in the corners. Ill for me is this fighting, if I pay for your fierceness. And sad is the day to die leaving my swine. And all the fair victuals that of old did I have. 56. The text of the first half of line 3 is somewhat uncertain, but the general meaning of it is clear enough. 57. Beatty, not elsewhere mentioned. The Atlakvitha version of this episode, stanzas 23 to 25, does not mention Beatty, and in the Valsengasaga the advice to cut out Jali's heart instead of Hogni's is given by an unnamed counselor of Atli. In the Atlakvitha Jali is actually killed. The Valsengasaga combines the two versions by having Jali first let off at Hogni's intercession and then seized a second time and killed, thus introducing the Atlakvitha episode of the Quaking Heart, stanza 24. The text of the first half of line 3 is obscure, and there are many and widely varying suggestions as to the word here rendered sluggard. 58. Some editions mark line 5 as probably interpolated. 59. They seized Buthli's cook, and they came with the knife. The frightened thrall howled ere the edge did he feel. He was willing, he cried, to dumb well the courtyard. Do the basest of work, if spare him they would. Full happy were Jali if his life he might have. 60. Then fain was Hogni, there are few would do thus. To beg for the slave that safe hence he should go. I would find it far better this knife play to feel. Why must we all hark to this howling longer? 61. Then the brave one they seized, to the warriors bold. No chance was there left to delay his fate longer. Loud did Hogni laugh, all the sons of day heard him. So valiant he was that well he could suffer. 59. Cook, the original word is doubtful. The Valsengasaga does not paraphrase lines 3 to 5. The passage may be a later addition, and line 5 is almost certainly so. 61. It is probable that a stanza describing the casting of Gunnar into the serpent's den has been lost after this stanza. Sons of day, the phrase means no more than men. 62. A harp Gunnar seized, with his toes he smote it. So well did he strike that the women all wept. And the men, when clear they heard it, lamented. Full noble was his song, the rafters burst asunder. 63. Then the heroes died ere the day was yet come. Their fame did they leave ever lofty to live. 64. Full mighty seemed Atli as o'er them he stood. The wise one he blamed, and his words reproached her. It is morning, Guthrun, now thy dear ones dost miss. But the blame is part thine that thus it has chanced. 62. Regarding Gunnar's harp playing, and his death, cf. Oddrunargratr, 27-30 in notes, and Atlakvitha, 34. Toes, literally, sole twigs, the Valsengasaga explains that Gunnar's hands were bound. Rafters, thus literally, and probably correctly. Gering has an ingenious but unlikely theory that the word means harp. 63. There is some doubt as to the exact meaning of line 2. After this line 2 lines may have been lost. Grundtvig adds, few braver shall ever be found on the earth, / or loftier men in the world ever give. 64. Wise one, Guthrun. The manuscript marks line 3 as beginning a new stanza. Guthrun spake. 65. Thou art joyous, Atli, for of evil thou tellest. But sorrow is thine if thou mightest all see. Thy heritage heavy here can I tell thee. Sorrow never thou losest unless I shall die. Atli spake. 66. Not free of guilt am I. A way shall I find. That is better by far, oft the fairest we shunned. With slaves I console thee, with gems fair to see. And with silver snow white, as thyself thou shalt choose. Guthrun spake. 67. No hope shall this give thee, thy gifts I shall take not. Requital I spurned when my sorrows were smaller. Once grim did I seem, but now greater my grimness. There was not seemed too hard while Hogni was living. 65. The manuscript does not indicate the speaker. 66. the manuscript does not name the speaker. The negative in the first half of line 1 is uncertain, and most editions make the clause read, "Of this guilt I can free myself. The fairest, etc., i.e. I have often failed to do the wise thing." 67. The manuscript does not indicate the speaker. Requital, etc., it is not clear just to what Guthrun refers. Perhaps she is thinking of Sigurth's death, or possibly the poet had in mind his reference to the slaying of her mother in stanza 53. 68. Our childhood did we have in a single house. We played many a game, in the grove did we grow. Then did Grimhild give us gold and necklaces. Thou shalt ne'er make amends for my brother's murder. Nor ever shalt win me to think it was well. 69. But the fierceness of men rules the fate of women. The tree-top bows low if bereft of its leaves. The tree bends over if the roots are cleft under it. Now mayest thou, Atli, o'er all things here rule. 70. Full heedless the warrior was that he trusted her. So clear was her guile if on guard he had been. But crafty was Guthrun, with cunning she spake. Her glance she made pleasant, with 2 shields she played. 68. Line 5 is very probably a later addition, though some editors question line 3 instead. 69. Guthrun suddenly changes her tone in order to make Atli believe that she is submissive to his will, and thus to gain time for her vengeance. Line 2 in the original is thoroughly obscure, it runs literally, "On the knee goes the fist if the twigs are taken off." Perhaps the word meaning fist may also have meant tree-top, as Gehring suggests, or perhaps the line is an illogical blending of the ideas contained in lines 1 and 3. 70. The manuscript indicates line 3 as the beginning of a new stanza, 2 shields, etc., i.e., Guthrun concealed her hostility, symbolized by a red shield, cf. Helgakvitha Hundingsbana I, 34, by a show of friendliness, a white shield. 71. The beer then she brought for her brother's death feast. And a feast Atli made for his followers dead. No more did they speak, the mead was made ready. Soon the men were gathered with mighty uproar. 72. Thus bitterly planned she, and Buthli's race threatened. And terrible vengeance on her husband would take. The little ones called she, on a block she laid them. Afraid were the proud ones, but their tears did not fall. To their mother's arms went they, and asked what she would. 71. Many editions make a separate stanza of lines 1 to 2, some of them suggesting the loss of 2 lines, and combine lines 5 to 4 with lines 1 to 2 of stanza 72. The manuscript marks both lines 1 and 3 as beginning stanzas. 72. The manuscript marks line 3 as beginning a new stanza. Some editions make a separate stanza of lines 3 to 5, while others combine them with lines 1 to 2 of stanza 73. Line 2 in the original is clearly defective, the verb being omitted. The meaning of line 3 is uncertain. The Valsengasiga paraphrase has, "At evening she took the sons of King Atli, Erp and Idle, where they were playing with a block of wood." Probably the text of the line as we have it is faulty. Lines 4 to 5 may possibly have been expanded out of a single line, or line may 5 be spurious. Guthrun spake. 73. Nay, ask me no more. You both shall I murder. For long have I wished your lives to steal from you. The boys spake. Slay thy boys as thou wilt, for no one may bar it. Short the angry one's peace if all thou shalt do. 74. Then the grim one slew both of the brothers young. Full hard was her deed when their heads she smote off. Fain was Atli to know whither now they were gone. The boys from their sport, for nowhere he spied them. Guthrun spake. 75. My fate shall I seek, all to Atli saying. The daughter of Grimhild the deed from thee hides not. No joy thou hast, Atli, if all thou shalt hear. Great sorrow didst wake when my brothers thou slewest. 73. The manuscript does not name the speakers. It indicates line 3 as beginning a new stanza, in which it is followed by many additions. The Valsangasiga paraphrases line 4 thus, "But it is shameful for thee to do this." Either the text of the line has been changed or the Valsangasiga compilers misunderstood it. The Angry One, Atli. 74. The manuscript indicates line 3 as beginning a new stanza. 75. The manuscript does not name the speaker. 76. I have seldom slept since the hour they were slain. Baleful were my threats, now I bid thee recall them. Thou didst say it was morning, too well I remember. Now is evening come, and this question thou askest. 77. Now both of thy sons thou hast lost, as thou never shouldst do. The skulls of thy boys thou as beer cups didst have, and the draught that I made thee was mixed with their blood. 76. Morning. Guthrun refers to Atli's taunt in stanza 64. 77. The manuscript indicates no gap, lines 1 to 2, and most editions make a single line, despite the defective meter, "Thy sons hast thou lost as thou never shouldst lose them." The second part of line 2 is in the original identical with the second half of line 3 of stanza 80, and may perhaps have been inserted here by mistake. Skulls. It is possible that line 3 was borrowed from a poem belonging to the Valand tradition, cf. Valundarkvitha, 25 and 37, and the idea doubtless came from some such source, but probably the poet inserted it in a line of his own composition to give an added touch of horror. The Valsangasiga follows the Atlamol in including this incident. 78. I cut out their hearts, on a spit I cooked them. I came to thee with them, and calves' flesh I called them. Alone didst thou eat them, nor any didst leave. Thou didst greedily bite, and thy teeth were busy. 79. Of thy sons now thou knowest, few suffer more sorrow. My guilt have I told, fame it never shall give me. Atli spake. 80. Grim wast thou, Guthrun, in so grievous a deed. My draught with the blood of thy boys to mingle. Thou hast slain thine own kin, most ill it beseemed thee. And little for me twixt my sorrows thou leavest. Guthrun spake. 81. Still more would I seek to slay thee thyself. Enough ill comes seldom to such as thou art. Thou didst folly of old, such that no one shall find in the whole world of men a match for such madness. Now this that of late we learned hast thou added. Great evil hast grasped, and thine own death feast made. 78. Some editions add lines 5 to 4 to stanza 79, Finner Johnson marks them as probably spurious. 79. Perhaps these two lines should form part of stanza 78, or perhaps they, rather than lines 3 to 4 of stanza 78, are a later addition. A gap of 2 lines after line 1 has also been conjectured. 80. The manuscript does not indicate the speaker. 81. The manuscript does not indicate the speaker. Lines 1 to 2 may be the remains of a separate stanza. Grundtvig adds, "Thou wast foolish, Atli, when wise thou didst feel, ever the whole of thy race did I hate." The Valsangasiga paraphrase, however, indicates no gap. Many editions make a separate stanza of lines 3 to 6, which, in the Valsangasiga, are paraphrased as a speech of Atli's. Lines 5 to 6 may be spurious. Atli spake. 82. With fire shall they burn thee, and first shall they stone thee. So then hast thou earned what thou ever hast sought for. Guthrun spake. Such woes for thyself shalt thou say in the morning. From a finer death I to another light fare. 83. Together they sat and full grim were their thoughts. Unfriendly their words, and no joy either found. In Niflung grew hatred, great plans did he have. To Guthrun his anger against Atli was told. 82. The manuscript does not indicate the speakers. Many editions make 2 separate stanzas of the 4 lines. Another light, a fairly clear indication of the influence of Christianity, cf. Introductory note. 83. The manuscript marks line 3 as the beginning of a new stanza. Niflung, the Volsungasaga says that Hogni had a son who was called Niflung, but the name appears to be nothing more than the familiar Niflung applied in general to the sons of Juki and their people. On the spelling cf. Note on stanza 44. This son of Hogni appears in later versions of the story. In the Thithreksaga he is called Aldrian, and is begotten by Hogni the night before his death. Aldrian grows up and finally shuts Attila in a cave where he starves to death. The poet here has incorporated the idea, which finds no parallel in the Atlakvitha, without troubling himself to straighten out the chronology. 84. To her heart came ever the fate of Hogni. She told him, 'twere well if he vengeance should win. So was Atli slain, 'twas not slow to await. Hogni's son slew him, and Guthrun herself. 85. Then the warrior spake, as from slumber he wakened. Soon he knew for his wounds would the bandage do not. Now the truth shalt thou say, who has slain Buthli's son? Full sore am I smitten, nor hope can I see. Guthrun spake. 86. Ne'er her deed from thee hides the daughter of Grimhild. I own to the guilt that is ending thy life. And the son of Hogni, 'tis so thy wounds bleed. 84. Line may forth be in Fornarthislag, and from another poem. 85. The manuscript marks line 3 as beginning a new stanza. The Volsungasaga makes line 2 part of Atli's speech. 86. The manuscript does not name the speakers. It marks line 4 as the beginning of a new stanza, and many editions follow this arrangement, in most cases making a stanza of lines 4 to 5 and line 1 of stanza 87. However, line may first well have been interpolated here from stanza 75. Grundtvig adds after line 3, his father he avenged, and his kinsman fully. Some editors assume the loss of 1 or 2 lines after line 5. Atli spake. To murder hast thou fared, though foul it must seem. Ill thy friend to betray who trusted thee well. 87. Not glad when I hence thy hand to seek, Guthrun. In thy widowhood famed, but haughty men found thee. My belief did not lie, as now we have learned. I brought thee home hither, and a host of men with us. 88. Most noble was all when of old we journeyed. Great honor did we have of heroes full worthy. Of cattle had we plenty, and greatly we prospered. Mighty was our wealth, and many received it. 89. To the famed one as bride gift I gave jewels fair. I gave 30 slaves, and handmaidens 7. There was honor in such gifts, yet the silver was greater. 87. The manuscript marks line 2 as beginning a new stanza, and some editions make a stanza out of lines 2 to 4 and line 1 of stanza 88. 88. The manuscript marks line 2 as the beginning of a stanza, and many editions make a stanza out of lines 2 to 4, or combine them with stanza 89. Some question the genuineness of line 4. 89. Many editions assume a gap of 1 line after line 3. Grundtvig adds, bit champing horses and wheel wagons bright. Line may forth be spurious. Greater, i.e., the silver which Atli gave Guthrun was of greater value even than the honor of receiving such royal gifts. Line may forth be spurious. 90. But all to thee was as if not it were worth. While the land lay before thee that Buthli had left me. Thou in secret didst work so the treasure I won not. My mother full oft to sit weeping didst make. No wedded joy found I in fullness of heart. 90. Some editions mark line 3 as spurious or defective. The manuscript marks line 4 as the beginning of a new stanza. The land, etc. There is much obscurity as to the significance of this line. Some editors omit or question me, in which case Atli is apparently reproaching Guthrun for having incited him to fight with his brothers to win for himself the whole of Buthli's land. In stanza 91 Guthrun denies that she was to blame for Atli's quarrels with his brothers. The Volsungasaga reading supports this interpretation. The historical Attila did actually have his brother, Bleda, killed in order to have the sole rule. The treasure, Sigurth's hoard, which Atli claimed as the brother of Brynhild and husband of Guthrun, Sigurth's widow, but which Gunnar and Hogni kept for themselves, with, as Atli here charges, Guthrun's connivance. My mother, the only other reference to Atli's mother is in Oddrunargratr, 30, wherein she appears as the adder who stings Gunnar to death, and in the prose passages based on that stanza. Guthrun spake. 91. Thou liest now, Atli, though little I heed it. If I seldom was kindly, full cruel wast thou. Ye brothers fought young, quarrels brought you to battle. And half went to hell of the sons of thy house. And all was destroyed that should e'er have done good. 92. My two brothers and I were bold in our thoughts. From the land we went forth, with Sigurth we fared. Full swiftly we sailed, each one steering his ship. So our fate sought we e'er till we came to the east. 93. First the king did we slay, and the land we seized. The princes did us service, for such was their fear. From the forest we called them we fain would have guiltless. And rich made we many who of all were bereft. 91. The manuscript does not indicate the speaker. It marks both lines 4 and 5 as beginning new stanzas, but line 5 is presumably an interpolation. The text of the second half of line 2 is obscure, and many emendations have been suggested. Ye brothers, cf. Note on stanza go. Half, i.e., 2 of Atli's brothers were killed, the other 2 dying in the battle with Gunnar and Hogni, cf. stanza 51. 92. From the land, this maritime expedition of Guthrun and her 2 brothers, Gunnar and Hogni, the poet seems to know nothing of her half-brother, Gotthorn, with Sigurth seems to have been a pure invention of the poets, inserted for the benefit of his Greenland hearers. Nothing further is reported concerning it. 93. The forest, i.e., men who were outlawed in the conquered land were restored to their rights, another purely Norse touch. 94. Slain was the Hun king, soon happiness vanished. In her grief the widow so young sat weeping. Yet worse seemed the sorrow to seek Atli's house. A hero was my husband, and hard was his loss. 95. From the thing thou cam'st never, for thus have we heard. Having won in thy quarrels, or warriors smitten. Full yielding thou wast, never firm was thy will. In silence didst suffer. Atli spake. 96. Thou liest now, Guthrun, but little of good. Will it bring to either, for all have we lost. But, Guthrun, yet once be thou kindly of will. For the honor of both, when forth I am home. 94. Hun king, Sigurth, though most illogically so called, cf. Sigurtharkvitha and Skamma, 4 and note. The Valsengassiga paraphrase of line 2 is so remote as to be puzzling, it was little to bear the name of widow. Perhaps, however, the word not fell out between was and little. 95. The thing, etc. Here the poet makes Atli into a typical Norse landowner, going to the thing, or general law council, to settle his disputes. Even the compilers of the Valsengassiga could not accept this, and in their paraphrase changed thing to battle. The text of the second half of line 2 is uncertain. The manuscript leaves a blank to indicate the gap in line 4. Grundtvig adds, as beseems not a king. Guthrun spake. 97. A ship will I buy, and a bright-hued coffin. I will wax well the shroud to wind round thy body. For all will I care as if dear were we ever. 98. Then did Atli die, and his heir's grief doubled. The high-born one did as to him she had promised. Then sought Guthrun the wise to go to her death. But for days did she wait, and 'twas long ere she died. 99. Full happy shall he be who such offspring has. Or children so gallant, as Juki begot. Forever shall live, and in lands far and wide. Their valor heroic wherever men hear it. 97. The manuscript does not indicate the speaker. Many editors assume a gap either before or after line 1. A ship. The burial of Norse chiefs in ships was of frequent occurrence, but the Greenland poet's application of the custom to Atli is somewhat grotesque. 98, heirs, etc. Merely a stock phrase, here quite meaningless, as Atli's heirs had all been killed. Long, cf. Guthrunarkvitha, introductory prose. Guthrunarkvitha, Guthrun's inciting. Introductory note. The two concluding poems in the Codex Regius, the Guthrunarkvitha, Guthrun's inciting, and the Hamthesmal, the Ballad of Hamdir, belong to a narrative cycle connected with those of Sigurth. The Burgundians, and Atli, cf. Grapispo, introductory note, by only the slenderest of threads. Of the three early historical kings who gradually assumed a dominant place in Germanic legend, Ermanarich, king of the East Goths in the middle of the 4th century, was actually the least important, even though Jordanes, the 6th century author of De Rebus Goethesis, compared him to Alexander the Great. Memories of his cruelty and of his tragic death, however, persisted along with the real glories of Theodoric, a century and a half later, and of the conquests of Attila, whose lifetime approximately bridged the gap between Ermanarich's death and Theodoric's birth. Chief among the popular tales of Ermanarich's cruelty was one concerning the death of a certain Sunilda or Saniel, whom, according to Jordanes, he caused to be torn asunder by wild horses because of her husband's treachery. Her brothers, Sarus and Ammius, seeking to avenge her, wounded but failed to kill Ermanarich. In this story is the root of the two Norse poems included in the Codex Regius. Sunilda easily became the wife as well as the victim of the tyrant, and, by the process of legend blending so frequently observed, the story was connected with the more famous one of the Niflungs by making her the daughter of Sigurth and Guthrun. To account for her brothers, a third husband had to be found for Guthrun. The Sarus and Ammius of Jordanes are obviously the Sorli and Hamdir, sons of Guthrun and Jonic, of the Norse poems. The blending of the Sigurth and Ermanarich legends probably, though not certainly, took place before the story reached the north, in other words before the end of the 8th century. Regarding the exact status of the Guthrunarkvitha and the Hamthesmal there has been a great deal of discussion. That they are closely related is obvious. Indeed the first parts of the two poems are nearly identical in content and occasionally so in actual diction. The annotator, in his concluding prose note, refers to the second poem as the Old Ballad of Hamdir, wherefore it has been assumed by some critics that the composer of the Guthrunarkvitha used the Hamthesmal, approximately as it now stands, as the source of part of his material. The extant Hamthesmal, however, is almost certainly a patchwork, part of it is in Fornarthislag, cf. Introduction, including most of the stanzas paralleled in the Guthrunarkvitha, and likewise the stanza followed directly by the reference to the Old Ballad, while the rest is in Malahatra. The most reasonable theory, therefore, is that there existed an old ballad of Hamdir, all in Fornarthislag, from which the composer of the Guthrunarkvitha borrowed a few stanzas as the introduction for his poem, and which the composer of the extant or new Hamthesmal likewise used, though far more clumsily. The title, Guthrunarkvitha, which appears in the Codex Regius, really applies only to stanzas 1 to 8, all presumably borrowed from the Old Ballad of Hamdir. The rest of the poem is simply another Guthrun lament, following the tradition exemplified by the first and second Guthrun lays. It is possible, indeed, that it is made up of fragments of two separate laments, one, stanzas 9 to 18, involving the story of Svanhild's death, and the other, stanzas 19 to 21, coming from an otherwise lost version of the story in which Guthrun closely follows Sigurth and Brynhild in death. In any event the present title is really a misnomer. The poet, who presumably was an 11th century Icelander, used the episode of Guthrun's inciting her sons to vengeance for the slaying of Svanhild simply as an introduction to his main subject, the last lament of the unhappy queen. The text of the poem in Regius is by no means in good shape, and editorial emendations have been many and varied, particularly in interchanging lines between the Guthrunarkvitha and the Hamthesmal. The Valsengasaga paraphrases the poem with such fidelity as to prove that it lay before the compilers of the saga approximately in its present form. Guthrun went forth to the sea after she had slain Atli. She went out into the sea and fain would drown herself, but she could not sink. The waves bore her across the fjord to the land of King Jonik. He took her as wife. Their sons were Sorli and Erp and Hamdir. There was brought up Svanhild, Sigurth's daughter. She was married to the mighty Jormunrek. With him was Bikki, who counselled that Randver, the king's son, should have her. This Bikki told to the king. The king had Randver hanged, and Svanhild trodden to death under horses' feet. And when Guthrun learned this, she spake with her sons. Prose. In the manuscript the prose is headed, of Guthrun, the title, Guthrunarkvitha, preceding stanza 1. The prose introduction is used both by Snorri, Skaldskaparmal, chapter 42, and in the Valsengasaga. It would be interesting to know on what the annotator based this note, for neither Bikki nor Randver is mentioned by name in either the Guthrunarkvitha or the Hamthesmal. On the prose notes in general, cf. Region Small, introductory note. Guthrun, on the slaying of Atli by his wife, Guthrun, Sigurth's widow, cf. Atlamal, 83-86 and notes. Jonik, a northern addition to the legend, introduced to account for Svanhild's half-brothers. The name is apparently of Slavic origin. Sorli, Erp, and Hamdir. Sorli and Hamdir are the Saris and Ammius of the Jordan story, cf. introductory note. The Valsengasaga follows this note in making Erp likewise a son of Guthrun, but in the Hamthesmal he is a son of Jonik by another wife. Svanhild, cf. Sigurtharkvitha and Skamma, 54 and note. Jormunrek, Erminarich cf. introductory note. Bikki, the Sifka or Sabicho of the Gothic legends of Erminarich, whose evil counsel always brings trouble. Randver, in the Valsengasaga Jormunrek sends his son Randver with Bikki to seek Svanhild's hand. On the voyage home Bikki says to Randver, "It were right for you to have so fair a wife, and not such an old man." Randver was much pleased with this advice, and he spake to her with gladness, and she to him. Thus the story becomes near of kin to those of Tristan and Isolde and Paolo and Francesca. According to the Valsengasaga, Bikki told Erminarich that a guilty love existed between his son and his young wife, and presumably the annotator here meant as much by his vague this. 1. A word strife I learned, most woeful of all. A speech from the fullness of sorrow spoken. When fierce of heart her sons to the fight did Guthrun wet with words full grim. 2. Why sit ye idle, why sleep out your lives? Why grieve ye not in gladness to speak? Since Jormunrek your sister young beneath the hoofs of horses hath trodden, white and black on the battle way, grey, road-wanted, the steeds of the Goths. 3. Not like are ye to Gunnar of yore, nor have ye hearts such as Hogni's was. Vengeance for her ye soon would have. If brave ye were as my brothers of old, or hard your hearts as the Hunnish kings. 4. Then Hamdir spake, the high of heart. Little the deed of Hogni didst love. When Sigurth they wakened from his sleep, thy bed covers white were red with blood of thy husband, drenched with gore from his heart. 1. The poet's introduction of himself in this stanza is a fairly certain indication of the relative lateness of the poem. 2. Idle, a guess, a word is obviously missing in the original. The manuscript marks line 5 as beginning a new stanza, and lines 5 to 6 may well have been inserted from another part of the bold Hamthesmal, cf. Hamthesmal, 3. 3. Gunnar and Hogni, cf. Drap Niflunga. Line may 5th be interpolated. Hunnish, here used, as often, merely as a generic term for all South Germanic peoples, the reference is to the Burgundian Gunnar and Hogni. 4. Hamdir, some editions spell the name Hamthir. Sigurth, etc., cf. Sigurtharkvitha and Skamma, 21-24, and Brot, concluding prose. This stanza has been subjected to many conjectural rearrangements, some editors adding 2 or 3 lines from the Hamthesmal. 5. Bloody revenge didst have for thy brothers. Evil and sore, when thy sons didst slay. Else yet might we all on Jormunrek together our sisters' slaying avenge. 6. The gear of the Hunnish kings now give us. Thou hast wedded us so to the battle of swords. 7. Laughing did Guthrun go to her chamber. The helms of the kings from the cupboard she took. And mail coats broad, to her sons she bore them. On their horses' backs the heroes leaped. 8. Then Handler spake, the high of heart. Homeward no more his mother to see. Comes the spear god, fallen mid Gothic folk. One death draught thou for us all shalt drink. For Svanhild then and thy sons as well. 5. Bloody, a guess, a word in the original is clearly missing, and the same is true of all in line 3. Thy sons, i.e. By killing her sons in idle, cf Atlamol, 72-74, Guthrun deprived Handler, sorely, and the second of valuable allies in avenging Svanhild's death. 6. The manuscript indicates no gap, but most editors assume the loss of 1, 2, or even more lines before the 2 here given. 7. The manuscript indicates line 4 as beginning a new stanza. 8. Line 1, identical with line 1 of stanza 4, may be interpolated here. Spear god, warrior, i.e., Hamder himself. With this stanza the introductory vot, inciting, ends, and stanza 9 introduces the lament which forms the real body of the poem. 9. Weeping Guthrun, Juki's daughter, went sadly before the gate to sit, and with tear-stained cheeks to tell the tale of her mighty griefs, so many in kind. 10. 3 home fires knew I, 3 hearths I knew. Home was I brought by husbands 3. But Sigurth only of all was dear, he whom my brothers brought to his death. 11. A greater sorrow I saw not nor knew. Yet more it seemed I must suffer yet, when the princes great to Atli gave me. 12. The brave boys I summoned to secret speech. For my woes requital I might not win, till off the heads of the Niflungs I hewed. 11. Line 1 in the original is of uncertain meaning. Many editors assume the loss of a line after line 1, and some completely reconstruct line 1 on the basis of a hypothetical second line. Princes, Gunnar and Hogni. 12. Some editors assume the loss of one line, or more, before line 1. Niflungs, in idle, the sons of Guthrun and Atli. On the application of the name Niflung, or, as later spelt, Niflung, to the descendants of Juki, Guthrun's father, cf Brot, 17, note 13. To the sea I went, my heart full sore. For the Norns, whose wrath I would now escape. But the lofty billows bore me undrowned. Till to land I came, so I longer must live. 14. Then to the bed, of old was it better. Of a king of the folk a third time I came. Boys I bore his heirs to be. Heirs so young, the sons of Jonik. 15. But round Svanhild handmaiden sat. She was dearest ever of all my children. So did Svanhild seem in my hall. As the ray of the sun is fair to see. 16. Gold I gave her and garments bright. Ere I let her go to the Gothic folk. Of my heavy woes the hardest it was, when Svanhild's tresses fair were trodden in the mire by hoofs of horses wild. 17. The sorest it was when Sigurth mine, on his couch, of victory robbed, they killed. And grimmest of all when to Gunnar's heart there crept the bright-hued crawling snakes. 13. Norns, the Fates, cf Veluspo, 8 and note 14. The manuscript omits the first half of line 4. 16. Some editors assume a gap of 2 lines after line 2, and make a separate stanza of lines 3-5, Gering adds a 6th line of his own coining, while Grundtvig inserts one between lines 3 and 4. The manuscript indicates line 5 as beginning a new stanza. 17. The the manuscript does not indicate line I as beginning a stanza, cf. note on stanza 16. Stanzas 17 and 18 are very likely later interpolations, although the compilers of the Volsungasaga knew them as they stand here. The whole passage depends on the shades of difference in the meanings of the various superlatives, heristr, hardest, sarastr, sorest, grimmistr, grimmest, and vasistr, keenest. Snakes, cf. Drap Niflunga. 18. And keenest of all when they cut the heart. From the living breast of the king so brave. Many woes I remember. 19. Bridle, Sigurth, thy steed so black. Hither let run thy swift-faring horse. Here there sits not son or daughter. Who yet to Guthrun gifts shall give. 18. The king, Hogni, cf. Atlakvitha, 25. The manuscript marks line 3 as beginning a new stanza. Most editors agree that there is a more or less extensive gap after stanza 19, and some of them contend that the original ending of the poem is lost, stanzas 19 to 21 coming from a different poem, probably a lament closely following Sigurth's death. 19. The manuscript does not indicate line 1 as beginning a stanza, and it immediately follows the fragmentary line 3 of stanza 18. The resemblance between stanzas 19 to 21 and stanzas 64 to 69 of Sigurtharkvitha and Skamma suggests that, in some otherwise lost version of the story, Guthrun, like Brynhild, sought to die soon after Sigurth's death. Thy steed, Guthrun's appeal to the dead Sigurth to ride back to earth to meet her is reminiscent of the episode related in Helgakvitha Hundingsbana 2. 39 to 48. The promise mentioned in stanza 20 is spoken of elsewhere only in the Volsungasaga paraphrase of this passage. 20. Remember, Sigurth, what once we said. When together both on the bed we sat. That mightily thou to me wouldst come. From hell and I from earth to thee. 21. Pile ye up, Jarls, the pyre of oak. Make it the highest a hero e'er had. Let the fire burn my grief-filled breast. My sore-pressed heart, till my sorrows melt. 22. May nobles all less sorrow know. And less the woes of women become. Since the tale of this lament is told. 21. Perhaps something has been lost between stanzas 20 and 21, or possibly stanza 21, while belonging originally to the same poem as stanzas 19 and 20, did not directly follow them. Sore-pressed, a guess. A word seems to have been omitted in the original. 22. Words of the poets, like stanza 1, and perhaps constituting a later addition. Many editors assume the loss of a line after line 3. The meaning, of course, is that the poet hopes the story of Guthrun's woes will make all other troubles seem light by comparison. Hamthesmal, the Ballad of Hamdir. Introductory note. The Hamthesmal, the concluding poem in the Codex Regius, is on the whole the worst preserved of all the poems in the collection. The origin of the story, the relation of the Hamthesmal to the Guthrunargratr, and of both poems to the hypothetical Old Hamthesmal, are outlined in the introductory note to the Guthrunargratr. The Hamthesmal as we have it is certainly not the old poem of that name, indeed it is so pronounced a patchwork that it can hardly be regarded as a coherent poem at all. Some of the stanzas are in Fornarthislag, some are in Malahatr. 1, stanza 29, appears to be in Ljothahatr, and in many cases the words can be adapted to any known metrical form only by liberal emendation. That anyone should have deliberately composed such a poem seems quite incredible, and it is far more likely that some 11th century narrator constructed a poem about the death of Hamdir and Sorli by piecing together various fragments. And possibly adding a number of Malahatr stanzas of his own. It has been argued, and with apparently sound logic, that our extant Hamthesmal originated in Greenland, along with the Atlamol. In any case, it can hardly have been put together before the latter part of the 11th century, although the Old Hamthesmal undoubtedly long antedates this period. Many editors have attempted to pick out the parts of the extant poem which were borrowed from this older lay, but the condition of the text is such that it is by no means clear even what stanzas are in Fornarthislag and what in Malahatr. Many editors, likewise, indicate gaps and omissions, but it seems doubtful whether the extant hemthesmal ever had a really consecutive quality, its component fragments having apparently been strung together with little regard for continuity. The notes indicate some of the more important editorial suggestions, but make no attempt to cover all of them, and the metrical form of the translation is often based on mere guesswork as to the character of the original lines and stanzas. Despite the chaotic state of the text, however, the underlying narrative is reasonably clear, and the story can be followed with no great difficulty. 1. Great the evils once that grew. With the dawning sad of the sorrow of elves. In early Malm awake for men. The evils that grief to each shall bring. 2. Not now, nor yet of yesterday was it. Long the time that since hath lapsed. So that little there is that is half as old. Since Guthrun, daughter of Juki, wedded her son so young to Svanhild's vengeance. 3. The sister ye had was Svanhild called. And her did Jormunrek trample with horses. White and black on the battle way. Grey, road-wanted, the steeds of the Goths. 4. Little the kings of the folk are ye like. For now ye are living alone of my race. 1. This stanza looks like a later interpolation from a totally unrelated source. Sorrow of Elves, the Sun, cf. Alvismal, 16 in note. 2. Some editors regard lines 1-2 as interpolated, while others question line 3. Guthrun, etc. Regarding the marriage of Jonik and Guthrun, daughter of Juki, sister of Gunnar and Hogni, and widow first of Sigurth and then of Atli, and the sons of this marriage, Hamdar and Sorli, but not cf. Guthrunarkvitha, introductory prose, and note. 3. Svanhild and Jormunrek, regarding the manner in which Jormunrek, Erminarich, married Svanhild, daughter of Sigurth and Guthrun, and afterwards had her trodden to death by horses, cf. Guthrunarkvitha, introductory note. Lines 3-4 are identical with lines 5-6 of Guthrunarkvitha, 2. 4. These two lines may be all that is left of a four-line stanza. The manuscript and many editions combine them with stanza 5, while a few place them after stanza 5 as a separate stanza, reversing the order of the two lines. Kings of the folk, Guthrun's brothers, Gunnar and Hogni, slain by Atli. 5. Lonely am I as the forest aspen. Of kindred bare as the fir of its boughs. My joys are all lost as the leaves of the tree. When the scather of twigs from the warm day turns. 6. Then Hamdar spake forth, the high of heart. Small praise didst thou, Guthrun, to Hogni's deed give. When they wakened thy Sigurth from out of his sleep. Thou didst sit on the bed while his slayers laughed. 7. Thy bed covers white with blood were red. From his wounds, and with gore of thy husband were wet. So Sigurth was slain, by his corpse didst thou sit. And of gladness didst think not, 'twas Gunnar's doing. 5. Cf. Note on stanza 4. The manuscript does not indicate line I as beginning a stanza. Scather of twigs, poetic circumlocution for the wind, cf. Skaldskaparmal, chapter 27, though some editors think the phrase here means the sun. Some editors assume a more or less extensive gap between stanzas 5 and 6. 6. Lines 1-3 are nearly identical with lines 1-3 of Guthrunarkvitha, 4. On the death of Sigurth cf. Sigurtharkvitha and Skamma, 21-24, and Brot, concluding prose. The word thy in line 3 is omitted in the original. 7. Lines 1-2 are nearly identical with lines 4-5 of Guthrunarkvitha, 4. The manuscript, followed by many editions, indicates line 3 and not line 1 as beginning a stanza. 8. Thou wouldst strike at Atli by the slaying of Erp. And the killing of Idle, thine own grief was worse. So should each one wield the wound-biting sword. That another it slays but smites not himself. 9. Then did sorely speak out, for wise was he ever. With my mother I never a quarrel will make. Full little in speaking methinks ye both lack. What askest thou, Guthrun, that will give thee no tears? 10. For thy brothers dost weep, and thy boys so sweet. Thy kinsmen in birth on the battlefield slain. Now, Guthrun, as, well for us both shalt thou weep. We sit doomed on our steeds, and far hence shall we die. 8. Some editors regard this stanza as interpolated. Erp and idle, regarding Guthrun's slaying of her sons by Atli, cf. Atlamol, 72-75. The Erp here referred to is not to be confused with the Erp, son of Jonik, who appears in stanza 13. The whole of stanza 8 is in doubtful shape, and many emendations have been suggested. 10. Some editors assign this speech to Hamdir. Brothers, Gunnar and Hogni. Boys, Erp and idle. 11. Then the fame-glad one, on the steps she was. The slender-fingered, spake with her son. Ye shall danger have if counsel ye heed not. By 2 heroes alone shall 200 of Goths be bound or be slain in the lofty walled burg. 12. From the courtyard they fared, and fury they breathed. The youths swiftly went o'er the mountain wet. On their Hunnish steeds, death's vengeance to have. 11. In the manuscript this stanza follows stanza 21, and some editors take the word here rendered, fame-glad one, Hergo, to be a proper name, Jormunrek's mother or his concubine. The Volsungasaga, however, indicates that Guthrun at this point had so fashioned their war gear that iron would not bite into it, and she bade them to have naught to do with stones or other heavy things. And told them that it would be ill for them if they did not do as she said. The substance of this counsel may well have been conveyed in a passage lost after line 3, though the manuscript indicates no gap. It is by being stoned that Hamdir and Sorli are killed, stanza 26. On the other hand, the second part of line may third possibly mean, if silent ye are not, in which case the advice relates to Hamdir's speech to Jormunrek and Sorli's reproach to him thereupon, stanzas 25 and 27. Steps, the word in the original is doubtful. Line 3 is thoroughly obscure. Some editors make a separate stanza of lines 3 to 5, while others question line 5. 12. Many editors assume the loss of a line after line 1. In several editions lines 2 to 3 are placed after line 2 of stanza 18. Hunnish, the word meant little more than German, cf. Guthrunarkvitha, 3 and note. 13. On the way they found the man so wise. What help from the weakling brown may we have? 14. So answered them their half-brother then. So well may I my kinsman aid, as help one foot from the other has. 15. How may a foot its fellow aid? Or a flesh-grown hand another help? 16. Then Erp spake forth, his words were few. As haughty he sat on his horse's back. To the timid, 'tis ill the way to tell. A bastard they the bold one called. 13. In the manuscript these 2 lines follow stanza 16. Some editors insert them in place of lines 2 to 3 of stanza 11. The manuscript indicates no gap. The man so wise, Erp, here represented as a son of Jonik but not of Guthrun, and hence a half-brother of Hamdir and Sorli. There is nothing further to indicate whether or not he was born out of wedlock, as intimated in stanza 16. Some editors assign line 3 to Hamdir, and some to Sorli. 14. The stanza is obviously defective. Many editors add Erp's name in line 1, and insert between lines 2 and 1 a line based on stanza 15 and the Volsungasaga paraphrase, as a flesh-grown hand another helps. In the Volsungasaga, after Erp's death, Hamdir stumbles and saves himself from falling with his hand, whereupon he says, Erp spake truly, I had fallen had I not braced myself with my hand. Soon thereafter Sorli has a like experience, one foot slipping but the other saving him from a fall. Then they said that they had done ill to Erp, their brother. 15. Many editions attach these 2 lines to stanza 14, while a few assume the loss of 2 lines. 16. In the manuscript this stanza stands between stanzas 12 and 13. Some editors make line 4 a part of speech. 17. From their sheaths they drew their shining swords. Their blades, to the giantess joy to give. By a third they lessened the might that was theirs. The fighter young to earth they felled. 18. Their cloaks they shook, their swords they sheathed. The high-born men wrapped their mantles close. 19. On their road they fared and an ill way found. And their sister's son on a tree they saw. On the wind-cold wolf tree west of the hall. And crane's bait crawled, none would care to linger. 17. The manuscript does not indicate line 1 as beginning a stanza. The giantess, presumably the reference is to Hel, goddess of the dead, but the phrase is doubtful. 18. In the manuscript these two lines are followed by stanza 19 with no indication of a break. Some editions insert here lines 2 to 3 of stanza 12, while others assume the loss of 2 or more lines. 19. Cf. note on stanza 18. Ill way, very likely the road leading through the gate of Jormunrek's town at which Svanhild was trampled to death. Sister's son, many editors change the text to read stepson, for the reference is certainly to Randver, son of Jormunrek, hanged by his father on Bicky's advice, cf. Guthrunarkvitha, introductory note. Wolf tree, the gallows, the wolf being symbolical of outlaws. Crane's bait, presumably either snakes or worms, but the passage is doubtful. 20. In the hall was din, the men drank deep. And the horses' hoofs could no one hear. Till the warrior hardy sounded his horn. 21. Men came and the tale to Jormunrek told. How warriors helmed without they beheld. Take counsel wise, for brave ones are come. Of mighty men thou the sister didst murder. 22. Then Jormunrek laughed, his hand laid on his beard. His arms, for with wine he was warlike, he called for. He shook his brown locks, on his white shield he looked. And raised high the cup of gold in his hand. 23. Happy, methinks, were I to behold. Handler and sorely here in my hall. The men would I bind with strings of bows. And Juki's heirs on the gallows hang. 20. Many editors assume the loss of a line after line 3. The warrior, presumably a warder or watchman, but the reference may be to Hamler himself. 21. The word here rendered men, line 1, is missing in the original, involving a metrical error, and various words have been suggested. 22. Line 2 in the original is thoroughly obscure. Some editors directly reverse the meaning here indicated by giving the line a negative force, while others completely alter the phrase rendered, his arms he called for, into one meaning, he stroked his cheeks. 23. Juki's heirs, the original has, the well-born of Juki, and some editors have changed the proper name to Guthrun, but the phrase apparently refers to Hamler and Sorli as Juki's grandsons. In the manuscript this stanza is followed by stanza 11, and such editors as have retained this arrangement have had to resort to varied and complex explanations to account for it. 24. In the hall was clamor, the cups were shattered. Men stood in blood from the breasts of the Goths. 25. Then did Hamler speak forth, the haughty of heart. Thou soughtest, Jormunrek, us to see. Sons of one mother seeking thy dwelling. Thou sayest thy hands, thy feet thou beholdest. Jormunrek, flung in the fire so hot. 26. Then roared the king, of the race of the gods. Bold in his armor, as roars a bear. Stone ye the men that steel will bite not. Sword nor spear, the sons of Jonik. 24. Editors have made various efforts to reconstruct a 4-line stanza out of these 2 lines, in some cases with the help of lines borrowed from the puzzling stanza 11, cf. note on stanza 23. Line 2 in the original is doubtful. 25. Some editors mark line 1 as an interpolation. The manuscript marks line 4 as beginning a new stanza. As in the story told by Jordans, Hamdir and Sorli succeed in wounding Jormunrek, here they cut off his hands and feet, but do not kill him. 26. The manuscript marks line 3, and not line I, as beginning a stanza. Of the race of the gods, the reference here is apparently to Jormunrek, but in the Volsungasaga the advice to kill Hamdir and Sorli with stones, since iron will not wound them, cf. Note on stanza 11, comes from Othin, who enters the hall as an old man with one eye. Sorli spake. 27. Ill didst win, brother, when the bag thou didst open. Oft from that bag came baleful counsel. Heart hast thou, Hamdir, if knowledge thou hadst. A man without wisdom is lacking in much. Hamdir spake. 28. His head were now off if were living. The brother so keen whom we killed on our road. The warrior noble 'twas the Norns that drove me. The hero to slay who in fight should be holy. 29. In fashion of wolves it befits us not. Amongst ourselves to strive. Like the hounds of the Norns, that nourished were. In greed mid wastes so grim. 27. In the manuscript this stanza is introduced by the same line as stanza 25, then did Hamdir speak forth, the haughty of heart, but the speaker in this case must be Sorli and not Hamdir. Some editors, however, give lines 1 to 2 to Hamdir and lines 3 to 4 to Sorli. Bag, i.e., Hamdir's mouth, cf. Note on stanza 11. The manuscript indicates line 3 as beginning a new stanza. 28. Most editors regard stanzas 28 to 30 as a speech by Hamdir, but the manuscript does not indicate the speaker, and some editors assign 1 or 2 of the stanzas to Sorli. Lines 1 to 2 are quoted in the Volsungasaga. The manuscript does not indicate line I as beginning a stanza. Hamdir means that while the two brothers had succeeded only in wounding Jormunrek, if he had been with them, would have killed him. Lines 3 to 4 may be a later interpolation. Norns, the Fates, the word used in the original means the goddesses of ill fortune. 30. We have greatly fought, o'er the Goths do we stand. By our blades laid low, like eagles on branches. Great our fame though we die today or tomorrow. None outlives the night when the Norse have spoken. 31. Then sorely beside the gable sank. And Hamdir fell at the back of the house. This is called the Old Ballad of Hamdir. 29. This is almost certainly an interpolated Ljothahætr stanza, though some editors have tried to expand it into the Fornathislag form. Hounds of the Norns, wolves. 30. Some editors assume a gap after this stanza. 31. Apparently a fragment of a stanza from the Old Hamthesmal to which the annotator's concluding prose note refers. Some editors assume the loss of 2 lines after line 2. Prose. Regarding the Old Hamthesmal, cf. Guthrunargratr, introductory note. Pronouncing index of proper names. Introductory note. The pronunciations indicated in the following index are in many cases, at best, mere approximations, and in some cases the pronunciation of the Old Norse is itself more or less conjectural. For the sake of clarity it has seemed advisable to keep the number of phonetic symbols as small as possible, even though the result is occasional failure to distinguish between closely related sounds. In every instance the object has been to provide the reader with a clearly comprehensible and approximately correct pronunciation, for which reason, particularly in such matters as division of syllables. Etymology has frequently been disregarded for the sake of phonetic clearness. For example, when a root syllable ends in a long, double, consonant, the division has arbitrarily been made so as to indicate the sounding of both elements, e.g., amma, not ma. As many proper names occur in the notes but not in the text, and as frequently the more important incidents connected with the names are outlined in notes which would not be indicated by textual references alone. The page numbers include all appearances of proper names in the notes as well as in the text. The following general rules govern the application of the phonetic symbols used in the index, and also indicate the approximate pronunciation of the unmarked vowels and consonants. Vowels. The vowels are pronounced approximately as follows. A as in alone. A as in father. E as in men. E as in fate. I as in is. I as in machine. O as in on. O as in old. O as in German often. O as in German. Schon. O as in law. I as in machine. U as ou in wood. U as ou in wound. Y as I in is. Y as ee in free. Ae as e in men. Ae as a in fate. Ei as ey in they. Ey as in they. O as ou in out. Ai as I. In fine. Both with a slight sound of German U. No attempt has been made to differentiate between the short open o and the short closed o, which for speakers of English closely resemble one another. Consonants. The consonants are pronounced approximately as in English, with the following special points to be noted. G is always hard, as in get, never soft, as in gem. Following n, it has the same sound as in sing. J is pronounced as y in young. Th following a vowel is soft, as in with. At the beginning of a word or following a consonant it is hard, as in thin. The long, doubled, consonants should be pronounced as in Italian, both elements being distinctly sounded, e.g., ma. S is always hard, as in so, this, never soft, as in as. H enters into combinations with various following consonants. With v, the sound is approximately that of wh in what. With l, r, and n, it produces sounds which have no exact English equivalents, but which can be approximated by pronouncing the consonants with a marked initial breathing. Accents. The accented syllable in each name is indicated by the acute accent. In many names, however, and particularly in compounds, there is both a primary and a secondary accent, and where this is the case the primary stress is indicated by a double acute accent, and the secondary one by a single acute accent. To avoid possible confusion with the long vowel marks used in Old Norse texts, the accents are placed, not over the vowels, but after the accented syllables. Pronouncing index. Aegirth sea god. Ekin a river. Afi grandfather. Agnar a warrior. Agnar brother of Girith. Agnar son of Girith. Ai a dwarf. Ai great-grandfather. Alf a dwarf. Alf husband of Jordies. Alf slayer of Helgi. Alf son of Dag. Alf son of Ring. Alf son of Hunding. Alf son of Ulf. Alfheim home of the elves. Alfhild wife of Hjorvarth. Alfrothel the son. Algron an island. Ally a warrior. Olmveig wife of Halfdan. Alof daughter of Franmar. Alsvith a giant. Alsvith a horse. Alfjof a dwarf. Alvaldi a giant. Alvis a dwarf. Alvismul the Ballad of Alvis. Aam son of Dag. Aambot daughter of Threll. Aamma grandmother. An a dwarf. Anhrimner a cook. Anvaranot a ring. Anvari a dwarf. Anganter a berserker. Anganter a warrior. Onija mother of Heimdall. Angrabota a giantess. Arfi son of Jarl. Arinefja daughter of Threll. Arngrim father of the berserkers. Aarvak a horse. Azather, Thor. Asgarth home of the gods. Asgash. Aslog daughter of Brynhild. Asmund a giant. Adhl son of Jarl. Atla mother of Heimdall. Atlakvitha, the Lay of Atli. Atlamel, the Ballad of Atli. Atli Attila. Atli son of Ring. Atli son of Ithmund. Atrith Othin. Orbota a giantess. Orbota Menglotha's handmaid. Orgelmir Emer. Orvang a dwarf. Ostri a dwarf. Oth mother of Harold Battletooth. Othay sister of Agnar. Othai son of Halfdan the Old. Baldra god. Baldra's Drornir Baldra's dreams. Balai Gothin. Barai a dwarf. Barn son of Jarl. Bari a berserker. Bari a. Forest Ixk. Beitai Atli's steward. Beckhild sister of Brynhild. Belai a giant. Bere Kostbra. Br Gelmir a giant. Bestla Othin's mother. Bale servant of Freyr. Biflindi Othin. Bifrost the Rainbow Bridge. Bifur a dwarf. Bikki follower of Jormunrek. Bilai Gothin. Billing a giant. Bilrost the Rainbow Bridge. Bilskirnir Thor's dwelling. Jort Menglotha's handmaid. Blaine Emer. Bleak Menglotha's handmaid. Blind follower of Hunding. Blith Menglotha's handmaid. Bod son of Karl. Bofur a dwarf. Bolman Island. Bolthorn Othin's grandfather. Bolverk Othin. Bombur a dwarf. Bondi son of Karl. Borgear brother of Borghild. Borghild mother of Helgi. Borg New York daughter of Hythrek. Bothvilt daughter of Nithith. Bragaland a forest. Bragai a god. Bragai brother of Sigrun. Bragai Boddason a skald. Bralund birthplace of Helgi. Bramai a berserker. Brandiwai an island. Bratskeg son of Karl. Braval a field. Braith son of Karl. Braithablik Baldra's home. Brimai a giant. Brimai a sword. Brissings the dwarfs. Broad follower of Rolf. Brot af Sigurtharkvithu fragment of a Sigurth lay. Brunavagar a harbor. Bruth daughter of Karl. Brynhild wife of Gunnar. Buai a berserker. Buai son of Karl. Bundinskeggi son of Karl. Bur father of Othin. Bur son of Jarl. Buthai father of Atli. Buthlungs descendants of Buthli. Bygg Frey's servant. Byleist, or Byleapt, brother of Loki. Dag a god, Day. Dag brother of Sigrun. Dag husband of Thora. Dane a dwarf. Dane a hart. Dane an elf. Dan a king. Dan a daughter of Damp. Damp a king. Delling father of Day. Digraldi son of Threll. Dogling Delling. Doglings. Descendants of Dag. Dogthracer a dwarf. Dorai a dwarf. Drap Niflunga the slaying of the Niflungs. Dropnir a dwarf. Dropnir a ring. Dreng son of Karl. Drot son of Threll. Drum son of Threll. Drum a daughter of Threll. Duff a dwarf. Dunair a hart. Durin a dwarf. Dvalin a dwarf. Dvalin a hart. Duirathur a hart. Edda great-grandmother. Egthur the giant's watchman. Egiel brother of Valand. Egiel father of Thjalfi. Egiel Sege the saga of Egil. Eikain Skjaldai a dwarf. Eikain Jasna daughter of Threll. Eikathurner a hart. Menglotha's handmaid. Eistla mother of Heimdall. Eitael son of Atli. Hrimner a kettle. Eldar Agir's servant. Elivagar the milky. Way. Bila elm. Erne wife of Jarl. Erp son of Atli. Erp son of Jonik. Ewyfura mother of the berserkers. Ejolf son of Hunding. Eylimi father of Jordies. Eylimi father of Svava. Eymoth Atli's emissary. Eymund king of Holmgarth. Jaffa mother of Heimdall. Fafnir brother of Regan. Fafnismul the ballad of Fafnir. Falhofnir a horse. Farbody father of Loki. Farmatir Othin. Fathayar father. Fime daughter of Karl. Fon Othin. Funja a giantess. Fenryar a wolf. Fensalir Friggs Hall. Phili. A dwarf. Phim Agir's servant. Phim Bolful a river. Fifth a dwarf. Fit young earth. Fjalar a cock. Fjalar a dwarf. Fjalar Sudung. Fjalar at Garthaloki. Fjal called Svifadag's grandfather. Fjal near Othin. Fjal Spinsmol, the ballad of Fjolsvith. Fjalsvith Menglotha's watchman. Fjalsvith Othin. Fjalvar a giant. Fjon an island. Fjorgwayan Jorth. Fjorgwayan Othin. Fjorm a river. Fjornayar Gunnar's cupbearer. Fjorzungs the fishes. Fjosnayar son of Threll. Fjoturland a forest. Fuljoth daughter of Karl. Folkvang Freya's home. Forseti a god. Fost Brothrasagay the saga of the foster brothers. Fradothe Sinfjotla of Sinfjotli's death. Freyg a dwarf. Franong a waterfall. Franmar. Sigurland's foster father. Frar a dwarf. Frathmar son of Dag. Frekistine a battlefield. Frekai a wolf. Frekai son of Dag. Freyja a goddess. Freyr a god. Friday Aut daughter of Hildegun. Frigg a goddess. Frith Menglotha's handmaid. Frostai a dwarf. Frothai a Danish king. Frothai father of Hledis. Frothai father of Kerry. Fulla Frigg's handmaid. Fulnir son of Thrall. Fundin a dwarf. Gagnrath Othin. Gandalf a dwarf. Gang brother of Thjotsi. Gangluri king Gilfi. Gangluri Othin. Garm a hound. Gastropner Menglotha's dwelling. Got Othin. Jeff June a goddess. Geirmund. Kinsman of Atli. Gironal a Valkyrie. Geirroth a king. Geirskogul a Valkyrie. Geirvimul a river. Geit Ir Griper's servant. Gurai a hound. Gurai a wolf. Girth daughter of Jymir. Jif a hound. Jimlu a mountain. Jinenar a dwarf. Jinnungagap yawning. Gap. Jipol a river. Jisla horse. Jaflog Juki's sister. Jalarhorn Heimdall's horn. Jol a river. Jalp mother of Heimdall. Jukai father of Gunnar. Jukai son of Hogni. Jukung's Juki's sons. Glapsvith Othin. Glassayar a forest. Glath a horse. Glathsheim Othin's dwelling. Glom Atli's horse. Glombor wife of Gunnar. Gleipnir a chain. Glur a horse. Glitnir Forseti's dwelling. Glowin a dwarf. Nipahelyr a cave. Nipaland a forest. Nidaheth Fafnir's mountain. Goin a serpent. Joel a Valkyrie. Joel Linkamai a cock. Gulnir a giant. Gulron daughter of Juki. Gultop a horse. Gulvaig a wain. Gomol a river. Gondlyr Othin. Gondol a Valkyrie. Gopol a river. Gorm, the old, king of Denmark. Gothmund son of Granmar. Gotthorm slayer of Sigurth. Jiribok a serpent. Grafvitner a serpent. Gratfalleth a serpent. Gram Sigurth's sword. Gran Sigurth's horse. Granmar father of Hothbrod. Great mother of Heimdall. Grettir a hero. Grettisege the saga of Grettir. Grim follower of Rolf. Grim Othin. Grimhild wife of Juki. Grimnir Othin. Grim Nismal the ballad of Grimnir. Gripir Sigurth's uncle. Griphispo Griper's prophecy. Groe mother of Svipdag. Groth a river. Grottesongr the song of Grotti. Grottii a mill. Grojuguldr Groa's spell. Gulfaxi a horse. Gullinton I Heimdall. Gungnir a spear. Gunnanar brother of Borghild. Gunnanar follower of Rolf. Gunnanar son of Juki. Gunloth daughter of Suttung. Gunthorin a river. Gunthru a river. Gustenvari. Goose a Valkyrie. Guthrun wife of Sigurth. Guthrunarvat Guthrun's inciting. Guthrunarkvitha I, Nfyrsta, the first lay of Guthrun. Guthrunarkvitha II, Onnur and Forna, the second, old, lay of Guthrun. Guthrunarkvitha III, Thrithja, the third lay of Guthrun. Gylf Agenning the deceiving of Gylfi. Gyl Lyre a horse. Jimir Agir. Jimir a giant. Gyrth son of Dag. Hadding a Danish king. Haddingjaskatai Hadding's hero, Helgi. Hadding's berserkers. Himing son of Hunding. Hagal Helgi's foster father. Hakai son of Vethna. Hal son of Karl. Half-king of Horthland. Halfdan father of Kara. Halfdan, the old, a Danish king. Half-saga the saga of Half. Hamal son of Hegel. Hamther son of Jonik. Hamthesmal, the ballad of Hamther. Hamund. Son of Sigmund. Hananear a dwarf. Har Othin. Harald, Battle-tooth, son of Horek. Harald, Bluetooth, king of Denmark. Harbarth Othin. Harbarth Soljoth, the poem of Harbarth. Hadif Jord a fjord. Hatti a giant. Hatti a wolf. Haugspori a dwarf. Here father. Othin. Heimdall a god. Heimir Brynhild's foster father. Hyth daughter of Hrimnir. Hyth Galweg. Hythdropnir Mimir. Hythrek father of Borni. Hythrun a goat. Hel goddess of the dead. Helblindi Othin. Helgakvitha Jorvarthsanear the lay of Helgi the son of Hjorvarth. Helgakvitha Hundingsbane ai, Nfyre, the first lay of Helgi Hundingsbane. Helgakvitha Hundingsbane II, Onnur, the second lay of Helgi Hundingsbane. Helgi, Haddingjaskatai, Helgi the Hadding's hero. Helgi Hyomgunnar. Helgi son of Hjorvarth. Helgi son of Sigmund. Helreith Brynhildar Brynhild's Helride. Heptyphili a dwarf. Herborg queen of the Huns. Herfjodr a Valkyrie. Herjan Othin. Herkja Atli's servant. Hermoth son of Othin. Herzayar father of Erna. Hertite Othin. Herverisage the saga of Hervair. Hervarth a berserker. Hervarth son of Hunding. Hervor a swan maiden. Haytin brother of Helgi. Haytinsi an island. Hild a Valkyrie. Hild Brynhild. Hild mother of King Half. Hildegun daughter of Sikanung. Hildisvinai a boar. Hildolf a warrior. Himinjord Heimdall's dwelling. Himinvangar heaven's field. Hinderfjall Brynhild's mountain. Hjalli Atli's cook. Jamar a warrior. Jambari Othin. Jamgunnar a Gothic king. Jalprek father of Alf. Jordis mother of Sigurth. Jorleif father of King Half. Jorleif follower of Helgi. Jorvarth a berserker. Jorvarth father of Helgi. Jorvarth father of Vethna. Jorvarth son of Hunding. Hlathgoose a swan maiden. Hlebarth a giant. Hlebjorg a mountain. Hledis mother of Otter. Hlur Agir. Hleziwai an island. Hlavang a dwarf. Hlith Menglotha's handmaid. Hliththrace a Menglotha's handmaid. Hlin Frigg. Hlithskjolf Othin seat. Hlok a Valkyrie. Lorithi Thor. Hlothvarth follower of Helgi. Hlothvar a Frankish king. Hlothvar father of Trevor. Hlothwayan Jorth. Hlm Dalar Brynhild's home. Niflungs son of Hogni. Niflungs the people of Juki, Nibelungs. Nikar Othin. Nikath Othin. Hoalf a Danish king. Hoalf king half of Horthaland. Hobrak a hawk. Hodmimir Mimir. Hodrafnir Mimir. Hagenai brother of Sigar. Hagenai father of Sigrun. Hagenai son of Juki. Hakon father of Thora. Hol a river. Holmgarth Russia. Holth son of Karl. Hanayar a god. Hor a dwarf. Hor Othin. Horn a river. Hornbori a dwarf. Horthaland Half's kingdom. Horvayar. Follower of Rolf. Hosvir son of Threll. Hothslayer of Baldr. Hothbrod son of Granmar. Hotun Helgi's home. Hovmol, the Ballad of the High One. Hovarth son of Hunding. Racevelg an eagle. Ranai a berserker. Hrothung ancestor of Jordies. Hrothung father of Girith. Raim son of Thrall. Hreithmar father of Regan. Rimfaxi a horse. Rimgirth a giantess. Rimgirthamol, the Ballad of Hrimgirth. Rimgrimnir a giant. Rimnir a giant. Ring a warrior. Ringstather Ringstead. Ringstoth Ringstead. Hrist a Valkyrie. Hrith a river. Hroar brother of Borghild. Rolf, the old, king of Gotland. Rolog a warrior. Hromund a warrior. Hromundr Sage Greep Sonar the saga of Hromund Greepshan. Ron a river. Hropt Othin. Hroptatir Othin. Hrorek king of Denmark. Rostjov son of Hrimnir. Hroth a giant. Hrothmar lover of Sigrlin. Hrothvitnir Fenrir. Hrotti a sword. Rungnir a giant. Hrym a giant. Hugin a raven. Humlung son of Hjorvarth. Hunding enemy of Sigmund. Hundland Hunding's kingdom. Havergelmir a spring. Vethna mother of Haki. Ichwamira. Giant. Ichwamiskvitha the lay of Hymir. Ichwamling son of Hjorvarth. Hindla a giantess. Hindloljoth the poem of Hindla. Ifing a river. Im son of Vafthruthnir. Imth the giant. Imth mother of Heimdall. Ingian sister of Njorth. Ingianar equals Freyr. Instein father of Otter. Iria dwarf. Isolf son of Olmoth. Isung a warrior. Ithaval meeting place of the gods. Ithai brother of Thjotsi. Ithmund follower of Hjorvarth. Ithun a goddess. Ivaldi a dwarf. Ivar king of Sweden. Jafnhor Othin. Jock Othin. Jarai a dwarf. Jarislif Atli's emissary. Jarisker Atli's emissary. Jarl son of Rig. Jarnsaxa a giantess. Jarnsaxa mother of Heimdall. Jofrunr son of Dag. Jonik father of Hamdir. Jormunrek Ermanarich. Jorth. Earth. Joth son of Jarl. Jotunheim the world of the giants. Kari daughter of Halfdan. Kari ancestor of Kettle. Karl son of Rig. Karyujoth the poem of Kara. Kefsir son of Threll. Kurlog a river. Kedil Horthe equals Karai husband of Hildegun. Kil a dwarf. Kjaliar Othin. Kjar father of Olrin. Cleggi son of Threll. Klur son of Threll. Klypp father of Kettle. Nifroth Atli's messenger. Kalgi daughter of Agir. Khan son of Rig. Kornta river. Kostbera wife of Hogni. Kume daughter of Threll. Kund. Son of Jarl. Lajarn Loki. Larith Yggdrasil. Leivadian a sword. Laufey mother of Loki. Legjaldi son of Threll. Leaped a river. Leirbrimir Emer. Letfedi a horse. Lith mother of the new race. Liththraser father of the new race. Lim of Jord a fjord. Lid a dwarf. Uljathatal the list of charms. Lodfafnir a singer. Lodfafnismal the ballad of Lodfafnir. Lothar a dwarf. Lofnhyth daughter of Hreithmar. Log of Joel a mountain. Lokason now Loki's wrangling. Lokai a god. Lonai a dwarf. Lopt Loki. Lothin a giant. Lothuar Loki. Lut son of Threll. Leifjaberg a mountain. Linghyth daughter of Hreithmar. Lingsik son of Hunding. Lyr Menglotha's hall. Magan son of Thor. Manai moon. Milai brother of Thor. Melniar a horse. Mengloth beloved of Svipdag. Menja a giantess. Mim, or Mimiar, a water spirit. Mimamith Yggdrasil. Mimiar brother of Regan. Mista Valkyrie. Mythgarth the world of men. Mythgarthsorm a serpent. Mythvitner a giant. Mjalnir Thor's hammer. Mjothvitner a dwarf. Mog son of Jarl. Mogthracer a giant. Emoin a serpent. Emoinchiamar a battlefield. Mornalund an eastern country. Mothai son of Thor. Mothaiar mother of Jarl. Motsogner a dwarf. Mundilfarai father of Sol. Munin a raven. Muspel father of the fire dwellers. Muspelsheim home of the fire dwellers. Mylnir a horse. Myrkern Mirkwood, Atli's land. Myrk wood a forest in Atli's land. Myrk wood a forest in Hothbrod's land. Myrk wood a forest in Muspelsheim. Myrk wood a forest in Nithitha's land. Nab by a dwarf. Nagelfar a ship. Nain a dwarf. Nal Laufey. Nali a dwarf. Nanna daughter of Nakvi. Nanna wife of Baldr. Nar a dwarf. Narfi Nor. Narfi son of Loki. Nostron corpse strand. Nep father of Nanna. Nai a giant. Niflern the world of the dead. Niflhel land of the dead. Niflungs the people of Juki, Nibelungs. Niping a dwarf. Nith son of Jarl. Nith of Joel a mountain. Nithavalire home of the dwarfs. Nithhog a dragon. Nithai a dwarf. Nithjung son of Jarl. Nithuth king of the Njars. Njal's saga the saga of Njal. Njars the people of Nithith. Njorth a Wain. Noaten home of Njorth. Noxix father of Nanna. Non a river. Nor, or Norvi, father of Not. Norai a dwarf. Nornagest that the story of Nornagest. Northri a dwarf. Not a river. Not night. New York I a dwarf. Nyr a dwarf. New York Wrath a dwarf. Nyt a river. Oddrun sister of Atli. Oddrunargratr the lament of Oddrun. Ofnyar a serpent. Ofnyar Othin. Oin father of Envari. O Vincafe daughter of Threll. O Kulnar of Volcano. O Elmoth father of Isolf. O Elrun a swan maiden. O Amai Othin. Onar a dwarf. Orai a dwarf. Orkning brother of Kostbra. Ormth a river. Orvandal husband of Groa. Orvear equals Odd a warrior. Orvear equals Odd saga the saga of Orvarad. Orvasunda bay. Oski Othin. O Skopnar an island. O Esolf son of Olmoth. Oth husband of Freya. Othin chief of the gods. Othlings a mythical race. Othror a goblet. Otr brother of Regan. O Titar a warrior. Raviel a sea king. Ragnar Lothbrok a Danish king. Randgrith a Valkyrie. Randver son of Jormunrek. Randver son of Rathbarth. Ranai Othin. Ratatosk a squirrel. Rathbarth a Russian king. Rathgrith a Valkyrie. Rathsiwai an island. Rathsvith a dwarf. Radai a gimlet. Regin a dwarf. Regin son of Hreithmar. Reginleif a Valkyrie. Regin Smol, the Ballad of Regan. Reifnir a berserker. Rig Heimdall. Rig Stula the song of Rig. Rin a river. Rind mother of valley. Rin Nandi a river. Ristael daughter of Karl. Rithael a sword. Rogalund Norway. Rogheim home of battle. Ron wife of Agir. Roskva sister of Thjalfi. Rotholsv Jol a mountain. Rotholsval a field. Ruth a river. Saefari father of Ulf. Saehrimner a boar. Seekin a river. Saekenung father of Hildegun. Saemorn a river. Saerith wife of Hjorvarth. Savarstath an island. Sage a goddess. Salgofner a cock. Samziwai an island. Sangetalothin. Sathothin. Saksai a southern king. Seg son of Karl. Sesrimner Freya's hall. Sev Joel Sigrun's home. Sif Thor's wife. Sigear a Danish king. Sigear brother of Hogni. Sigear father of Sigir. Sigear Helgi's messenger. Sigarsholm an island. Sigarsval a battlefield. Sigfather Othin. Siggeir husband of Signe. Sigmund son of Sigurth. Sigmund son of Volsung. Signuyurk sister of Sigmund. Sigurdrifa Brynhild. Sigurdrifumol the Ballad of the Victory Bringer. Sigrlin wife of Hjorvarth. Sigrun. Wife of Helgi. Sigtrig a king. Sigtyr Othin. Sigurth son of Sigmund. Sigurtharkvitha and Skamma the short lay of Sigurth. Sigurth Ring son of Randver. Sigwayen wife of Loki. Silfrintop a horse. Sindri a dwarf. Sinflotli son of Sigmund. Sinir a horse. Sinmora a giantess. Sinrajoth wife of Hjorvarth. Sith a river. Sithgrani Othin. Sithhot Othin. Sithskeg Othin. Skafith a dwarf. Skaldskaparmal the treatise on poetics. Skataland a forest. Skathai a goddess. Skegjold a Valkyrie. Skeithbrimir a horse. Skekkil father of Skirhild. Skelfire a king. Skilfangi Othin. Skilfing's descendants of Skelfer. Skinfaxi a horse. Skirfire a dwarf. Skirnir Freyr's servant. Skirnismal the Ballad of Skirnir. Skithblathner a ship. Skjold a Danish king. Skjoldungasege the saga of the Skjoldungs. Skjoldungs descendants of Skjold. Skagola Valkyrie. Skol a wolf. Skorustrand home of Varin. Skrwmir a giant. Skulda Norn. Skulda Valkyrie. Skurhild daughter of Skekil. Slagfith. Brother of Voland. Sleipnir Othin's horse. Slith a river. Smith son of Karl. Snæfell a mountain. Snevear son of Hogni. Snor wife of Karl. Snot daughter of Karl. Sana Bay. Sagunsa cape. Sokmimir a giant. Sokvebek Saga's dwelling. Sol's son. Solar son of Hogni. Solbjart father of Svipdag. Solblindi a dwarf. Sofol a mountain. Solheimar Hothbrod's home. Sorlai son of Jonik. Sparensheath Sparens heath. Sporvitner a horse. Sprakki daughter of Karl. Sprun daughter of Karl. Staffensness a cape. Starkadh son of Granmar. Storverk father of Starketh. Strand a river. Styrklifar a battlefield. Son of Jarl. Surt a giant. Suthri a dwarf. Suttung a giant. Svafnir a king. Svafnir a serpent. Svafnir Othin. Svafothorin. Menglotha's grandfather. Svalin a shield. Svan father of Safari. Svanhild daughter of Sigurth. Svanini daughter of Karl. Svarang a giant. Svarin a hill. Svarri daughter of Karl. Svartalfahim, the world of the dark elves. Svarthofthi a magician. Svathilfarai a stallion. Svave daughter of Ilamai. Svave wife of Sikanung. Svavalan Svatner's country. Svegjuth a horse. Sven son of Jarl. Savarisege the saga of Sverre. Svipal Othin. Svipdag son of Solbjart. Svipdagsmal the ballad of Svipdag. Sviputh a horse. Svitharar Othin. Svithuar Othin. Svur a dwarf. Svol a river. Svozuth father of summer. Swlg a river. Thakrath Nithitha's thrall. Thane son of Karl. Thek a dwarf. Thek Othin. Thur wife of Threll. Thithrexegatha. Saga of Theodoric. Thjafai Thor's servant. Thjazai a giant. Thjothmar father of Thjothrek. Thjothnuma a river. Thjothrek Theodoric. Thjothror a dwarf. Thjothvar a Menglotha's handmaid. Thjothvitner Skol. Thal a river. Thaliwai an island. Thore. God. Thore daughter of Håkon. Thore wife of Dag. Thorin a dwarf. Thorar follower of Rolf. Thorsness a cape. Threll son of Rig. Thrain a dwarf. Thrithai Othin. Thror a dwarf. Thror Othin. Thruth a Valkyrie. Thruth daughter of Thor. Thruthjelmir a giant. Thruthheim Thor's home. Thrym a giant. Thrymjol a gate. Thrymheim Thjotzi's home. Thrymskvitha the lay of Thrym. Thund a river. Thund Othin. Thuth Othin. Thyn a river. Tinda berserker. Tatrugipja daughter of Threll. Tranubian daughter. Of Threll. Tronware crane strand. Tveggi Othin. Tira god. Tyrfng a berserker. Ulf follower of Rolf. Ulf son of Safari. Ulf Dalar Valen's home. Ulfrun mother of Heimdall. Ulfshar a lake. Eula god. Unavagar a harbor. Unai a dwarf. Bertha Norn. Utgartha equals Lokai a giant. Uth daughter of Agir. Uth Othin. Vafthruthnir a giant. Vafthruthnizmal the ballad of Vafthruthnir. Vak Othin. Valaskjolf Othin's home. Valbjorg Grimhild's land. Voltaire a Danish king. Valfather Othin. Valgrind a gate. Valhall Othin's hall. Vali a god. Vali son of Loki. Valland slaughterland. Valtam father of Vegtam. Vam a river. Vanaheim home of the Wanes. Vandilsva shrine. Vanir the Wanes. Var a dwarf. Varin a Norwegian king. Varinsfjord a bay. Varkald father of Feinkald. Vathjelmer a river. V brother of Othin. Vegdrazel a dwarf. Vejsvin a river. Vejtam Othin. Vejtamskvitha the lay of Vegtam. Velensage the saga of Velant. Veritir Othin. Verland land of men. Verthandi a Norn. Vestri a dwarf. Vestersalir Rhine's home. Vetherfalner a hawk. Vur Thor. Vif daughter of Karl. Vigblar Helgi's horse. Vigdalar Battledale. Vig a dwarf. Vigrith a field. Vili brother of Othin. Vilmeath a dwarf. Vilmund lover of Borny. Vin a river. Vindjorg Grimbald's land. Vindalf a dwarf. Vindheim Windholm. Vind called Svipdag. Vindaljoni Vinesval. Vinsval father of winter. Ving Iatli's messenger. Vingnir Thor. Vingscorner a horse. Vingthor Thor. Vino a river. Verfir a dwarf. Vid a dwarf. Vith a river. Vithaar a god. Vithga son of Valand. Vithai Vither's land. Vithof near a cock. Vitholf a dwarf. Vitharir Othin Vithur Othin Vafoth Othin Volsung father of Sigmund Volsungasage the saga of the Volsungs Volsungs descendants of Volsung Vojuendi a Smithvoundarkvitha the lay of Valand Voluspo, the wise woman's prophesivon a river Vond a river Vor a goddess Idalir Yule's home Ygg Othin Ygg Drazel the world Ashwyelefings a Danish race Whalegi a river Ymir a gianting, or Ing 6. Son of Halfdan the Old Inglingasage the saga of the Inglings Inglings descendants of Ing 6 a dwarf Ing 6 son of Ring Ing 6 Ynqisja daughter of Threl the End.